हेलो गाइस, किधर जाना था हमको? रुको 1 मिनट।
Ini
lebih ke arah mereka kalau misalnya dapat tengah sih, gue ngelihatnya lebih bisa mengontrol ya ritme mereka kayak.
बोलो। एक सेकेंड। Where is me? मी कुठे आहे? बोलो। एक सेकेंड। बहुत साउंड आ रहा है ना। हेलो हेलो साइकवाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। हाय कुलजी, गुड आफ्टरनून, हाउ आर यू? हाँ, एक मिनट कर रही हूँ। अभी ठीक है साइको भाई? Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, new live stream. हाय साद खान जी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। एकदम बढ़िया हूँ साद, आप कैसे हो? बहुत दिनों बाद आए हो आज स्ट्रीम पे। हाय मैक्स, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। हाउ आर यू? ओह सॉरी, एक सेकंड गाइस, मुझे आना पड़ेगा, मतलब जाना पड़ेगा। कुछ मंगवाया था मैंने, वेट। गाइस एक सेकंड, आ रही हूँ, शायद से स्प्लिटर आया हो। वेट, आई एम कमिंग। आई एम बैक गाइस, आई एम बैक। मैच स्टार्ट हुआ क्या? ये वॉच पार्टी कैसे हुई? ये तो क्लोन स्ट्रीमिंग है ना। गेम कब खेलोगे? साथ खान जी अभी गेम नहीं खेल रहे। अरे सैटरडे करे वॉच पार्टी, आओ साथ करे वॉच पार्टी। नंबर लीक, हाँ तो डिलीवरी बॉय का है। गाइस अब ये वाला स्प्लिटर चल जाना चाहिए हमारा। वरना फिर से वेट करो 7 दिन। ऐसा सीन है। अरे यार कटिक नहीं रहा, 1 सेकेंड। जो भी ज्वाइन हो प्लीज मेक श्योर सब लाइक कर दें, एंड इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल एंड शेयर इट आल्सो गाइस। यार की दसा। छोड़ो, साथ में कैसे करेंगे, साइकोबाइट नहीं हो रहा है वहाँ, क्या बोलते हैं डिस्कॉर्ड से। अगर डिस्कॉर्ड पे आऊंगी ना तो यहाँ पे साउंड नहीं आ रहा और बफर हो रही है स्ट्रीम, पता नहीं क्या दिक्कत है। 1 सेकेंड में देख लेती हूँ क्या सीन है। कर रहा तो यहाँ पे कर तो रखा है, पर पता नहीं क्यों नहीं सपोर्ट कर रहा। आई डोंट नो। गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन हुए प्लीज लाइक कर दें एंड चैनल को सब्सक्राइब भी कर दें। बीजीएमआई कब खेलोगे? अरे मैच स्टार्ट हुआ क्या? बीजीएमआई नहीं खेलूंगी अभी। अभी मैच देख रहे हैं। आज तो मैच देखेंगे, अभी मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ। यार एक तो वोल्टेज बड़ी कम है आज, बढ़ भी नहीं रही। अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है। अरे ये तमिल वाला क्यों है? गाइस फटाफट से सबके सब लाइक कर दें। वो वाला आप का नाम क्या है जो साथ में कास्टिंग किए थे उसमें आओ। अरे वो नहीं है मेरे फोन में भैया, वो क्या बोलते हैं, टर्निप। टर्निप नहीं है मेरे फोन में। टर्निप शायद इस आईफोन में चलता है क्या? आईफोन में शायद से नहीं चलता है, पता नहीं। चलता होगा। मतलब रात को खेलोगे कितने टाइम? साथ खेल लूंगी मैं कोई। कितने टाइम खेलूंगी मैं? 8 बजे। अभी तो अब यहाँ से ही 7 साढ़े 7 जाऊंगी। चलो खेलते हुए जाऊंगी, ठीक है ना? ये जब मैचेस खत्म हो जाएंगे ना सारे, उसके बाद जाऊंगी, खेलूंगी फिर उसके बाद आपके साथ। ये इंग्लिश ही है ना, इंग्लिश।
just taken out of the picture.
मुझे लगा साइको भाई है यहाँ पे। अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है गाइज। मैं तो आईओएस में ही किया था। हो जाएगा क्या? देख लेते हैं। यार एक बारी पहले एक बारी आओ ना, डीसी पे आओ, मेरे डीसी आपने ज्वाइन कर रखा है? अरे यार ऐसे कैसे खोल लेती है मैं, मेरे डीसी पे एक बारी ज्वाइन करो ना। नहीं आ रही है ना वॉइस? चल मैं अपन आप ही डालेगा। आई आई अभी, अभी आई। हम्म, ठीक है। गाइस जो भी देख रहे हो, जिसने अभी तक अपनी टीम को रजिस्टर नहीं किया है 10K टूर्नामेंट के लिए, तो प्लीज जाके रजिस्टर करें। डीसी पे जाएं, डिस्कॉर्ड पे जाके ज्वाइन करें और फिर रजिस्टर करें अपनी टीम। मैच स्टार्ट हुआ कि नहीं ये बता। गाइस स्पैम कर दो टीम इंडिया, देखी कौन रहा है। यार अभी तक नहीं हुआ यार, नहीं हुआ नहीं हुआ। पानी पी लो गाइस, पानी पी लेते तब तक, बोलना बहुत पड़ेगा। ठंडा क्यों लाई थी ना, ये कहाँ से गर्म बोतल। Hello, Nature Love. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Nature Love? एक सेकेंड दो मुझे. Wow. एक तो मैं तारों में बहुत फंसती हूँ भाई. सच्ची में यहीं पे पढ़ती हूँ तुम्हारे चैट्स. फेस कैम नहीं है मैडम. नहीं नेचर लव, फेस कैम नहीं करती हूँ मैं. अभी सेटअप नहीं है मेरे पास, दैट्स वाई कि फेस कैम नहीं हो रहा है. फुल जोश. ना ना अभी तो टाइमर है. नहीं अभी तो टाइमर है, 45 तक होगा. 45. 4:45. जब मैंने पूछा था तब काहे नहीं बताए तुम हमका. आप कब खेलोगे ई स्पोर्ट? मैं कभी नहीं खेलूंगी स्पोर्ट. मैं पबजी अच्छे से खेल लूं वही बड़ी बात है. ई स्पोर्ट्स तो यार मैं कैसे चैट पढ़ूंगी. मेरा फोन पता नहीं क्या हो गया, आईपैड को आज साथ छोड़ दिया इसने. ऑन ऑफ हो ही जा रहा है. गोबलिन से 1v1 ट्राई करना. अरे सुनो, ऑन रख लो. ऑन कट कर देंगे फिर रेड वाला पार्ट. डीसी तो आओ, पहले लिंक दो. पहला लिंक दो. अरे लिंक ऊपर देखो, चैट में पिन किया है. साइको भाई, पर डीसी पिन नहीं हो रहा है. यार मैं क्या करूं. मेरे फोन को पता नहीं क्या हो गया. क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? अरे वहां से ये स्ट्रीम बफर हो रही है वहां पे. प्रॉपर मेडिटेट करके प्लेयर्स कर रहे प्लेयर्स. अच्छा अच्छा. यार मैं तुम लोगों की चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगी फिर. टर्निप डाउनलोड कर रही हूँ, रुको. हो रहा है डाउनलोड. बफर प्लस लाइव पर वॉइस कर. डीसी पे हूँ ज्वाइन. अरे लेकिन वहां से आवाज ही नहीं आती है ना यहाँ पे. ये सीन है. पता नहीं क्या दिक्कत है. हो गया दूसरा फोन आईपैड ऑन हो गया हो गया स्टार्ट देखो हो गया ओके हाय मेरा भाई यूट्यूब 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 ओ स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस वो टीटी की फाइट भी हो चुकी है टीटी ऑन फायर टीटी तो है ही है अपनी टीम कहाँ है अच्छा 17 वो 17 पहुंच गई भाई कोई नहीं अच्छा ये को कर दिया एलिमिनेट ओके एक टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है ओके नाइस लेट्स गो टीम आर्यन लेट्स गो क्या मारा बेटी ने हाँ मैंने देखा ही नहीं यार फर्स्ट फाइट मेरी मिस हो गई गाइस मेरे को ये बता मेरी वॉइस सही आ रही है या फिर इसकी ज्यादा आ रही है स्ट्रीम की पानी पी लो पानी हैशटैग वन को बाहर कर दिए हाँ वही देख रही हूँ मैं टीम मेरी को टीम अच्छा A7 हुआ है अल्फा 7 ए भी तो अल्फा ही स्पोर्ट्स है ना आई थिंक मत मत आ रही है लाइव का तो आ रहा आ ही नहीं रहा सच्ची ज्यादा नहीं आ रहा ना कम आ रहा है ना रुको रुको
G, maybe they get into a bit of a scrappy fight. Curious if IG will rotate down to the south towards boot camp to kind of establish that, be the edge keeper team. Most likely going to have to continue to go a bit further south, but in the meantime, keeping R8 in check off of the distance, just on the outside of Paradise. For AXTMG, another roster that I feel like has had a lot of great moments, and they have shined bright at times, but they have fallen a bit short. That's another roster that needs to step it up tremendously. After all,
क्या सीन हो रहा है
only 6 more games remain for them, and let's not be forgetting Falcons either, right? Falcons. It's a team, the crowd favorite, who came in second place in game number 2, Erangel, day number 1. I saw for them only to slow down. So for Falcons on the southern portion of the map, a bit split. Hopefully they get back together because they've got APG, Gamex around them. They're going to have to fight, probably not now, but at least soon enough.
I like APG's split as well in the center. There's 2-2 controlling the compound down the hill as well as high ground.
India का है
it is really powerful, but it looks like the Falcons are going to try and challenge on that south side. Potentially a bit of an upset for the APG position. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a regroup as they try and keep that one together. Nongshim rolling on in as well, trying to make their way through, and it's just going. It's going pretty well. Power had taken a lot of casualties earlier around that ruins location. Not going to be. In fact, regroup here as the Falcons try and get to the top of the hill. It may be able to even the odds.
Ralph has to do something though. Like you said, even the odds. You got a flying car. This is a perfect opportunity from up top, keeping Ralph's head down low. Perfect opportunity to push, but Top's got a nade and he's willing to throw it, and Ralph is missed. Top now full send in hand, and Ralph will fall. And beautiful shots on Red Ox just below. An unfortunate set of circumstances for Falcons, but make no mistake about it, APG also taking some hits.
Where are those shots even coming from? I think that might be from... Is that from Redox down the hill? Is he still going?
I think he has to be.
I think he might be. Could be Nongshim coming in on this west side. You've also got Gamax out on this east edge. But for now, they are still all alive. It is only Redox for the Falcons. That is really nasty going for them. I mean, the guy's got some style, but... Against 4, against Alpha Gaming, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough without question, Abe. Alpha Gaming getting some much-needed points. Luckily, they get all their teammates back up into play. They had a player down on the tower just up ahead, but now they're going in to finish off the... Picking up some tremendous damage, and he's looking to take on the full force. Meanwhile, Nade's thrown at his feet, but it's got a couple of seconds. He times it properly to push forward with the... Take the Falcons down.
It was a nice read at the start from Redox to be able to hold his nerve around the corner. He heard the pin pulled, he saw the nade come through, he knew that's not going to be for me. I'm going to be pushing through anyway after my nade. He already had that advantage on the tempo. It's just unfortunate that he didn't connect with that nade too well. He didn't connect with his shotgun shells. It could have been a different story. It was a lone player on the inside. It does mean PG, Alpha Gaming, stay alive. Our next circle shift is going to go a little bit down to the south, but it does keep that northern shoreline up and into the game. However, it's very treacherous to play there. The hilltop over Painan. Not too many of them. That's why. Over towards Cave.
Fajita from Gamex, I need him to join his roster. You notice Alpha 7 might be splitting the difference in between them. That's going to leave him isolated, maybe Arthur, but I do notice that they start to take some vehicles and rotate down. Alpha 7, opposite of them, that's going to be scary because let's face it, for Gamex, they did not have a great day 2. They only, out of 6 games, they managed to secure 5 points. If Alpha 7 sees Gamex, they're going to see a weaker team. They're going to want to push that and get some much needed, and in their mind, easy points. Now, granted, Gamex a phenomenal team, but Alpha 7 again, they're
that was a replay of Hi Strong, welcome to the stream. This is this engagement you're talking about. Alpha 7 went for a swim. I know it's hot here in Riyadh, but it is still quite risky to go for these swims as Alpha 7 do manage to make landfall. Nice, find a answer with a DBS at range, but there is nobody else to try and pick up the pieces here. They are not close enough by. They were not regrouped, and Gamax are gonna fumble.
You have a Gamax just up to the north. Right? Push. You can tell situation. The way that Rebel pushed up that hill, he pushed confidence. Not a in the world. He was willing to even take a ton of damage because he felt super confident. Another bad game. Krona, the only thing he can do is try and stay alive.
I give it. Okay, he's in a pretty solid spot in terms of having not too many players nearby him, but I still only give it maybe 45 seconds.
45.
I'm giving him 45 seconds. Okay, I think could be there. Okay, no, he's found some buildings.
Okay.
It's 120 FPS होगा ना सबसे.
Extended his life expectancy.
He's got 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
No, he's got to. Either way, just got to stay alive. I mean, come on, get a point. You know, Gamex struggling so much, survival stage most likely in the future, but it's still early goings. 5 more games to go, and maybe they can pull off a miracle run. After all, we kind of witnessed it just yesterday with Alter Ego's Eris performing as well as they were. Weibo getting into a bit of a scuffle. IG pushing him confidently. He is down. And in this game, another roster coming out from the Americas region. Actually,
10-12 points prediction.
From the Americas region looking to take the entire thing. They underperformed in their performance yesterday, but today they're looking to be the top dogs.
Well, hopefully.
आज मान्या की टीम अच्छा खेल रही है. मान्या कहाँ है? मान्या नहीं आया अभी तक.
This is over on the north side, so have not crossed the river. Of course, it isn't fully guaranteed that the circle will end up on the South Island, although the majority of our teams think it may well do. Oda, one of those teams, but they're right up into the river, holding that crossing, and R8, they're knocking at the door. They're not being let in. It's certainly not a friendly atmosphere in the neighborhood.
No, not at all. You wouldn't expect it to be anyways during PMWC. So for RA, what do you think they go? I mean, rotate down to the bridge. Zone shifts. Okay,
wow.
At the moment. I'm just shift more towards the side of, obviously, the south where the majority of the teams are. But you do have to start making a decision. And if I'm Weibo, if I'm IG, I do want to over towards the main portion of the map where the current teams are, but it's quite congested.
I'm looking at where AXTMG are right now. We saw APG were up on that high ground before. They had that massive overlook. They had to regroup up there, and that has allowed the team to move into that compound, and that is where AXTMG currently sits. So beneath a massive hill, central on that compound, a potential path in towards Painan, those rocks that sit to the north. I think AXTMG right now have one of the best spots in the lobby. The 2-2 split that they have, they can hold this for a little bit longer with APG being those guard dogs on the south edge.
Say God dogs, but also Alpha 7 on the edge themselves, right? The edge team, they love to do this, and well, they've got Kinotrope just in front of them, and not really a lot of coverage, but at the moment they're okay. But when they do start to break in, I gotta assume Kinotrope is going to take a couple of shots. If they want to go to the left, well, you got Ida, you got APG's going to take some shots. So here it is, Kinotrope looking, eyes peeled, head on a swivel. All 4 members from Alpha 7.
They
don't want to flow out. They don't
want to.
He's being reserved with these peaks, and rightly so. The most south point of this hold. It's difficult to get the regroup here, but it looks like they're going to bolster. Ida potentially moving in behind this push for Alpha 7, so third parties could be dangerous.
Oh, here we go. Alpha 7 moves up. Kirill stays in
line. Oh, nice.
Kinotrope loses one. Tamara's down.
Amazing.
Set of maybe tempting the revive, and he will fully commit to it. The fact that Alpha 7 manages to get that knock is spectacular. Carrillo the bait, Revo the shot. Kinotrope takes the opportunity to reposition.
Ida in the background, they haven't struck here. It's a little bit of lost time for them. This could have been a nice opening for them. 2 of their opposing teams in their way did go down or lose it. Well, lose it.
Hi, Yash, welcome to the stream.
Honestly, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. Ida would have been more aggressive, right, and getting in there and getting the cleanups. But when they noticed Alpha 7 was able to get picked up back on their feet, there wasn't a lot of damage to Kinotrope, -1 knock. They said, okay, maybe this isn't our time. Granted, it's not going to be any easier trying to go dead center, and they're sending it dead center into Gamex to the solo of Corona. They're going straight past APG. They're going in to AXTMG, but all eyes once again on this Alpha 7 Kinotrope fight. Kinotrope does not want to give up their ground. They don't have to, but Alpha 7 have to continually move forward. Squash Mafioso from the distance. Revel Carrillo being the tip of the spears to push up. This is going to be a tough fight. They already scuffled a bit. Mind you, both teams get back on their feet, all 4 of them, so it's still a 4v4.
They're going to have to get out of there. In the meantime, Ida's crash lost one at least. I think the nades are continuing to pour on through. AXTMG, they have the sideline angle from the east point of their 2-2 hold. They have the north side of the road on the compound, and they have Alpha Gaming, who have those shots down the hill towards the back approach of Ida. It's only one player now standing for Ida. It was a Hail Mary. They wasted their time on the south. I think the call should have been roll over Alpha 7, try and move on in. As it stands. They've been fishing this northwestern side well. They have been moving. But they're on 6 elims. Not too many other players are in their location as well.
Well, Thunder Talk started with our first
yesterday. Finish कर दिया.
Run into
अपनी टीम का एक बंदा finish हो गया.
The left side of the map, AJ from Thunder Talk, the last alive, the solo standing, trying to get any additional points that he possibly can.
यार अपनी टीम का दिखाओ यार, हमारी टीम का एक kill आया अपने पास.
50, which I believe puts them close to the top 8 if I'm not mistaken. Doc,
one of the main damage
at least on the Thunder fight, he'll go ahead and relocate AJ. Myself out in blue, maybe not wanting to give any points away.
I mean, point denial is pretty important, especially when you're facing off against teams chasing for that bubble. Fortunately for them, Nongshim Red Force, 16 points total before this match started.
6 point हो गए भाई इनके, 6 kills कर दिए
too much of an impact, you'd hope, to alter those tables towards the top 8, you get that point sent over the other way. But it does look like AJ's just trying to survive.
Oh, Aryan finish
They've managed to keep their south side of this one. This is mostly
Devote and Cyrex do player bache hain
to Alpha Gaming, rotating in onto the north side up to these rocks, but now
third party bhi kar diya unhone Alpha Gaming ke
moved in from this northwest side, and they are going to the standing stones.
Emery has a beautiful offense.
no wo nahi kar rahe hain finish ye kar rahe hain
AXTMG continues to have their forces dwindled away, taken down one by one. They're now down to 2. Syrax keeping his head on a swivel. Emery up ahead along with
सब क्या बोल रहे हैं 2 टीम में फंस गए हां पर वो अब उनसे फाइट ले रही है
not only an AXTMG but also APG.
तीसरी टीम भी आ गई भाई
wants to try and renegotiate his position, but really they're just going to stay where they currently are. The next zone is going to shift, and it's going to be quite deadly if AXTMG has to re-rotate. This area on the left-hand side is getting quietly contested. You got Nogsham Red Force, AJ from Thunder Talk, who is getting into an engagement. I think he's down. 3 teams, Nogsham Red Force, APG, Ida, as well as AXTMG, all within the same location. And APG is getting dismantled, and you also have Repo, who's currently down.
He's been knocked by a solo from Gamax. APG do go down fully as well. Ida picking up a couple of the points there. They're up to 6 elims. That was a really lovely pickup for them. They'll be 52 points.
Position point
placements they can find on that chase. You can see Alpha 7 on the boundary. Looks like they have managed to clear the threat. Oh, maybe not. Ooh, okay, 2 players going down for Alpha 7 to a solo from Gamax of all teams to be able to take a large chunk out of Alpha 7. But they stay alive. They have 4. They'll have to push in quickly, though.
For what it's worth, you gave him 45 seconds originally. Then I said 2 minutes, and then he ended up almost dismantling Alpha 7. He did his part. R8 behind the wall, versus nade after nade. Weibo's been relatively quiet this game.
Cyrex kill उठा सकता था हाँ पर उसने ना इसलिए नहीं किया कि वहाँ सामने से पड़ सकती थी ना उसको.
Taking down 1 from R8 as they reposition. They're pushing in full steam ahead, and they might be able to take them by surprise. Order just up. Mark needs to be ready to clear the left side of this choke point. Some pre-shots. He pushes up. Pre-nade's going to be out. Actually smokes. This is going to be chaotic.
Oh, a full blind there for Marth, and he can't hold the door frame anymore. Weibo.
अरे finish करने में लगा हुआ पीछे से बंदे ने मार दिया भाई.
Ida versus 33.
Oh!
Man was right. They start off.
Nice. WBG भी बाहर.
Weibo out. Maxman looking at his crystal ball, predicting the future. E-Arena, a roster that's very far down in the point standing. Another roster that's at 0, been opposite of intense game for quite some time, hugging the hardcover POI, now maybe forced to go out into the open. That's going to put IG as well as EA into a direct competition. Not going to be easy for them. But this game also have to go forward. Hora has taken some respite inside of the current zone. But I'm looking at AXTMG still at Ida. They look to be the strongest, at least currently, but you also can't forget about Nogsham Red Force. Honestly, I think a lot of teams get a piece of the zone where they feel relatively comfortable, but yeah, the IG E-Arena fight, that's going to be a deadly one.
Alpha 7
last minute
scrapping in Painan. Over on the northeastern side. They didn't quite catch it, but they've lost 3 players down on that south edge. Nasty stuff coming on through. I imagine that would be in Kinotrope on that eastern flank. But Painan needs to conclude now.
Slam आगे पता है इसको पिछली वाली साइड बनाना था.
Scramble their way out over the walls
and up to the
strategy hills. The Nogsham Red Force position on that northwest side looks pretty tasty right now, but they have to another to have a shot.
I thought it was going to be IG and E-Arena fighting, but it's Nogsham Red Force who's gatekeeping them, taking out 1 by 1 of IG, who might not even be able to get their teammate back into play. I think they do it just in the nick of time, but Red Force is going to keep their heads down. Petrino knows, look, we've got to take this E-Arena roster out, but it's not going to be easy. Clement firing some wonderful shots, drops 1. They start to push up, but again, once they get out of this hard cover, Red Force is going to be ready for it.
They are 2 players on the overlook there from the high ground. They've left Binny down to control the compound situation. Ora also lighting up the sidelines. Mormon under pressure, but he is able to weather the storm. The nade pin pulls back. Get that first aid going. They can't afford to lose the position. Tony K moves on in as well. No fear behind the tree. He's getting lit up now as Sleepy goes down in the back line for Ora. E-Arena weather the storm. Doc sees over the hill as Tizzy moves in.
कम से कम 10-12 पॉइंट तो एक मैच से निकालने चाहिए तब जाके थोड़ा ऊपर आएंगे.
Arena keeping the pressure up. The car's on fire. Back away. You don't want to take any additional damage or, man, even go down. Move. You can't even go too far up this hill. If you do, you're going to be isolated by Kinotrope. But watch out, Kinotrope. It's going to be coming up behind the board. Needs to be ready for this. They can't be focused too hard on the third party. They move in, and Sleepy's down, and Kinotrope might be able to get a team wipe.
Ida are rubbing there.
Here
on the south side, they might be able to steal this away, depending on the chaos on the north side. We'll see how this unfolds. E-Arena starting to collapse. Kinotrope move in, and Aura go down first. Nongshim Red Force, they have kept 3 players alive. Can they move back into a position to make it work for them? Can they move back down towards the center of this next circle? As Nongshim Red Force stay as 3, crucially.
नहीं वो अपना प्लेयर रिवाइव फिनिश हो गया वो.
Right behind him. You've
got Red Force कोई बच्चा पता नहीं. Devote या फिर Cyrix दोनों में से कोई तो बचा होगा.
I believe Red Force needs to take advantage of this. They need to rotate as quickly as they can because I believe with the elevation of the mountain they can rotate around and they can take some respite where Benny is currently at. Kinotrope, they're most likely down. They're going to be eliminated, but you still got eyes on AXTMG. Ida, who's going to be in the hardcover locations just down below, and Ida only has 2. Of course, AXTMG only has 1, but they can output quite a bit of damage. But back on board with Red Force. E-Arena, can they get the full finishes? Yes, they can.
And now the attention is turned for Nongshim Red Force. They have to push back down.
Cyrix team पे लेके आ गया.
Have cover. Ida.
Nice. 1v2 का सिनेरियो होगा. ये ऊपर वाले से फाइट ले आराम से. सही है.
Doxy goes forwards. He needs
to यार ये स्लैम ना दे दो. Healing नहीं है I think.
On the inside, they will be pushed out, but they can survive for just that little bit longer. Nongshim Red Force, they're on the lip of that hill at the top there.
Okay, but he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know AXTMG is going to be just off to the left. Placement points for Ida so big in this moment. They want to stay alive as long as possible.
Devote निकाल ले. हाँ Devote निकाल लेगा. बस healing नहीं है. Oh!
AXTMG goes forward.
1v3 है.
For this, he snips it out. He clears the corner. Just a sliver of hell for AXTMG.
Oh,
And he holds on tight. Get the finish.
नहीं यार need.
Nongshim Red Force. Game number 1.
A massive performance from
They
were quiet.
Healing होती ना तो कुछ हो सकता था guys. Healing नहीं थी. पर फिर भी #2 पे आया यार. Nice.
It worked. They took control and nobody was able to challenge them there.
Zone भाई, zone नहीं नेट पे होता वो.
Nongshim Red Force said no way. We are here to play, and that is a brilliant
anti. अरे हाँ यार.
Neptura was saying they needed something on this day, and they have delivered. Absolutely not. They had a hell of a rotate back down.
कितने kills आए अपने 2?
We are going to be rotating over.
2 kills आए और कितने points मिले?
We're going to put Sandhawk to bed. We'll be coming at you hot and fast with Erangel rather after the break.
Devotee OP. Yes, Devotee OP यार. पर यार बुरा हुआ यार. Healing होती I think. हम #1 होते. एक को तो नॉक कर दिया था भाई. इतनी सी हीलिंग होने के बाद भी. ये देखो. एक को नॉक किया था भाई. उसके पास हीलिंग नहीं थी. 8 पॉइंट मिले ना. हाँ चलो कुछ नहीं से कुछ तो सही. नेक्स्ट मैच अच्छा जाना चाहिए इनका. अरे यार अच्छा तो तुम लोग मुझसे बातचीत करो गाइस. लाइक नहीं हो रहे हैं यार. लाइक करो. #1 तो मैं नहीं होते. बस 1 पॉइंट ज्यादा मिलता. नहीं हो जाते. बाहर देखना एक नॉक कर जाता. अगर हीलिंग होती तो बाहर इजीली जाके फाइट तो ले सकता था ना. दोनों से S12 के थी तो एक शॉट इधर एक शॉट उधर. इतना तो भरोसा है डिवोटी इतना कर सकता है. अरे साइरक्स तो कब का मर गया. वो तो पहले #7 पे मर गया था शायद. चलो मैं आता हूँ नेक्स्ट मैच में. ओके स्ट्रॉन्ग गाइस. जिसे लाइक नहीं किया लाइक करो यार. सब लाइक करो. और चिट चैट भी करो यार मेरे साथ प्लीज। एक मिनट दो गाइस, इंस्टा पे स्टोरी डाल दूं बस। दो नोट दिया था वो, दो नोक दिया था। अच्छा हेनरी लग रहा है। टीम को बस थोड़े कॉन्फिडेंस की जरूरत है। मुझे जाना चाहिए फोर्थ उनका टीम में अभी। जा जा हेनरी की जगह। स्केरी जाएगा तो हम जरूर फर्स्ट आएंगे। अरे ऐसा क्यों बोल रहा है यार, वो मजाक में बोल रहा है यार। स्केरी भाइयों की बात का बुरा नहीं मानते। मैं अभी तो मजाक ही कर रहा। मैं तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं। हेटर्स है जलते हैं। अच्छा अच्छा, हेटर लोग जला मत करो, गंदी बात होती है जलना। काहे को जलना है यार, इससे अच्छा जो जलने में टाइम वेस्ट करना है वो काम काज में कर लो भाई। और मेरे को लाइक भी कर दो। गद्दारो करते नहीं हो, लाइक लाइक करो रे। मैं इतना क्यूटू क्यूटू सा हूँ, मेरे को लाइक नहीं करते हो तुम लोग। अगर मेरे हेटर्स का लिस्ट बनने तो स्ट्रॉन्ग फर्स्ट आए। हाँ क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग, ये सही बात है। मैच कब तक स्टार्ट होगा स्केरी? रुक देख के ही आती हूँ मैं।
Yeah, that's true. They do play a lot more going into BMPS, so they had a lot more experience going into it, into PMWC. Can I go deep on AXTMG because I got a complaint. You know what? Oh.
मैं हेटर नहीं हूँ रे, सिर्फ फैक्ट्स बता रहा। गाइस जो भी अभी अभी ज्वाइन हुए हो प्लीज लाइक कर दो यार। अपनी कभी इतनी वॉचिंग चलेगी स्केरी जितनी यहाँ चल रही है। 7.7 के, इतना तो मैं भी डिजर्व करती हूँ यार। अच्छा फिर आओ स्ट्रॉन्ग कभी कॉम्पी की दुनिया में। टीडीएम 1v1 और कॉम्पी 1v1 फर्क होता। एटलीस्ट मैं इंडिया की करंट बेस्ट टीम को ज्ञान तो नहीं देता चैट में बैठे बैठे। स्नैक्स की 130 के की है। अरे मेरी, मैं बोल रही हूँ मेरी 7-8 के ही आ जाए, मजा आ जाए, दिल भाग भाग हो जाए। दुआएं दूं मैं सबको फिर। अभी भी देती हूँ यार, ऐसा नहीं है। दी आपकी पहले आती तो थी अच्छी खासी वॉचिंग, अरे उसके बाद कस्टम बंद हो गए, फिर नहीं आ रही तब से।
Remnants of the
जब से कस्टम बंद कर दिया ना करवाना, तब से नहीं आती। सब कस्टम वाले थे ना, ज्ञान देने के क्या दिमाग होना चाहिए, और ज्ञान नहीं, जस्ट सेइंग बैक कंपाउंड पर होना चाहिए। इसमें भी छीबे सोच ही छोटा है।
Like what you're going in.
अरे 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 अरे, लड़ाई बंद करो गाइस, लड़ाई माफ करो। फोर, अरे कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी, छोड़ो। गाइस बाकी लोग भी चिट चैट कर लो यार।
I think I like where you're going to.
easy. Okay, maybe not Ultra Ego, except Ultra Ego. Maybe that's not quite easy. But the fact that Ultra Ego here get 10 eliminations, again, as an average on that map. We mentioned it on the pre-show, right? That is a good average with placement points included. They do that in eliminations alone. Ultra Ego, if they, again, can replicate that, first place,
उनको नहीं दिखता ये सब, बड़ा हो जा भाई। दी ये इतना कोई नहीं चिढ़ रहा भाई, मेरे को नहीं पता, मैं दोनों में नहीं पढ़ रही भाई। मैं पानी लेने जा रही हूँ, मैं चैट ही नहीं पढ़ रही। आई मैं पानी लेके। हाँ आ रही हूँ मैं। हो गया तुम्हारा? लड़ाई खत्म हुई तुम दोनों की? ये अभी भी चालू है? मैं तो बस इतना बोला, स्केरी होता तो नीचे से फर्स्ट आते, उसमें इतना किलस गया। भाई लड़ लो, तुम लोग लड़ लो, सब लड़ो बहन की आंख। ठीक है, फूल आंटी मतलब मतलब
doable to push up towards that 80
Next
point
match start
boundary
हो
that
गया,
we're
लड़ाई बंद करो तुम लोग.
expecting. It may just be a matter of pride for them at this stage. See if they can go again. Well, and money, to be fair, as they ladder up in those rankings. Of course, you do get a little bit more moolah to be able to take home with you guaranteed, but they very likely going to be seen in the survival stages. And in the survival stages, that's going to be an interesting dynamic, right? It's going to change the lobby, I think, significantly. When you take out the top 8 teams from somewhere, all of a sudden, the forces that controlled the lobby, they've evaporated, right? They've completely changed.
It's a great conversation. It truly is. Some teams might be, look at that zone. We'll talk about that in just a quick second. But, man, you know, some teams get very nervous when they see the likes of Alpha 7. Maybe they see as well as they are, right? Thunder Talk. And they start to deviate and change their play style. When they're gone, like you mentioned, things start to change a bit. And, well, survival stage is going to be a lot of fun, but very stressful for those teams who are still struggling even at this stage. We look at the zone on the way to the right-hand side. APG, Thunder Talk, we know where they like to go. They like to go towards military. They might run into each other. Kenotrip on the western side bridge might decide to stay there. But early wins, though, for Power, who needs some points. You've got Red Force, who's coming off a tremendous win. They get a lot of points there, are now elevating themselves up into the top 8 potential position. They're well within that zone, could play potentially the gatekeeper role. For others, though,
best of Team India. Yes,
the Arena R8. They've got a relatively long rotate, but I believe they're going to hug on that north hand side of the map, maybe towards Yesnaya, so that side shouldn't be too busy. But yeah, for Nogsham Red Force, Power, we got, of course, Alter Egos Ares, who needs to recover after game number 1. I think they're set up quite nicely.
Yeah, they had a little tight drop over towards Milta very early out of the plane path. A couple of teams out there as well, Power and Gamax. And to be fair, if you're going to choose 2 teams to be right next to you when you drop, it is Power and Gamax, who are in 23rd and 24th on the table, respectively. Yeah, and they managed to get all the way up to Lipovka fairly unscathed. We saw Kinotrope as well taking up Ferry Pier, away from 4 Thrives, obviously, who normally drop there. We've seen them drop there for the past 2 days. Of course, not playing today. That spot was open, and Kinotrope have been able to take up that mantle. Which does mean that there's potentially different dynamics if you opt to go for that West Bridge rotate
Finals
instead of going directly into the zone, right? Going past Thunder Talk, which is also an option.
You say that, it's not going to be an easy one though, is it? Thunder Talk's been putting up a wonderful fight, and I think for them, they want to prioritize this rotate onto mainland as quickly as possible. There's just no way military is going to be obviously within that next zone. So they want to try and get a move on and potentially get some distance between them and APG. For the other rosters towards Zarki, nobody's moving just yet. Relatively slow goings. R8 did disengage. They're now moving up towards the north-hand side, which could give them a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, if they can set it up properly and have the wherewithal to know, okay, we might have a couple teams rotate in towards Yasnaya. We could play gatekeeper. That could be some much-needed points going their way. I mean, after all, same kind of conversation with Nogsham Red Force, R8, AXTMG. They're a little bit on that bubble, right? They've got a lot of ground to cover, and they're running out of time.
Thunder Talk being cautious on this bridge crossing, rightly so. There's nobody currently challenging them, but because of the number of parachutes that they saw heading to that northern side, they would have seen at least 3 or 4 teams heading out over towards the mainland from that Novo drop. They are being nice and cautious to get across this one. They're serpentining across the bridge, they're leaving backstops. It's nice and disciplined from Thunder Talk, and they are going to be able to carry their journey on in towards the south side of this circle, moving now to the south edge.
Pretty easy rotate for them. They're going to be just fine. Team that is at 42. Still very much possible. Revo, a bit of a misjump, but that's okay. He's styling on us anyways. Again, up there towards intense game. The arena. Thunder Talk goes over to the right-hand side, maybe closer and closer towards Gamix. But one thing about the zone, right? I mean, it's so much water, right? There's only going to be so much land that's going to be usable. It's obviously playability-wise. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite a bit tight. I do worry, maybe potentially about Falcons. I think they're just fine at the moment. But if they do decide to hang around school area, you've got Ida, who's already going to be there, most likely very early on. They're probably going to stay there for the time being. You still got IG coming up here. Of course, the arena, so Falcons going to be just fine. For Kenotrip, though, I am quite excited based off of where they're currently positioned, but Power is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, a lot of contest for that central location Alter Ego moving up, potentially out of Lipovka towards Prison Hills. It looks like Rosemary may be wanting to stretch out a little bit further. Currently power hold to the south of it. They're up onto the tower right now and just trying to keep an eye out towards Nongshim, who are taking some shots over towards power as well.
He's still relatively quiet. Tense game. They're on the move. Going through Pochinki, straight into the area off to the left of Falcons. APG still on military. They will decide to finally get a move on. They're not going to go on that western bridge. They're going to take the eastern side, which honestly is good for them. They have to assume if we do take the western bridge, teams are most likely going to be rotating late through blue. That would then include Weibo, who's going to be on to just behind them. Obviously, you do not want to get sandwiched, especially when you don't know how many teams are going to be on mainland once you do decide to get back into the zone. Luckily for them, kind of same conversation that we had against Thundertalk. Nobody is going to be gatekeeping them on the bridge, which honestly, I think is quite surprising. I think there would have been an opportunity to camp that bridge, but I know it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do at times, especially at this level, because you typically end up cannibalizing each other. But for APG, they should have a free rotate.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be unscathed on their approach. We'll see where they can go from there. Alpha 7, they did in fact go over that north side, over the north of Yasnaya, and they're looking to slide on in past Mansion, past that open area to the north of Prison, because there isn't too much contest there right now. Those fields fairly uncontested. A couple of those dips being taken up by AXTMG right now, who again find themselves fairly central in a fairly solid spot. Let's hope that they don't mismanage it this time.
I think Alpha 7's going to be heading straight for Lipovka. That's their area, and during Americas, that's where they tended to land. They gave it up this time around because it was contested, so they go up towards Zarki, where they've got free range to get all the loot they want. But Lipovka, an area, at least on that edge, they are very comfortable, super familiar with it, and it's going to be tough for any teams to battle them on their home turf. Alter Egos, they're going to have Alpha, who's going to be the, upwards, so he's still going to be a bit separated from Alpha 7, but he should be calling this out and saying, okay, A7, they're going to be up top. Let's continue to maintain where we're currently at. And Milta is currently free, absolutely free. Thundertalk doesn't even decide to take it either.
I mean, you don't want to be holding up in the buildings just yet, right? We talk about the idea of overcommitting to an urban environment, unless it comes with another advantage like high ground over a location or a potential rotational path that comes on through. Milta sits in a bit of a dip from the positions to the north that you know people are going to be taking. Down to the west, oh my goodness. Maybe you're going to go in there now, though. It is only when it commits of an urban environment that you want to send in.
Prediction to hai. Hi, happy guys, welcome to the stream.
Let's go, Mad Max on the road.
Look at everybody just shifting down. So many names, so many teams. Everybody's like, oh, wait a minute, we were not prepared for this. And well, Alter Egos will take over the right-hand side, and now the gunshots start to fly. Power, by the way, does have a hovercraft, and well, Rico says, I want to try and take it out if I can. Gamix struggling so much. They're only at 6 points. They've already lost a player, but where they are currently at, maybe, just maybe, they can get a couple of shots and take down some stragglers from other rosters rotating in.
I'm looking at Weibo Gaming right now. They've taken an interesting approach to this one. They've sent all the way out on that western bridge to Sosnovka Military Island. They're currently rotating on the north side of the military base. They're going to be coming through on that bridge, so potentially a little bit of a wild card in play here. They could go for an aquatic approach to the mainland too.
Looking at Alpha 7 rotating down. Ida just next to him. R8's going to be onto the backside of Revo. That's going to be tightly contested depending on where they decide to stay. I expect Alpha 7 to hug the edge of the zone, which is what they're very comfortable with doing. But I agree with you, Weibo, loving it. We do have AXTMG rolling up. We got Falcons on your screen. Narvalo looking to put in a little bit of work. Henry cooking a nade, so you have to assume this fight most likely is going to be going down. You want to take out AXTG. You have Strength going to be out of the way. Narvalo repositioning. This fight maybe disengaging. Falcons might want to get out of here. AXTMG says, come back. We actually want to fight this. We're ready.
I mean, this is the strap for the shelter area for the hill that overlooks Milta. Places like the roadblock that sits on the west side of Milta. So potential to get a lot from this position, but as soon as it's contested, it gets sluggish, it gets slow. And it looks like these two teams are going to divide themselves from one another and just stay at arm's length. So survival definitely at the forefront of their minds.
Something to think about in the future. Weibo, we did compliment that they were on the military side. If they do have to go up towards mainland, look at that bridge now. You've got IG, who's just next to it. Is going to be at the forefront of the eastern side bridge. That's not going to be easy, and I don't think they're going to have a hovercraft, if I'm not mistaken. Team starting to settle down a bit. The Mad Max rotation, as you said it, you called it, starting to cool off just a little. Falcons still 4-man unit, despite them running into AXTMG just a little bit earlier. You have Thunder Talk, who's a bit split, but they're at the moment at least currently fine. Gamex has refused to move from their central position, and Suck is going across the bridge. He's the tip of the spear now for Weibo, and I hope he's not biting off more than he can chew, because Kinotrope is right there.
He's got that east side, right? There's a couple of those rocks that you can stay on. They're going for that scouting position, a shift out to the west, and they're going to be happy that they've now got that foothold. You're going to see the rest of Weibo now looking to regroup, spread out along that coastline. It's difficult because there are going to be players in Milta, and those angles start to get covered off on the position on the east side of the exit from the bridge from Weibo. They're going to have to try and find something. There are some options as well to the western side. Obviously, you've got the gas station just as you come out. Yep. It's pretty difficult to get in towards that, though, uncontested, especially with how ram-packed this circle is right now above them.
Well, good news for them. IG does decide to rotate in towards the northern side, Kinotrope as well. But when you do hug the edge of this this water side, you know you're going to be taking some shots, not only across the way, but as soon as you peek your head at the top, it's most likely going to get popped off. I mean, Kinotrope, great example. They've been looking to gatekeep unintentionally. They didn't know about it, but they knew there was going to be a team most likely coming across that bridge, and once they see it, it's Kinotrope who's just absolutely ready for it. Ida, however, is set up still quite nicely. And I think for them, especially R8, AXTMG, going to rotate straight into them. I think this might be a big game from Ida if the zones continue to bless them.
I'm feeling for Alpha 7 right now as well. Over on that northern side, they're having to push out into the blue. We'll see where they try and wrap around. It could be a long sweep out to the west and push in behind Intense Game. We'll have to see, because they've just actually disappeared north from our map feed. And of course, you guys can check out the map feed over on the YouTube channel. Make sure you're checking that one out to make sure you're up to date and seeing where everyone's going at all times. Alpha Gaming losing .go. That's in a fairly pivotal position. That's over in Milta, as Thunder Talk are going to look to push across.
Yeah, Thunder Talk getting active. Good to see that from them. They've obviously been a very talented roster towards the top echelon when it comes to this group anyways at 50 points. A very realistic option and chance for them to break in the top 8. Squashes down to the zone. Mafioso takes down route from Falcons as they do get active. We talked about them having to rotate far up north. Taking down Falcons here would be big for them. Obviously, Alpha 7 still wants to be the champions once again. Taking down the home team this early on, stopping them and stopping their chances essentially after game 2 for top 8 would be Bassett.
This is so nasty for Falcons. They managed to get that first knock. They do a lot of damage, but now Redox is isolated. Novalo's isolated. Koa's out in the middle of nowhere comparatively. He's over the road back where we saw them before. Towards that hillside. And then taking a slow 1v1. Alpha 7 committing to a single engagement is what has turned the tides here. Sure, they've lost Squash, but they are now descending, and they've got 2 players in. Novalo, surely there's no chance as Mafioso descends. It's Khalil who draws first blood, Revo who puts him down, and Redox turns his tail and runs.
Yeah, he's gone. He's out. He's going to go ahead and join his teammate just off to the left-hand side and try and lock down this house. If Falcons now pushes into where Redox as well as his teammate is currently at, it's not going to be an easy rotate for them. I'm sure of it. We have another zone shift. Weibo once again has to relocate and go to the north, but this time it's going to be the most difficult rotation they have had yet, because Kinotrope already had them on their radar. APG was also looking directly at them, and now I'm glad to see R8 on our screen, because they were just like Alpha 7 earlier, rotated way north through shelter, came back down, and now they look to challenge Alpha 7, but it's not a real challenge. You can't break into that hardcover POI unless you crash in, and that's almost a death sentence. So I think for them, yeah, they're going to go ahead and rotate and find a better option.
The good thing for R8 is they don't necessarily need to crash. Alpha 7 need to leave. Not necessarily immediately, but they can send on in. But they want to crash anyway. They're sending on through. Looks like Prestige. Oh, he's got himself an AWM there. We'll be able to hunt some heads, I hope, in the coming moments. But they're coming up against Nongshim Red Force, who of course won that Sandhawk. They're coming off fresh from a chicken dinner.
But I am happier with this crash as opposed to what maybe they were thinking about with Alpha 7. Alpha 7, though, still could play an impact from a distance as they do have that high ground. So you're in the shed, through the doorways, you overexpose yourself, you take a lot of damage. That only helps Nongshim Red Force in this scenario. Rosemary, opposite of King, and he's dipping. And can Moana help him from a distance?
He's got that cover around the sidelines there, but Moana's going to be able to hold his nerve. That buggy eating a lot of the damage from behind. The spray down's there, and Thundertalk pulled up quite a lot, and they will be slow now as the circle puts pressure on. Are they going to chase, or are they going to try and stick together and go for a different approach? Meanwhile, Alter trying to push over towards AXTMG as they disengage from Thundertalk. They put themselves into another sight line, and it will be on this top side of the hill. The nade is from Krypton, but no one's going down just yet.
They've got to make a decision. If you're Alter Egos, you've got AXTMG to your north, you've got Thundertalk to your south, you've got to crash in on one, and it looks like it's going to be AXTMG. If you can disengage from this, you just got to full send it directly into the middle of the zone. Depot team cannot take down Rosemary. We do lose intense game. Our first team, by the way, with how chaotic these zones have been, I'm surprised we are just now losing only one team. Back on board with Henry. Up close, he goes down. Alter Egos need this win. They need to recover from the game number one that they had, and they're doing exactly that in sensational style.
They slipped the pin, and Alter Ego managed to get around to the other side of AXTMG. With Rosemary down, another as well, down on bended knee. They'll need to try and pick it up, but of course they can. It's Alter Ego. Got to get Rosemary back in time because Thundertalk are following in their footsteps.
Thundertalk, like you said, right behind them. They were going to pincer in Alter Egos when they were opposite of AXTMG. But now Alter Egos can put their full focus on the Jing as well as the entirety of Thundertalk, taking them down within control. They would monopolize the entire northern side of the current zone, which would be massive for them. But this isn't going to be an easy fight. Nades are already coming out. Thundertalk is taking the first shots. Krypton takes a bit of damage. You got vehicles to disengage, but Thundertalk really can't go anywhere. They are forced to fight.
4 players still alive though, which means that they do have a shot here into this engagement. Alter Ego looking to keep this pressure up. Are Ida going to try and chime in? I don't think they're going to leave their position right now. A little bit closer down towards Milter. Next circle is going to come on through. It goes a lot more central. Ida definitely not wanting to flex out at this stage.
You know, उसमें आ गए, pressure में आके खेल रहे हैं. उन्हें relax mind से खेलना चाहिए.
Having a good time. I think Power, they'll be able to survive. I'm not expecting them to be towards these hills. But then again, and this is going to mean it's Gamax in their way, so it might be a little bit easier.
Might be a little bit easier, right? And Gamax hasn't moved, by the way. That's been one of their things that's hurt them so much, is their inability to make a conscious decision of, this is what we need to do. Let's make an effort. Let's push up. But granted, I will say they've been center zone. Where they're currently at and how they're playing is not bad, according to how the zone currently looks, because
confidence low,
the center. So maybe they could pick up more eliminations in the future, but right now at 6 points, you got to think teams are most likely going to bully them.
Next round,
for Thundertalk, AE, they have
survival
to push out.
Relatively
close to their vicinity, and once again, Alter Egos might be getting pincered, but this time between Thundertalk and Alpha 7, so taking down Thundertalk now is imperative.
It's not a full threat from Alpha 7 though. Only a few of them moving in. Unleashed, and Thundertalk, they have no chance. This guy is insane on a swivel, finding one, finding two, the rest of the team, a volley of fire, and the E-limbs just keep coming.
And you know what? That's impressive and going to be a massive talking point going into the final stages, because Alter Egos, they can take a bad game and a terrible loss and then turn it around the very next game. Shows composure, shows tenacity, and shows their ability to keep their head in the game despite potentially going through struggles. That's how you become a champion, and I'm calling it might very well be in the top 3 running. We look at E Arena now, Alpha 7. We haven't seen Alpha 7 get active for just a little bit. Last time was against
narrative लगा के.
We got an opportunity against the arena, and
भरोसा है अगले मैच में करेंगे, बेहतर करेंगे.
And the early damage being affected, Joker is feeling it. Alpha 7, you know them. They're going to want to push this as aggressively as they can.
क्या बचा है नेट से?
Final rotation of the game. They've moved into the road.
भाई नेट की तो बारिश ही कर दी बेचारे पे रहे हैं. आखिरकार नेट हो ही गया ना.
I don't imagine that they have the presence, the pressure with 3 players alive to go for a full push here. They might be able to pick up some elims, sure, but it's R8, I think, who are going to be able to earn the lion's share of this engagement, of this push towards the arena.
R8 going to be just behind him. Gamex does have an opportunity.
Alpha 7 को push कर देना चाहिए जब 2 बंदे knock हो गए थे. वो R8 भी है पीछे.
You have Alter Ego Ares who is firing down on Gamex's position, but here is R8. You mentioned them now pushing in. You gotta feel bad for E Arena. They're between R8, they're between Alpha 7, and they're all huddled within the same location, which makes nades and utility that much more effective. For Alpha 7, though, they continue to bunker down where they are currently at. They do not want to move, and I think this is an opportunity where Gamex, because can't they peek them, if I'm not mistaken, from their location?
It's difficult. There's a little bit of cover. The terrain does give you some cover off.
So the
terrain of the actual roadblock itself, of the checkpoint, to play cover towards Gamax. It's just about covered off, and that is a disadvantage of playing on this checkpoint, is that it is a bit of a dearth of information, because you don't have sight lines towards a lot of positions. You're playing, obviously you know there's a team above you, you've taken fights with them, you're going to hear these gunshots, but you're not going to be able to scope people out, you're not going to be able to take shots, you're not going to be able to suppress a lot of the area around you. That's why I said earlier it felt like a final rotation for Alpha 7. Yeah. Especially as a 3-player team. I just don't expect them to be leaving this location. The question is, what can they earn from it?
Well, so R8 has made a decision. They're rotating out. They might be giving up this fight between Alpha 7 and E Arena. Maybe ID comes back into the fold, but I think for them, taking the northern side, maybe challenging the weaker force of Falcons. I say weaker only because they're down to a duo. Meanwhile, R8 still a 4-man unit would be powerful. For E Arena, they've got the hard cover, but now they've got to push into Alpha 7. This isn't going to be easy for E Arena. You got R8 still behind you with a couple of stragglers who are just keeping you uncomfortable. Alpha 7 in front of you. If E Arena makes it out of this, there's no way that they lose this game. If they do make it out unscathed, that is, but I expect them, even if they do win it, they're losing at least 2 or 3.
I mean, Alter Ego, though, still there. That's going to be one hell of a hurdle to cross. They're already up to 11 elims, by the way. R8 trying to make their approach, and E Arena will go 1-for-1 on the trade. Ida has to back up. Prestige not going to waste any time. A big nade coming through from Mormon, though. That's going to change the tide of things. Prestige needs to commit, needs to get some damage here. Looks good with the arc. Is he going to be able to connect too much more? The reses are coming through for R8, and they're keeping the pressure up, but the res comes through, and now 4 players still stand for E Arena. The nade, again, not connecting.
I am shocked. E Arena has 4 players up, and they're actually doing a ton of damage to R8. Prestige from a distance. Hill makes it so awkward, he can't even get up. You got Outbriefus from APG, who might be on the backside. I think he's thinking about it. Okay, do I have clear line of sights? If I do, I'm taking him, and that's going to be all on R8. And actually, here he goes, getting active, and this could help E Arena so much.
They've managed to find that first and an immediate flush. R8 not in a position, they were almost committed to that push. Every focus was on the E Arena compound. This Alpha Gaming flex out, I mean, it was a risk, but it's paid off beautifully. Alpha 7, are they trying to look for a move?
Looks like
I don't think so. Not just yet, but Carrillo's sending nades on in. They're keeping the pressure up on the other side of this engagement.
This is messy, this is chaotic. The winner of this fight could very well go on to win game number 2 Airing Gale of the day. The Alpha Gaming has moved even further up. They're taking the forward position. E Arena now has a couple of players who are down. 2 players to stand up. Carrillo, he wants to push up. He wants to at least get a line of sight on any stragglers who peek their head over the corner. Prestige finally moving in. He's been waiting to do this for the longest time. A nade's being cooked. He swings the
nice job. Uske mara re Prestige. Aur nahi.
Back through the window. Operator down. It's down to Mark. Hits the shotgun shot. Is our board Mormon from E Arena. But now, is this the time where Alpha 7 says enough is enough?
Nice.
We're taking you down.
They don't have the pressure, and that's the disadvantage of this location. They are just hiding here.
Oh, Alpha 7 push karegi, mujhe lag raha hai.
Or the angles to push up towards it. Fortunately, they don't have to, because the circle is going to force E Arena over towards them. They have
मैच किसका लग रहा है तुम लोगों को? जो भी देख रहे हैं यार बोलो ना.
From Gamax to suppress Irina's rotation, and even further behind them, Alter Ego have those shots. It's going to make Irina's look really, really difficult. Power trying to leave Milta as well. The options are shutting down now for Irina.
Hovercraft for Power, by the way. They still have it. We'll keep that in mind. That's going to be so valuable in these open in-game fights.
Okay,
for Irina, astounding performance. 4 alive. We cannot discredit how amazing that is, getting pincered between R8, having APG also moving in on you. The fact that they move out with 4 is something I was not expecting.
Alpha 7 देखो कहाँ पे जाके बैठी हुई है.
Get on top of this roof and look down on Alpha 7. Irina could make a play of a lifetime and push even deeper into zone, but he's already taken damage.
Oh, Falcon wale.
That's Alter Ego, and even with the high ground advantage, you just can't take those angles. The shape of the terrain just doesn't allow it. They try and go for this crash. Alpha 7 have such a strong hold, and Carrillo's holding face against 2.
Nice.
And immediately shuts them down. Mormon in the smoke, and Carrillo retreats a little bit closer towards his teammates, but he's down. The weapon swap's there, and the team of Irina are falling. Joker with a nade, but Carrillo is farming them as they approach.
But the nade connects on the Carrillo. The farming ends, and Joker becomes the farmer himself, but only for just a little bit. Carrillo should get back onto his feet. And now we are down to our top 14. Finally, Gamax starts to get active. Carrillo getting pushed, but it's Alter Ego.
From the northeast side, Power managed to move up behind Alter Ego, so it could be dangerous. The ground floor now taken. Moana, Krypton, followed by Rosemary into the ground floor now, pushing Gamax up on high. Molotovs to burn it, to slow things down before they can get this res, though. These nades are going to start to come on through. Healing now being done, and Alter Ego have pressure from the high ground that they have just deserted.
Rosemary bottom left. He's been the highest damage dealer so far. Krypton as well, to be a great courtesy to Rosemary's performance. Gamax getting pieced apart, but Arthur wants to stop the bleeding. He wants to put Alter Egos into the grave. But will it be possible? I don't know. You got Rosemary, the top dog, with Krypton down below, and he's hugging a corner. He's hugging it tight. But the question is, does Gamax give up their high ground? They're on the second floor. But only for a little bit.
He has that first aid. Nades being poured over towards Alpha 7, huddled behind the checkpoint. Are they finding these hiding places? I don't know. Fully flushed out. Let's keep going, and Power are putting more and more pressure on Gamax. They're not out of it just yet. They've managed to extract the value out of Alter Ego, but they will finally fall. Power now have it all to do. They've got
easy down
if they get this res, and Alter Ego on 3.
And they have the hovercraft as well. We cannot discredit how powerful that might be in this end zone. Versus hardcover Alter Ego's areas. 15 eliminations. 15 absolute insanity. We've been singing their praises. We've been talking about how amazing Rosemary is and how great this roster might be in the finals. Could they be consistent from yesterday to today? Well, game 1 gave us a bit of a fright. Maybe they're starting to slow down, but game 2, they shut us right up with 15 elims, now top 2 going for gold.
And Krypton is ahead of them. The spear. He is the top fragger right now. He's been doing a lot of work coming in on today, and he has still got a little bit more gas left in the tank. Over to easy. Krypton and Moana goes down. Krypton falls next. A nice hold there along the sight lines for Power, and it's all up to the man himself. It's Rosemary with a chance to prove that he could take a 1v4. Sure, Power, but it would be legendary. Unfortunately, Power managed to lead in the chaos.
Forward OP guys. क्रिप्टो ने गलती कर दी, जो क्लोज इन कर दिया इनके ऊपर, स्पैम कर दिया, स्लैम कर दिया, सॉरी स्पैम बोल रहे हैं यार, स्लैम कर दिया, वो गलत हुआ। 4 बंदों में घुसोगे तो पेटी ही बनेगी ना। खुद से हक गई है। अभी ना ये वैसे खेल रहे होंगे इजी कि अरे अपने तो इतने पॉइंट्स हैं, चलो दे देते हैं इन बेचारों को भी, ऐसा ऐसा खेल रहे हैं क्या? Okay, okay, okay. Guys, जो भी join हो रहे हो, please like कर दो, and if you are new here, please subscribe my channel also. ऐ मेरी मेरी जोहरा जबी, गाना सुना दे कोई यार, चल। ना 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 ना, जो मेरा रात है आजा साथ साथ निभा जा, मुझे सांझ सवेरे तेरी याद आती है। आगे नहीं आता मुझे। यार ये एक तो मेरा एसी जिस दिन सही हो काम करेगा ना, बिना आवाज के। गाइस जो भी देख रहे हो सब लाइक कर दो रे, लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो। नहीं हुआ स्टार्ट, टाइम लगेगा ना अभी। ये वाला मैच यार दुआ करो यार, ये वाला मैच अच्छा 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 बेस्ट बेस्ट जाए अपनी टीम का।
This might be a turn.
होने वाला स्टार्ट।
Eliminate, I think.
यार अपनी टीम को भी ना अच्छे से स्ट्रेटेजी बनानी चाहिए थी यार कल के दिन पे। अच्छे से खेलो यार। आई थिंक PUBG and BGMI almost same is the about competition team all different region no only India। पंख हटाओ गॉडलाइक बचाओ। सिंप भागो गॉडलाइक क्या अच्छा क्या चल रहा है ये। फालतू की बातें हैं, फालतू की बातें।
Really need to talk about Alter Ego right now because they drop Lipovka, they go for wide rotation into the side of Milta Power, go back up to the mountain of Lumberyard, eliminate, I mean, every single team on Lumberyard. I think that 11 eliminations the moment they start to leave Lumberyard, go for the push onto GMX's compound, and that's keeping in mind that the circle just kept shifting away from them. Like, this is not a gifted circle win that they could have gotten. No, they had to fight for it tooth and nail the entirety of this match. So Alter Ego, man, they are bringing the heat just like yesterday.
And one thing I really enjoy about Alter Ego Neptura was how quickly that decision making with the fight
so much
control of the circle, especially towards the north, even though the circles kept going away from them.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're really enjoying seeing is just their timing. They're able to just make a decision very, very quickly, and so you're able to spot that information first of all, spot it really quickly, make a decision based on that, and then go for it all in the span of like 5 seconds is really, really important, especially when you get to this level.
अरे चिट-चैट क्यों नहीं कर रहा है कोई? कोई तो चिट-चैट करो। देखो दोस्तों, अगर तुम मेरे को सब्सक्राइब करोगे, सब्सक्राइब करने के कोई चार्जेस नहीं लगते हैं और अगले बंदे को मोटिवेशन मिलता है, और तुम चिट-चैट करोगे उससे और मोटिवेट होता है अगला बंदा कि भाई हाँ स्ट्रीम करे। यार ऐसे तो ना किया करो यार, दुख लगता है, दिल पे चोट लगती है रे।
Again, I like 2-2 split.
गाने चलाने जरूरी है इनको क्या? मैम बिग फैन। हाय रूथलेस, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। हाउ आर यू? लेट हो तुम, लेट हो, बात मत करो मेरे से। बिग एसी बिग कूलर। मेरी वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है क्या चैट पे? हेलो हेलो हेलो, सब ठीक तो है?
For the way they did it
at 99 points and 69 eliminations. Nice.
How many points are they going to have at the end of today if they maintain this kind of momentum?
टीम दे दो दिया। आओ
I'm thinking that was the fact that they would
क्या करोगे तुम?
do a massive gap like that and
like नहीं
still
करता,
had
कोई
an
subscribe नहीं
amazing group
करता।
stage is a very big statement at the very start here at PMWC.
So let's take a look at what Alter Ego's doing, right? Currently they're in second place, and then the next team that's following them that still has matches to go is going to be Alpha 7, and they're all the way down in 7th place. There is a 30-point gap right there. If you're Alter Ego, and this is going to be a question for both of you, and I'm going to go with you first, Max. once you end up passing 4 thrives, do you maybe want to hinder the performances of some of the other teams that might be struggling, or that you might make it a little bit harder for them to get to grand finals and force them to go to survival stage?
I don't think you even have to overtake 4 thrives. I think you start doing it now. Reason why 4 thrives not here. Right, they're not playing. What's available? Western Bridge. Where do Alpha Gaming like to rotate? Western Bridge. Would they expect it? Hell no. I would love to see them take Fairy Pier for themselves and just gatekeep the hell out of Alpha Gaming, just to say, no, you're not making it to finals. Go to the disgusting survival stage over there. You don't belong there just yet.
Alter Ego, making it harder for APG. I like that. Nep?
I typically disagree with anything that's like, target. Yeah, you say. No, I typically disagree with things like, trying to target other teams once you've reached a certain threshold. However, I really like your idea of actually trying to gatekeep APG because they just would not expect it. And I think that would be super effective.
Okay. All right. I want to see some other team. Pretty much just get spoiled there by the way that Alter Ego's playing, because this team right now, it feels like they're doing just everything absolutely perfect. Going to this second Erangel, though, I want to see if they can continue on this momentum. So let's send it over to the casters. Soldier Reflections and John Allen.
Doing the test for putting in the heavy work as much as you guys have there. Map number 3, halfway point for today.
पता नहीं कब तक स्टार्ट होगा। देखो देखो देख रहे हो मेरा चैट हाइड हो गया क्या? नहीं, क्यों हाइड होगा? रुक जाओ, देखती हूँ मैं। कस्टम करवाओ, साला पकड़ के सर्च कराऊंगा। ठीक है। डन। क्यों अभी नहीं करवा सकते क्या?
Opportunity to shine.
चलो स्टार्ट हो गया गाइस, स्टार्ट हो गया।
Through that point threshold at 63.
यार अपनी टीम देखो और कहाँ है?
For me, who you looking out for?
I think that Max might have been on the money. Weibo with a slow start. They're going to be pushing in, getting a little bit more momentum now. It's time to engage the thrusters. Let's see if the team 99 and Alpha Gaming, they're rubbish. Everybody hates.
Yo, hold on, Chile. He said that. Not me. Alpha Gaming still in the running alongside that of Horror Weibo.
You know who hates them the most? Who's Maxman?
Is that right?
Yeah, he really hates Alpha Gaming.
You know, I'm glad Maxman is a strong individual because he gets a lot of flack on the desk by you.
He makes predictions and therefore can be criticized for them.
Absolutely. Well, I think he's just an easy target in general. All right.
Hey,
granted.
no, the guy's
easy target बोलते हैं यार.
Here it is. We going into our next game. Wow, hold up.
It's that time.
Easy target.
And Aura's ready to get rocking. All-right, opposite of Maset. This is Aura's game, but they've got to win this initial fight.
Jiggle around the corner. Using a valuable nade, and incredibly valuable because that was in fact the only weapon. But immediately shut down by the shotgun. It looks like the weaponry's on side for R8, but the trades are still there. It is just ordnance here. No, a double barrel there coming through as well. So seems to be.
हाँ सर, ultimate चालू है. हम लोग 6 मैचेस में 80+ good job.
R8 go down. The Sky finds a second. Okay, he's got a pistol as well, and he's on the chase. Prestige with a rifle.
अरे कैसी दरवाजा तो?
The tune.
हाँ सामने.
Everybody's got shotguns, knives, shades, and Prestige. He's got the AUG, and he's mowing them down. Sleepy does hits the shots needed. Wait a second. Just when you think it swings it to the favor of R8. Stands 10 living it out. 2 players down, yes, but they're going to get back up. This is Hora's game, and I'm predicting it.
Oh my goodness me, he's going to be insufferable. It's good news that we're handing over to Jackie and Blank off after this match. I don't think I could stand it too much longer.
You love me, stop.
Well, it's all right. We'll get over it, I'm sure. But yeah, Aura, fantastic early game results for them. A hot drop, though.
Yeah.
The fact that they're going for that this deep into things, that's an interesting dynamic, right? I think that's more on R8's shoulders than Horror's shoulders. But there's a lot of teams on this northwest side. The plane path was from Zaki down to the west side of Sosnovka, which seems to have put a lot more focus on that northwestern side. If you include the team that just went down R8, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that dropped from Zaki to George in that area.
I think there's a better way to get points. I think there's better ways. However, for R8, they realize, look, we're a little bit further down the leaderboard than we want to be. We've only got 3 more games remaining. Let's try a hot drop. Let's just go for it and go for gold. If we do lose it, we're going to be in the same position we were already in, which is going to the But I do also think, again, there are other ways they could have gone about game number 3. Then they just did. They chose how their path was going to, or how they were going to travel down their path, and it is what it is. On the bike we go for Rosemary. Again, on your screen, they're coming off the back of a second place finish, map 2 with 15 eliminations. But I have to say Rosemary is a much better shooter than he is a bike rider.
Yeah, needs to get a grip of those handlebars, mate. It's not. That's not how you do that.
Not at all.
The walls are the things you avoid.
Do you ever rode a unicycle?
Have I ever rode a unicycle?
Yeah.
I've tried.
Have you actually? I have never have.
Yeah.
I hear you say that. Very adventurous.
I have tried.
Okay. You fall?
And that's all I'll say about that.
I want the video.
Well,
the receipts.
That's you have to pay extra for that.
Okay.
That's not part of the usual day rate.
Fair enough. Well, hey, let me know what the price is. Alpha 7, GAMX have already started rotating on the northern end of the zone, and I wonder if that's intentional, at least for Alpha 7, to kind of gauge but they want to try and take them down maybe potentially as quickly as possible. See them, and they did actually take them down in game number 2 very early on, so maybe seeing a repeat on that. As far as the center goes, we look at Nogshim Red Force, who's going to be dead center, right? Still trying to fill out the zone. They've got Falcons around them, power, and starting to get contested. But that's kind of what we expect. This zone isn't as diabolical as the last zone was, but it's relatively similar, so we're probably going to see a lot of the same rotations.
13 पे आ गई है
Team started to move in around those Yaz fields now. Taking up residence there, looks like, again, AXTMG in a fairly strong compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. But there's a history of mismanagement, and I'm starting to lose faith that they're able to pull that off. So I wonder who's going to take that from them. That would be the question on my mind. Alter Ego starting to stretch their legs to head a little bit further north right now, and mixed in with Nongshim Red Force. And that mansion area over towards the Yaz fields as well. I'll try and find their slice.
Lana hanging out on the outside still. You said trying to find a slice. Where's it at? Where do they stop? Well, I don't think they know just yet. Maybe circling power is just keeping that pressure on. They'll take a little bit of damage, but for Easy, is Easy isolated? I think he might very well be. The rest of the power roster seems to be off in the distance. I don't expect anybody to crash in on him. Yeah, so power is going to be roaming. Easy keeping that compound, maybe trying to keep it in check. Maybe pushes into him. I do know
Power on the compound mansion area. And over on the east, they're going to be difficult to displace there. May have a team rock up and play neighbor on that north side of the ridge, but we'll have to wait and see. Ida.
मुझे इंग्लिश कमेंट्री बताऊं कैसी लगती है, जैसे मैचेस में होती है ना वैसे लगता है कि वैसी हो रही है.
Island. Earlier on
तुमने देखा है अंग्रेजों के मैच?
they were split on the west side. They got Island earlier than APG did, and Weibo Gaming currently not challenging from Primorsk. They are a little bit behind that rotational speed.
Guys, if you join order, please like कर दीजिए. If you are new here, please subscribe my channel.
Unfortunately, as he does get shot in the back, but again, just trying to say, look, this is our spot. You need to go somewhere else. The arena coming into the vicinity as well. For Ida, I think they're going to make this handshake agreement with Weibo, maybe disengage. Actually, Weibo, let me pause that. Western Bridge starting to see some activity, I think. APG decides to move across it, and Weibo might be tempting to gatekeep them depending on how they go. I know they're in the vehicles, but APG being behind them, I'm curious once they do.
May just be able to extricate themselves. I mean, they are about 400, 500 meters apart from one another, so not necessarily.
2 घंटे में कुछ स्ट्रेस नहीं होगा जितना होगा उतना ही कर लेंगे
sent Revel in to have a look, get his nose.
क्या लूटते हुए दिखा रहे हैं भाई ये लोग
some business right now down towards the south side, towards Kinotrope, towards Power. APG going for the regroup. This is out in the blue zone, so they are starting to tick down, but it is stage 1. So they can chill out a little bit. They should have plenty of meds. Obviously, looting up in the military base, you're going to have basically as much as you want in your backpack. You can see the level 3s across the board for Doc. They will have whatever they so desire.
I'll be keeping my eye out on Nogs from Red Force. They've got this 2-2 split still, and Falcons has been right in between them for the longest time. For a moment, I thought they were right on top of each other. Very, very close. Doc starts to move in with his teammate. There's Weibo finally starting to make their way over towards school. APG still behind. I think that fight is going to unfold. I'm still feeling it. Weibo, APG. Obviously, time will tell how that ends up unfolding. And then Alter Egos and Alpha 7 could be a fun fight to see. And then Thunder Talk moving in, who's going to be opposite of Kinotrope. They've got history. Thunder Talk, Kinotrope, Alter Egos, all within the same area. That right side of the map is super scary.
Open ground. This is a Yaz here. Just out there. The Falcons have managed to make their way up to the compound to the south of AXTMG. They should be fairly safe. Teams are going to have to divert around them. It's going to be very difficult to crash into these areas now as teams have found their footing in the zone. Down towards that southwest side, Weibo have managed to pull up just behind Ida on that southwest edge. They can chill out, but as you say, it is Alpha Gaming who is still yet to push in from that southwest side. The east edge is where I'm now looking. Thunder Talk and Alter Ego, both are still yet to come in on this next circle.
That's right. Still hanging out on the edge. A little bit of time to do so. The longer they wait, the more established teams get and hold up in their hardcover POIs. It will develop over time. For now, everything is okay. Obviously, we lost R8 a little bit earlier. Alter Egos did lose one a second ago, but at least for the time being, they're going to be okay. So APG does start to get close, and Zook is going to be kind of isolated out there with his own vehicle as APG starts to close in. Team Falcons start to fire a couple shots off in the distance, and we now start to see what Alpha 7's going to be up to. And yeah, Thunder Talk are moving in. Revo set the trap, and here come the shots.
Thunder Talk rolling on in. Revo immediately clipped off the eaves of the roof. And it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. King looks a little bit more resable though, as Revel's going to have to try and drop down towards Carrillo if he wants this res, but the rest of Thunder Talk not going to sidle in. Okay, Matthew also goes down as well. Oh, that is nasty. As AJ cooking the nade, he's up onto the second floor. Carrillo turns the corner. There's an off angle that can suppress his corner as well. So it is a dangerous choice. Squash up into the long floor, but Carrillo falls as well. AJ perfect with the nade, and now just one of Alpha 7 remains. It's Squash. He's pushing on the upstairs, but sees the fire, licking at his ankles, and they've given them the old topsy-turvy turnaround. AJ's back with his team.
Now Squash is a slayer, and he's been known to clutch up, but in this moment, is it too tall of a task? Well, it's up to him to decide. Takes a bit of damage. If he can pop this meta, he should be at least a little bit better off than he was before. Thunder Talk can get overly aggressive, and if they do, Squash can capitalize on it. Let's not forget King is still relatively weak. Squash down low. Thunder Talk has up. I'm glad they didn't get over aggressive. I think most teams would have. Thunder Talk realized, look, we've got the rest of the Alpha 7 roster down. Why do we want to expose ourselves to 4 individual 1v1v1v1s? Let's walk in together. Let's play our numbers. Let's take down Squash in a good, controlled fashion.
No more first aids for Squash either. Just those stims. He's got 10 bandages. Could potentially heal a little bit, but he's just keeping that shotgun trained on the exits here for Thunder Talk. And they step into the behind. Two go down. He turns his attention right. He's moving out wide. He still doesn't have the meds, but he gets gets the reload, and that's 2 of Thunder Talk down now. As Squash hops in for more. King just able to find the angle. Second there. It looked scary, and it was for Thunder Talk. There could potentially be a third party, but that's a fine for now.
Yep, great work for Thunder Talk, but almost a heroic effort from Squash, a man who's been known to clutch up. But speaking of clutching, Rosemary has now entered the fight. Alter Ego's Ares is starting to move up, but they're doing it in a controlled fashion, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to fire those shots at the second window of Shing, who's up ahead for Thunder Talk. The rest of his team starting to come through. This isn't going to be an easy fight. The good news to them, maybe unbeknownst, is, well, Thunder Talk is still recovering in a way. Yes, they've got their health, but now they don't have their wealth. They only have 3 men to work with, and it's all because of Arthur as well as Rosemary up ahead.
That is exactly what they needed to find there for Alter Ego. They didn't want to commit with the blue zone pushing in. This circle was just going to be too much of a threat to them. But now they're trying to roll forwards, and I wonder if they've taken too much time to deal with Thunder Talk here, and Gamax have extended their influence from the south side of Yasnaya Polyana. Losing 2, well, they lost 1 earlier in this match to Nongshim Red Force. So losing another.
Rosemary क्या खेलता है यार? हाँ, Rosemary बहुत अच्छी प्लेयर है भाई.
They can get done. They have, of course, that would be their 100th point, but they haven't managed to earn it just yet.
Not just yet, but you know what? They're getting close. We just saw Intense Game, who is very, very low on the standings, coming from the Americas region. Actually, the first place team in the region, trying to break into.
Welcome to the stream. Please, भाई यार कोई मुझे जम्मू से कटरा छोड़ दो. 10 रुपए दो, फिर कुरकुरे खा के बैठा रहता हूँ. Okay.
And it looks like they're doing exactly the same here, or maybe setting the trap. You do got
get killed. What happened? Welcome to the stream.
Finally attack. One of the things about them is they like to sit on their hands a little bit too long.
See AJ just waiting there, waiting for the rest of the team to come back in towards him, for King to regroup, then they'll go for the next push. But across the Yas fields, it is so barren, it is so open. There's a couple of options, but they're not going to have to take them. They're going to have to head instead out to the west side. Now we're turning our attention to the teams out there, and on the east end of Rosok, you've got Ida, who have a hold there. Down towards that south edge. He's going to crash towards the Falcons' position, and in fact they have part of the compound away from the Falcons.
This could be one of the biggest fights we have seen yet in Game 3. Securing these compounds dead center of zone could very well be the difference between losing or winning, and I've got to be on the side of winning. I think this location specifically so critical for E-Arena and Falcons. They understand that. I don't expect them, though, to crash in just full send. I don't. I think they're going to stay here as long as they can, maybe wait for one to make a mistake. The teams on the outskirts is what's going to truly be interesting. Hora being one of them, moving past Kinnetrop, maybe going straight into APG. They're going to stay in this little pivot, however, but they do got a lot of company surrounding them.
Yeah, it's one of the few locations that you can really play here. Unfortunately, they've got neighbors, and the nades just tumble on in from Kinnetrop, and Ora suffering heavily. And you know what?
Nice nade.
You predicted them right at the start of this game, and now look where they are.
On
their head.
There's still a lot of putting up a fight, but maybe not for long. Stayed in the weeds for the longest time and allowed Horta to push straight by them, and then they spring the attack. It's quite literally the perfect scenario. You got to think Kinnetrop was waiting on a team to take that divot, take this piece of real estate so they can turn it into a mini red zone and just throw as many nades. Sadly for Horta, this might be it, and it will officially be. They're the second team, or should be the third team that has been eliminated. But now we shift our attention to Thunder Talk versus Kinnetrop.
Doing a lot of damage to that.
Team India
will actually be able to take it down here for Thunder Talk, getting rid of
मैं एक चीज नोटिस किया, जोन हमेशा अच्छा मिल रहा है, ये लोग गन फाइट चुप कर रहे हैं बस. हाँ
6 elims now, and they want to try and change
the problem आ रही है.
3-point boundary, which would look you healthy moving into the next matches.
Side note, Alter Egos have taken a long rotate through blue, maybe going behind that of Gamex. We do hop up board with them as Gamex is going to try and gatekeep them. They're going to fire some shots. And with Moana dropping in blue and Arthur firing some shots, Fortunately, he's going to be finished off, and now it's left up to Rosemary, a solo fighting against the entirety of the world. There's so many players still left. You have to think Rosemary has not much time left in game 3.
He's dead. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. How do you not connect that?
Oh, and he gets a crate too.
I would have been dead on if they weren't terrible at spraying that card out. I'm angry at Nongshim Red Force now.
Fair enough.
They're my enemy.
It's okay to be wrong. Okay, it's okay to be wrong. You won 3 seconds off.
Wrongshim Ned Force. Red Force
okay. Well, Rosemary's still up. Bunchmaster himself. Zone shift taking place relatively shortly. We know for a fact the Arena Falcons are going to be just fine where they currently are, dead center of the zone. They're still going to be within the next zone.
Guys, जो भी join हो please like कर देना.
There they are. They
चलो अपनी team zone में ही है. As of the zone है.
But for now, they're doing just fine. For everybody else, well, you got a couple of teams. Gamax
has
been doing.
ये मैंने सोचा खेल रहे हैं यार. No doubt.
Give them credit, Ida. But Power, IG, AXTMG up on the top on the north side. It's going to be quite contested up there, and still you've got Kinotrope, you've got Thundertalk and APG all within that eastern side of the zone, still waiting for this fight to conclude. Thundertalk can't really make a move. Kinotrope has to kind of stay low. And Ida, surely not. Are they rotating into Gamex and maybe behind Nongshim Red Force?
That may be the approach. I mean, it's difficult to go past Weibo, potentially looking to push in on across the road. Okay, they may be going to that ditch that Rosemary was trying to play around, I believe. Or was it the other crate? I'm not entirely sure. Either way, yeah, they're just going to try and behind them. They are just going to try and get across the road here. Standoff on the south side of the outfield continues. And Kinotrope, 3 players alive, 4 Thundertalk, all 4 players alive, 4 Kinotrope. It looks like they might be dry on nades, otherwise I imagine we'd be seeing some lime green art. Mint green? Not sure.
Mint green. I like mint green. That's relatively close. Kinotrope, keep your head on a swivel, man, because I'm seeing some cars revving up. I'm thinking a push might be happening. They want to get this fight done and dusted. Take them out, and the car does full send it in, it seems like, right? Thundertalk. Actually, hang on back. I thought I saw a car going straight in, but we don't. So for Thundertalk, still okay. I only see 2 there. Off in the background, he wanted a vehicle.
He's just grabbing that back into control, making sure they have a multi-pronged attack if they want to go for this one, because it is a 3v4 crash. Not too much assistance going to be delivered from off angles here. Maybe a chime in from AXTMG if Kinotrope don't keep their heads down, or if Thundertalk get a little bit too bold. The nade's opening up. Imagine the players are going to
nice nade.
They'll know they're damage. The back. Another bouncer, that's a stun. Over towards the back lines there.
Nice.
That's why you can't stand up.
Damage. एक kill भी निकाल लिया भाई.
Push is finally in. AJ surpasses the hill, gets taken down immediately. Kinotrope knows the push was coming through the smoke. They were ready for it. They capitalize. AJ could still get back up, surprisingly, but Sidney wants to push in. He really does, and he's been hinting at the pokey push. It would be epic if he rolls in and runs over several members of the team that they've been fighting against for the longest time. Of course, that being Thundertalk up ahead. And the thing is, and I default to you, John, I mean, neither team can disengage in this moment. Like, they just got to continue to bump heads.
It's a really difficult position to be in.
अपना टीम क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे? अरे नहीं दिखा रहे भाई, इनको पता नहीं क्या ही दिक्कत है, दिखाते ही नहीं अपना टीम.
Darkin goes down despite his gargantuan. He was able to put in another nade sent in from Arthur. It doesn't quite connect onto Emre. Suk, by the way, for Weibo, has just been in the middle of this zone.
Nice nade.
He's been taking shots over now down over towards Ida, now over towards Gamax. Red Force, I'm pretty sure they'll have eaten the lead there, but he's a solo outpost for Weibo, and he has been for quite a while. The guy's nuts.
The guy's nuts indeed. I mean, to stay that center and beat a turret is not an easy task. Focused on you from time to time. Some fireworks going off. AJ's up close on final mark. Going down from Kinotrope. Kinotrope looks to be losing this engagement. Only one player left alive. Thundertalk with one themselves. Both teams cannibalize each other, and it comes down to a 1v1 between Thundertalk and, of course, the last remaining members of the other roster they were fighting off against just up ahead, being that of Kinatrope. And that's one of the tough spots about being in that position, right? It's really it's a lose-lose situation. The most you walk out with is elimination points. It's a late game.
Spam कर दिया आर्यन ने.
Doesn't end very well.
Slam, sorry. Spam क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं?
Crawling on over.
Nate क्या connect हो गया ये Nate?
They're moving on up.
अरे पीछे से यार first one.
But immediately
उसके लिए आपको एक TT ले जाएगी guarantee है.
Out towards the north. They've been inside their compound for a while. The Falcons maintaining control. We saw of course earlier pushing up towards.
Aryan, I know kills चाहिए पर ऐसे नहीं.
Do have some dominant sight lines out towards the north, out towards the east. Crazy
nice.
the ridge line here.
अरे KN, what is this behavior, man?
It felt
devotee भी damage है.
But it didn't end up that way.
They walk away with only one player alive, but give them credit where credit is due. 8 eliminations. They've done fairly well this game in the elimination category, and now for the remaining solo, their job is to stay alive. We focus our attention on E-Arena, who takes down IG with quick fashion. In this game, only one player up. Padrino, who's going to be on the outskirts, and Falcon still going to be opposite of E-Arena, who might be in a better position once the zone shifts, depending on how it ends up unfolding. You talked about Zook, who was that
finally
center of zone.
Starting
to move up just a little bit, but it's getting a bit dicey between themselves and the solo of Ida. But
जहाँ वो आया ना उनके आजू-बाजू में सारी टीम्स है भाई, इनको यहाँ ऊपर में आना ही नहीं चाहिए था.
And sending on
wide. उनकी मर्जी.
Red Force, they're going to try and regroup over towards.
4 किलो की भाई अपने.
Who's finally getting pushed off.
Nice.
Alpha Gaming starting to poke their noses in. Oh wait, no,
nice.
Repositioning so he can hold the hill even better as they come on through. Ida do on through. Ida.
हमारी टीम को नहीं दिखा 4 किल कैसे हो गए? किसको मारा?
Down to just 16 remaining.
Nice.
An immediate knockback onto Reefus there.
किल मिले हाँ 4 किल मिले.
Have to get him back onto his feet if they possibly can. A 4-man unit here would
is
basically a 4-man unit outside of APG unless the res
Zook
still dead center of the zone. Noxum Red Force, great shots onto Weibo up ahead. Now the question is how much value is Zook going to provide when we see Noxum Red Force decide to push in to the 3 stragglers on the left-hand side for Weibo.
So should have broadside on this approach. It's going to force XZY, who has been lasering some shots on this hillside, to be in. Going to try and move on in as well, but Order is starting to cook the nades. So is 33Z, and they are now exchanging.
Oh yeah, अपनी टीम फिर बाहर हो जोन से.
But
ठीक है जा सकती है जोन में. जगह है.
In the meantime, by the way, Valo did just take a knock. I believe that's from Henry. Not likely to get flushed just yet, but this fight seems to be a little bit stagnated that we're on board with Weibo. Noxum Red Force just taking a second, taking a
compound को पकड़ना चाहिए.
Aren't they? APG taking some shots onto Benny from the distance.
शुक्र अपने वाले को दिखाया guys उन्होंने.
And that's going to be big news for them. I thought the curtain was closing as Noxious Red Force started to push in. E-Arena Falcons still opposite of each other. This fight has completely, but it's about to start. E-Arena has to push up now. Blue Zone is going to encompass where their current location is at. They've got to find a way to break their way through the defensive setup of Falcons in a hardcover POI. In my opinion, I think it's going to be an impossible situation, but we go back to game 2. I thought they were stuck between a rock and a hard place in the hardcover POI they were in, and they broke free. Is this time going to be any different?
It doesn't feel like it. There is a position ahead of them that has control over their sightlines, that has a really solid spot. The only thing that could change it is AXTMG. If they roll up towards the Falcons, there could be a third-party situation here that could go pretty much either way. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to come into effect. But E-Arena, they get the res, and they're looking to try and push around on the northern flank of this ridge around the Falcons' foothills. Will AXTMG take shots?
They're so focused on APG now because they realize APG's on the outside looking in. They've got to come through, and Henry is firing shots down Lay. Zyal is taking a vehicle in. So this fight between E-Arena as well as Falcons, it's just going to be those two teams. No nobody else. The winner going to be in such a powerful spot as we were setting up earlier, and the fireworks are going off. E-Arena's already lost one. Meanwhile, for the Falcons, well, they're still 4 strong, and they've got to maintain it. But does the tides turn? Well, not so much.
Nice!
With the Wolfpack, incredibly strong. E-Arena 2 down at the moment. Falcons still 4 strong, but Mormon says, hey, it's time to turn the tides, turn our luck. I'm staying alive, and through the window, firing some shots, but still not making a connection. But again, Mormon, you go back to game 2. He was the linchpin. Recover for E-Arena when they were getting
And on the other end of this fight, they're going to have to leave. The circle shifts down south. It is a time-based situation now as well. Koa for 1 turns back his attention. We'll be able to find
last one
down to the rounds of
last one
the Falcons fall and E-Arena make the crossing, but at the cost of half their roster and a hell of a lot of time.
Noxious Red Force now pushing up. You've got AXTMG off to the right. Noxious Red Force have been a team time for them to get active. 6 eliminations. They're going all the way. 4 teammates still up. They're the healthiest roster so far, but I do appreciate E-Arena going back to them staying alive, even though they only lose 2 members. Time in and time again, we've seen them get into these tough situations, tough spots where they have to push forward and take over a location, and they've been successful. I've been so impressed with E-Arena's performance.
Towards Mormon, and Sakura does connect, and the blue zone will be pushing them in. Weibo losing Sook, who was on that turret swivel. And hey, you know what? We came into this one. You said you were looking at horror.
That's it.
Do you know who I said I was looking at?
You didn't say anybody.
I said
Oh, you did? Well, you said it because Max meant it.
I said it because he said it at the start of the day, and I believed him. I agree. Just because I agree with something Maxman says, I know it doesn't happen often. It actually happens like all the time. It's crazy. He knows what he's talking about. Well, I feel like they have got a chance here.
I think so.
Nongshin Red Force,
okay.
However, they're looking pretty hot as well. Weibo open the like the arena. Gonna be something here, although they haven't managed to see him.
One's still alive. One still alive, one looking to thrive, and finally E-Arena are gone down top 3. AXTMG, Weibo, Noxious Red Force. AXTMG taking heavy losses, and they are going to be out now down to the top 2. It's going to be a 2v4. Noxious Red Force looking to potentially have a tremendous day so far. They won game number 1 on Sanok. They're looking to take game number 3. They are rocketing towards the top 8. They are rocketing their way up the standings. They're already at 9 eliminations. They've already got a winner chicken dinner. Even if the game ended now and they take 2nd place, their undeniable success today is undisputed. But Weibo have vehicles.
11 points.
Weibo, they don't have the numbers, but they've got the heart.
49.
They don't have utility either, though. And you can see the armor's in a pretty shambolic state right now. This roll forwards may actually work. They've left the player behind. Suppress the ridgeline. They're trying to connect with the spray downs, and Order stays alive. That could be crucial here. They can get some healing done. XZ, can he connect? Yes, the spray down with the P90's there. The nade in response, sure. And now Order has to do something. He has to come up big. It's all up to him. A sliver of HP back up to a decent amount, but it's a 1v3 as Benny moves on in. They've got the center of the circle under control. They're looking for the res as the flushes come on through. It's all but closed down, and Nongshin Red Force want 2 chicken dinners today.
Here they go. Orders spring into action. He can potentially clutch this up. He's going to have to work hard. He falls short. Weibo finishes 2nd, and Noxious Red Force finished the game 3 with a winner chicken dinner. 12 eliminations, making it their 2nd win of the day.
A beautiful close down again. They are calm and controlled in these final moments. I think it's safe to say for Nongshin Red Force, they have turned themselves around since.
Nice. पर ठीक है, अपनी टीम ने कमबैक किया, अच्छा कमबैक किया. Good job guys. Team India, good job. Still we have chance to qualify in 3 games. Yes, we have 3 games yet. Guys, कोई ध्यान मत देना. टीम इंडिया कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए अभी इनको क्वालिफाई के लिए? 40 हो गए ना। 50 पॉइंट्स मोर 50 पॉइंट्स मोर चाहिए होंगे ना इनको। यार ये टीम क्या ही खेली है यार, क्या ही खेली है। अभी जो पीटी आएगा उस हिसाब से। हाँ देख ही रही हूँ मैं, वही देखने के लिए वो किया मैंने। अभी नहीं आया। गाना चलेगा यार, गाना नहीं चला सकती। गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन हो रहे हो प्लीज मेक श्योर सब लाइक कर दें। इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल। ऐसा पॉइंट क्या ही लेना, खेलना है तो 40। अरे 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 40 के दीवाने, 40 के पास ही भेज दो। नहीं नो डाउट यार अच्छा खेलती है 40 टीम, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि 40 अच्छा नहीं खेलती। फोर्टी ओनली एक साल दूर रही है इंटरनेशनल से, और ये टीम का फर्स्ट लैंड BMPS देन सीधा इंटरनेशनल। हाँ ये तो है, ये टीम का फर्स्ट लैंड था ये, राइट। नहीं फर्स्ट लैंड नहीं था, साइरेक्स का और आर्यन का तो शायद सेकंड की थर्ड है, ऐसा कुछ है प्लान। फिर अगर खेलना है तो ए से सीखो, 40 से क्यों? हाँ खेलना ए से सीखो भाई। और वो भी रोजमेरी, यार रोजमेरी तो भाई कमाल बंदा, भाई कमाल खेलता है वो, कमाल। रोजमेरी के स्प्रे ओहो। पड़ोसी तो 40 है ना? नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है वो। नहीं नहीं है मुझे कुछ उनके लिए। पड़ोसी नाइस। हम्म। हम्म। हाँ वो तो है पर फिर भी हम इंडिया के साथ होने चाहिए ना। कि गाड़ी मिलेगी क्या जो जीतेगा, उसे ये गाड़ी मिलेगी? यार ठीक है यार, फिर भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, वहां तक पहुंच गए यही बहुत बड़ी बात है यार, हमारी टीम इंडिया। रेडी मुझे बताना जब स्टार्ट हो। रिस्पेक्ट फॉर स्काउट। कौन बोल रहा है इंडिया के साथ ना रहो? हाँ नहीं मैं ऐसे बोल रही हूँ। गेम रियली डोंट फॉरगेट ये प्लेयर ही। बस बस बस। गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन हो रहे हो प्लीज मेक श्योर सब लाइक कर दें। इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल आल्सो। हमारे यहाँ पे गेमिंग भी होती है गाइस। और अगर कोई इंटरेस्टेड हो टूर्नामेंट खेलने में तो हमारा 10K टूर्नामेंट होने जा रहा है बहुत जल्द। आप उस पे ज्वाइन कर सकते हो, रजिस्टर करवा सकते हो अपनी टीम्स को भी गाइस।
It got delayed so long.
अच्छा एक मिनट दो गाइस, कुछ कर रही हूँ मैं। पाक के साथ रह कौन रहा है? वो जब अच्छा खेलते हैं तो नीचे से। हाँ वो तो है यार, जल्दी तो है यार, ये तो है, सही बात बोली। अपनी टीम को भी ऐसा खेलना चाहिए, मतलब ये है उनका। और फैल्कन का फाइट चल रहा था या थर्ड पार्टी कर सकते थे आराम से बट पैसिव हो रहे। हाँ, अगर किसी बात का बुरा लगा तो बता देना बस। ठीक ठीक ठीक, समझ गया रे मैं।
That ultimately ended up hindering the potential of a win.
Yeah, I think they had been keeping an
Play that they just didn't want to find on some Red Force. They had the chance. Order seemed like he wanted to get an angle on them. Ultimately, it didn't end up happening, Neptura.
No, it didn't. I think it was a really interesting play to come through from them. It's one of those things that I think has everybody a little bit confused, but at the same time, it's what got them a second place, almost a first place finish. They just wanted to keep that timing or keep to themselves a little bit more. They were not confident in that. And actually, I kind of think it goes into what we've been saying is that if you want to make a play it with confidence and actually commit to that. And I think if they were unwilling to commit to a push, then actually staying and committing to the stay was the way to go.
I think they may have been scared from Nongshim Red Force's southern angle. Maybe you just push that, you know? Maybe you just go for the big send, then you can have exude as much control as you want on the circle at that point. So I do agree with your idea here that maybe just do it together. I do get also the idea that maybe scared a little bit, but you have to take control eventually, because as you keep delaying it, you will lose a player, and that's how we did end up losing Suk at the end of that match.
You got to make that decision. You can't wait too long, but let's take a look at the overall. Let's see if maybe Nongshim Red Force is going to be in the top 8. And they still got games to go, so that pretty much means that for Nongshim Red Force, there's a high chance that you might be able to make it there towards Grand Finals. One thing that's a little bit scary for me, looking at all of this, Max, is that Alpha 7 Esports, look at them, they just really haven't been able to get that many points.
Don't forget, man, you got Horror behind them, you got Alpha Gaming behind them. If they keep slipping, Alpha 7, I knew it was going to happen eventually. Alpha 7 will be slipping out of the top 8. We can't have that happening to the reigning champions. So Nongshim, good comeback from 22nd in 3 games, getting up to 8th place. But as you said, Alpha 7 in the hot seat. They need to do something in these next 3 matches.
And right now, for some of the other teams that are currently watching the games from their hotel, I'm looking at Yangon Galacticos, Rengnam Karya Esports. Have they done enough? Because with the ways that Nongshim Red Force is currently playing, and if Alpha 7 does end up picking it up, they could end up just getting kicked out of that top 8, Neptura.
Actually, yeah, you make a really, really good point. Regnum in particular with 81, Yangon, of course, with 75 as well. I mean, even if Nongshim do go up and up and up, they are going to be able to surpass them 100%. I think even top 3 is not looking so safe compared to how these teams have been playing.
We saw Alpha 7 there having 69 points earlier. You can see Weibo Gaming right now with 58 points. You have TT Global 10 points behind that. So, I mean, you were saying it, Max, they're not safe. They're not safe at all, and we need to start seeing a little bit more out of Alpha 7. They have had, to be fair with them, they have had some good rotations.
They've had very good rotations right throughout this tournament, so they could jump up there. Alpha 7, they need to be careful because, again, they're in the hot seat. They could fall off. That would be one of the biggest upset here in the group stage.
Okay, well, I'm ready to see what's going to be happening here in this final area. But before that, let's send it over to Barney on the stage.
Welcome everybody to the Kadir Esports Arena, right here live from Riyadh for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at EWC. I am Veracity, joined alongside the lovely Barney Banks. And Barney, I want to kick things off first and foremost for apologizing for my behavior yesterday. It was unacceptable, totally uncalled for, and this gorgeous stage is more than big enough for the 2 of us.
It is big enough for the 2 of us. You know what? We can let bygones be bygones. The stage is big enough. It's absolutely fine. I'll kick things off by talking about map number 1 because it was quite pivotal that 2 teams that were high up the leaderboard got eliminated early on, both Alter Ego and Team Falcons. But ultimately, at the very end, when the final circle pulled in, it was Nongshim Red Force going up against Ida Esports, and Nongshim Red Force took the victory and secured 23 points on the board for Veracity.
That's impressive, Barney, but I loved match 2. I'll tell you exactly why. Alter Ego Ares went from not a single elimination in match 1 to...
You know what, Veracity? I actually
15
don't
eliminations,
forgive
Barney.
you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take map number 2 and I'll see you later. Have some fun. Map number 2 after a dramatic shift south.
टीम में 45 पॉइंट्स आ गए. ऑर्डर इन PMWC. $85 कट ऑफ जाएगा. ओके तो यार आ जाने चाहिए यार इनके अभी तो स्टार्ट होने में टाइम है ना स्टार्ट हो तो बताना मेरे को और गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन कर रहे हो प्लीज लाइक कर दो इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल आल्सो अभी मैच स्टार्ट होने में कितना टाइम है स्केरी तीन मैचेस में 40 आ जाएं बस एक चिकन और हाँ एक डिसेंट गेम यस इतना ही चाहिए गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन कर रहे हो लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक कर दो।
But I think, if I'm
स्टार्ट
being quite
बोला नहीं
honest,
किसी ने।
a bit brutal, really.
वो बोल के नहीं
Cole is
स्टार्ट
the
हो गया।
only player on that team at the moment I really see standing up. I mean, I've had a lot of admiration
पूरा
for
फाइट नहीं
Ralph,
हुई अभी।
Narvalo, Redox in the past years, but it's funny to me that their newest addition is the one who is showing the most gusto in these games. We'll wait and see for Falcons. There could be a miracle run, but for me at this point, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. At this point, you kind of want the crowd to just be chill.
Let them build.
Yeah.
Let them build, then follow. Yeah. No, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. It can be that double-edged sword, you know. It's kind of brutal. That's the way it's gone. But two sides to every coin, I guess.
Nongshim Red Force on the right side of the coin each time it's flipped today, it seems. Some very good plays from them. Get themselves into 8th here, which would secure them if we ended things right now. I think Nongshim Red Force has had a nice run, capitalizing off some teams' maybe inadequacies, we could say. But at the same time, it has just been some good maneuvers. I would put it down to just a case of strong understanding of the map. Macro looked pretty decent. They didn't overegg the pudding a lot either, which is something you see from Alpha Gaming quite a few times. Maybe need some more classes when it comes to bakery, or at least getting some chicken dinners.
इस मैच में भी यार 5 से 6
Friday
होने
as
चाहिए।
well. It's interesting. Obviously, it felt like they were
और
more
plus
of a
chicken
periphery
dinner।
team in some of the early matchups we saw towards the group stage. You were finding your way through with placements, playing off the zone, but never really being at the forefront of things. With the grouping the way it is in terms of the spacing in points, though, there's still a chance, mate, and it's looking better today. I will say that. I think there is definitely a good air in there for them. You know, they've got that second wind.
I think for Ida in particular, right? The thing for them is that I've always classed them as an up-and-comer squad. They have some very young players on side. It's not easy always playing at a big tournament like this with all that pressure on. But they're a good team at heart. They're a very, very good team at heart. I think maybe it's early land jitters for them. This is only their second day of play. I think everything could change. I do think, though, for Ida, going to the survival stage is not going to be fun whatsoever. I don't think that's an easy place for them to be. I think they'd rather just make it straight through to the finals itself, get to watch the play happen, and then just feel a lot more comfortable and researched going into that finals. So it does need to be a big push from Ida. Again, other teams are chasing. We've got Thunder Talks as well as Weibo. And Nongshim Red Force, if they don't let up, could become a little bit more difficult to grab onto the coattails of those teams in the top 8. At least didn't overegg the pudding up.
Last free game.
Of entrance here, but to be
fantastic impact. But this is what they keep going like this.
Success. 2.
Not the dream scenario you want going into the later half of the day. Let's have a look though where we're going to kick things off. In-game POV, we join the without immediately get the things going, the blood pumping. Saw this yesterday with some of the decision making. Let's have a look though where we're going to kick things off. In-game POV, we join the Alpha 7 boys on the move. And again, like you said, I think they've been coming out, playing with a bit more of that classical flavour. It looks like Alpha 7 on the stage again.
Bit more gusto, honestly. I really like that maneuver they made down towards Milta, you know, trying to play off the back of the road stop. Never that easy, honestly. They did eventually get wrapped on, but I think up until that point they held their own quite nicely there. So I think for Alpha 7, they do want to have a much more explosive entrance here. There you go, actually. Who else other than Rosemary?
New split of players, the damage for placements is always clean, but yeah, obviously, if he gets an opportunity.
The Sandhawk, a weird one for me. Jump, but it's not out.
And the base
was the only player on that. At this point, you kind of want the crowd to just. Seems some very good play. Some teams maybe inact.
Yeah, as well. It's interesting.
On side, it's not easy always playing.
अबे यार IG के साथ फाइट ले ली.
Towards the group stage.
और उनसे मर भी गए
Finding your way through with placements, playing off the zone, but never really being at the forefront of things. With the grouping the way it is in terms of the spacing in points, though, there's still a chance, mate, and it's looking better today. I will say that. I think there is definitely a good air in there for them. You know, they've got that second wind.
I think for Ida in particular, right? The thing for them is that I'm always fascinated with the squad. They have some very young players on side. It's not easy always playing. Ground, not really definitive on any of the compounds just yet. Teams will find places to hunker down. We're over towards the gondolas right now for Alpha 7. This is all the way up towards Stalba. So they've still got a ways to go. I think they're one of the only teams, if not the only team, currently still out in the blue.
Intense game here.
यार दो बंदे क्या ही
Side of the
करेंगे
hill had a read at least onto Alter Ego. Obviously a bit of a split there. You've got Rosemary further out to the 2-2. It's Krypton that makes a bit of a move here to rejoin with the rest of the squad. Hop back in the vehicle, keep himself covered. See how they play this one.
Alter Ego on that western side, yeah. The split between them is pretty big, pretty substantial. See when they want to regroup things up, and you're right, Intense Game are chilling around the peripheries of that area on the western side. You got Rosemary and one other player, can't quite see the name there, having a look down towards that side. Alright, taking a knock, that's over towards Mansion actually. You can see on the screens, we bring up the map feed, which is available to you all at home, by the way. Head over towards PUBG Mobile Esports over at YouTube, pick that one up.
At least 15 points.
Keep tabs of your favourite teams on their rotates.
Per match 15 points.
Follow all the action in one nice little neat package. Get the information that we use here live on the cast as well. Teams on the move now. Squash from the wraparound. Everyone else heading down. It's Gamax that's just ahead. And of course what remains of AX as well, taking a wide berth to join up, but we'll hold that
Gamax last match
on screen. But now he's got a crash down from the hillside with Kino Trope coming in. Mormon on the push back up. Ooh, big tag into the back. Quick response as they turn their heads and find that one. Tamar with the damage done. It's Big Papa Pump that's clipping legs from the side. Bullets coming in from the third party as well, trying to clean up and see what he can steal away from this. Had the smooth moves, but an instant shot back over. That's TT that are taking pot shots at it.
That was a messy engagement, massively messy engagement, and a perfect opportunity for Thundertox as well, because this is around the center of the circle right now. Thundertox is able to clip two teams out at the same time. In E-Arena's looking a little bit worse for wear here. King's not fully committing over towards it. His Alpha Gaming once again looking to ruin the day.
Nice.
That is a brave nade sent by Doc, and Reefus is just forced to handle it.
Danger close, nice. Danger is Alpha Gaming, and it's their middle name right now. And just one man left. Valo. 4 nades in the back, casts out the first stone as he throws it over. Top from distance, trying to catch Reed from the side. If he does peek out to shut him down, nade could be on target, just short.
Close though, Hovercraft comes in, delivering players up close. Come on, this nade's going to go off right next to you.
Nice.
Do all too much damage to the Hovercraft just yet. Starts to smoke. Molotov sent through into the building. They don't have a read on his position just yet.
Paranoid about the compound. I think he's down to his last 2 nades now as well. Yeah, that's all the stock he's got left. Cooking this right down towards the end. Last one's going to be prime. Sideline chip damage over. They don't want to run into this and throw away one player.
Nice.
But Top will get the shot on the pick. That's what they're setting up for.
Good watch from Top there. Holding in the background, has done that quite a few times there for Alpha Game, and he's forced to pick up the pieces when the front line heads on in. But for Alpha Game, very, very important match for them, right? They want to climb that leaderboard up to 53 points on this match. Powers finding Ida from R8, and here's Intense Game. Pretty long range on this one. Long, broad, open spaces. Rosemary down as well. Alter Ego.
Chill
this one out.
I think that was the team name from the back line, so the splash damage
Achha,
knocked him back
zone
down to his
hai.
last legs. They have the smoke to at least reset, block vision, see if they can try and cauterize this one a little bit. Obviously, intense game. We're looking to really backdoor into this quite some time ago. Gamax as well. They get thrown into the fight versus Alpha 7. We were setting up previously. Silence fires shots back over. Ooh, this is starting to look messy in the long angle.
IG
not
form
easy.
में आ रही है.
With the circle actually
Hi, legit,
hard,
welcome to the
hard
stream.
shift down
Scary
towards the
board,
southwest
scary
side
board नहीं
towards
है.
farm as well, which is an uncomfortable area to play on the map. Alpha Game find themselves a prime position to play this one from after removing Falcons. But for Alter Ego, they got Nongshim Red Force looking to rotate in from their northern side. If they can get rid of Intense Game, there's still going to be Weibo to deal with shortly afterwards. So we'll see how Alter Ego actually figures this one out. They're going to make a rotate off towards that eastern side, which is wild, by the way. They're going to go straight through Weibo. We'll see how this pans out. Intense Game takes that moment to regroup back down with Adrian on the south side of the map, and Alter Ego gets past.
Meanwhile, you've got Squash's POV here as well inside of the compound. The only one that remains from Alpha 7. He was on a slight deviation from the rest of the squad as a solo. Casting nades back over right now onto the trio of R8. Alter Ego are still getting punished here. More players popping up in the Elim feed as the knocks are coming back through, and they are absolutely sandwiched with squads.
A lot of teams are struggling to make their way into this one. Fair few of our squads on the eastern side, and we're on board with one of them in R8. Rotate down the remainders of AX. Move to the fields, just on the north side. Pick up a compound. This area of the map can hold quite a few teams, but I would say that one of the stronger positions inside this compound. Put off on the windows.
दुबई में strong board वो भी नहीं है.
They were the ones to kick off the fight between Alpha 7 and themselves on the rotation path here. Past Squash and down towards R8 that just trying to play towards the edge. They've got a vehicle close by to make them get away. For Squash, he gets a lot more uncomfortable. Long-term rotate for him, and Power Gaming are ahead. They've got the next position to try and guard some of these teams as they make their way in.
Origo, after that Elim from earlier as well, did break the triple digits. Up to 100 total. Still chasing that 111 for Thrive to pick themselves up first place here. They lost Daybot. Weibo just about caught him on his rotate down in towards farm.
Oh, so sorry.
Not too well for Gamax. Very close to exploding. Surprised Damar doesn't just go for the full send on the spray either.
Couple shots back over. Optics of it doesn't look too great for him, so he'll try and tuck down. It's actually easy. That's what we're saying. It's Power Gaming that we're in a good position to try and guard all these teams as they make their move. Meanwhile, as that one goes a little bit quiet, we can show you back, of course, on the fight that kicked things off between Gamax and Alpha 7. Squash being the last remaining player. What his solo mission is at least found himself some safety inside of the zone for now. Alright.
Yeah, for Chudo, some good nades over the top, honestly. I quite like that. Some more over towards the arena. Somehow Gamax is able to get a little bit more done. Horror versus Ida now. Aaron steps up to the we'll find Jiggle. This elimination feed is just popping up time and time again. Weibo taking shots over towards Nongshim.
Yeah, the Red Force taking damage. More on the push up. To close the gap between these two teams and make it uncomfortable for Ida. A lot of pins pulled on the nades, trying to get one right between the both of them. Spacing looks good on that. It's a clean tag. Sky gets blown over because of it. Nongshim Red Force taking so much damage from the side as well. Trying to turn it around. You can see Tizzy there with the DBS. Back over onto Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo's suffering, but they are making it work. But Intense Game wrapped back up again from where Adrian was playing. And looking to pick up the pieces that were left behind by Weibo. But Ida's doing a great job to hold this angle. Held out Power, held out Horror as well. Nades keep going through. You wonder how many more they've got left to work with. You can see Dark in here running with the level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. He's not ideal.
Yes. Power के
This
दो
is the
player
run part for
बचे हैं
Power
एक
as well.
knock
At one point, it felt like they had a good
Revival
position to
I
try and
नहीं
hold back some of the
होगा
other teams.
लो
Now the
जी
shoes on the other foot. It's only
एक
really
knock हो
Al
गया
Magic that has a chance
इस
to
zone
maybe
से
get away play as a solo. The rest of the squad were pinned in, play zone,
और
nipping
यहाँ
at
से
the
kill
back
भी
of them.
चोरी कर लिया
They've all just
अरे
been picked off
Power
one by
Ranger
one. So he's
वो
just
भी
got
zone
to
से
bail on the rest of
zone
the
से
squad,
क्यों
look for a later survivability game from this.
No fear, just got to hold his angle. Means versus 4. Ida's got to push into him. It's a good initial knock and a second potentially.
अरे जोर
No fear goes down.
जोर
You can see they at
क्या
least
लगता है
deal with the
guys ये
first
मैच
man that was in
आईडी
front of them. Quick
ऐसा लगता
reset
है
on this. They've got time to pick each other back up. No one else there
अबे
literally
HP
further
बाहर
part of
चली
the
गई
fight at least.
हैशटैग 9
Rico's
पे
going for something a little bit
with
bold here,
0
moving
points
up into the
खाली
northern side
पोजीशन
of
पॉइंट मिला
Farm.
बस
Alva's looking to move further in as well. It's
मैंने
the
देख रहा
replay
यार
from earlier between Nongshim as well as
उनको ना ये
Weibo.
दिखा रहे हैं
Down there as
ना कुछ
well.
कर रहे हैं क्या सीन है यार वो लिखो ना उनकी वहाँ पे इंडिया को भी दिखाओ
Actually,
यार
quite a nice storyline as well. If we get this fight here
नहीं
between
लिखे
Origo and
मैं भी तो
Alpha,
देख ही रही
the way we can set that one up, the dynamics, you know, the two sides of how they play, complementing each other or fighting against one another. Nades over the side.
Oh,
but now,
man.
the fact that that is right on target, the kryptonite for him, blows him away and fragments the team. The advanced scout now down.
It bounces off the tree, by the way.
Wild rebound.
Yeah.
एक
Straight
पॉइंट
back
मिला
in. Might
होगा
have gone a little bit further. Rosemary, 3 nades. These 3 nades need to be real effective here. With Daybot down, it's just 2 that they're running with for Alter Ego. Krypton does get flushed out. Alva
कितने पॉइंट्स
versus
मिले गाइस
Alpha.
कोई देख नहीं रहा है क्या स्केरी तो नहीं है
Here
क्या
in Farm. Alter Ego would look to get a little bit further, but Reefus finds Rosemary. Crawls his way through the grass, leaving just Alva behind now for Alter Ego. Looking for placements. We'll see how long Alva can sit in this position.
Al-Haji was found as well, of course, after bailing out as a solo quite some time ago. He was spotted and sent to the circle and has been dispatched to Power Gaming. Exit stage left here at the 4th game of the day.
For Alpha Gaming, though, this is a big one. This is where they can make their chase for top 8. Most eliminations right now for Demar, you can see. Quite a big total there for R8. Marth and Demar still alive, direct center. But Ida is just flowing through. That is until Xing will find Darkin on the front line there. Pops him for 1. Nades continue to pour across. And Emirates just going to wrap. They're going to give up Darkin. I like this, you know. You see there, the boys from TT are looking to move in, but this is a dangerous cross.
Oh, going for the quick but jump in the vehicles, try and have some cover for the reach. Oh my. The Bison lets it load, but they're able to handle themselves on that one. Dispatch R8, keep themselves in a good spot. And like you said, that Elim feed has not slowed down. Consistent bouts. It's constantly going.
But with that, Ida makes it into top 8 over Nongshim Red Force, so they bounce them down into 9th here. Weibo moving up now into the smoke directly on top of Ida. You got he who moves in, but not for long. He is not him. Aaron will put him down. 5 elims on the game, 9 total. Jumping up now.
Fast है moment यार, fast. इनका सोचना fast है. Moment fast है.
From Ida.
थोड़ा ये difference है.
That's what we were saying. It looked like they were maybe a bit of a periphery team, but now they want to be at the forefront, straight into the smoke with the bonnet. Hello, Aaron, and goodbye with the DBS.
Goodbye with the DBS.
Takes him a while. Nade goes over the top, 33Z's able to sidestep that bad boy. Continues to take chip damage. That one should be on target and do just enough. And Aaron will put another one up for Ida. The solo soldier in the middle of a broken field of vehicles. Thunder Talks versus Alpha Gaming here, Jackie. Likely to be the concluder. Intense game on the sidelines. Have been huddled for a long, long while. Aaron continues to take pot shots, but Xing will finally take either out. A 4th place though, 10 elims. I think they'll be very pleased with the result on that game.
Yeah, grinning from ear to ear. Ooh, trying to reposition right here, right now though, on the move up. There's the damage back over from Alpha Game. It's Rayfus that's able to get the spot onto him. Always on these roofs, playing these individual shots. Barraging down the bullets from the barrel, keeping them pinned in.
What?
Oh, hello.
What is Doc doing? I mean, AJ constantly plays anchor for the team. We saw him on top of Observatory. Now he's playing over towards this loot crate, using this impromptu bit of hard cover to his best ability. And he's making it so it's very hard for the boys from Alpha Gaming to start moving up. I'll be surprised if he's able to get an angle over towards Reefus, potentially. Another loot crate comes dropping down a little bit further in. Creates even more cover towards the center of the map. And with that shift on the circle, sending over towards Thunder Talks, they took the opportunity, but a nasty spray down in the midst of it.
Oh, that is absolute filth. He's been playing this roof to a T. Every peak on target. Luckily enough, it wasn't the double spray. Could have cut them in half instantly. They can tuck back behind the rock, reset from the fight, but it is uncomfortable. Vehicle on fire. They got to bail back, hop in the car.
Man, if he got that explosion in the vehicle a little bit sooner, it could have been nasty work. But AJ, once again, at distance. Shin goes down, Doc stepping up, and Alpha Gaming refused to lie down from farm.
They've at least got that backline, the protection, trying to hold them at arm's length. This is AJ. He's making some important plays, but up close and personal, that one's going to sting onto Doc. Was not prepared for the close quarters engagement. The cheeky peeks through the smoke are going to end right here, right now. Intense game, just consistently being hit from the side. They can't peek up against it.
19 bullets left in the mag here. It's the big machine gun in the back pocket here for AJ. Not sure how effective that's going to be at range. There's 19 bullets, got to count on that 5.56. Doc's looking over. They do get Doc back up again. A disgusting single nade from King over the top will shut down the hopes and dreams of Intense Game.
That is a max man grenade and a half. And you mentioned it, the switch to the last weapon he has with ammunition. At this point, just trying to create space for the team, and they are going in. Straight in the vehicles, looking to close the distance.
This is a great wrap from Alpha Gaming. The lineup as well is beautiful to see. AJ's position is now compromised, dropping the smokes, hiding behind the vehicle. Zhol zigzagging his way over, and Doc is relentless on this position.
Oh, Shin was so low. Mid-fight, trying to top himself back up. Big damage as well. Further impact found from Doc. And from the side, they've got to try and pick this one back up. Only a duo effectively left at this point with a double knock there. AJ at least gets the shot back over. That was the flank from Zol.
For Thunder Talks as well, it's an important game for them to ladder up over the top of Alpha 7, which they should do on the placements alone, but they'd like to go further. Alpha Gaming are absolutely ruining the chances. Top starts to move up, a nade up the top, bounces off the top of the vehicle on the explosion, will finish the job. And now just AJ, he's done so much, but can he do any more? Just the machine gun in hand at long range, and Alpha Gaming, they hold all the space.
An unfathomable nade on target and blows them to bits. The last man left alive can do nothing to defend himself.
Alpha Gaming के पास आता हुआ chicken.
The first real good game I think I've seen from Alpha Gaming so far as well. There's been matches where they've been putting up Elins, putting up points.
Nice. Last वाले को क्या ही मारा रे? सही मारा. Good job, Team Alpha. अच्छा लगा Team Alpha का गेम प्ले. गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम पे हो यार चिट चैट करो, चिट चैट विद मी गाइस, प्लीज डू चिट चैट विद मी.
Pretty count.
अच्छा है.
I'ma get.
अभी ब्रेक है गाइस, अभी तो कुछ नहीं चलेगा। फालतू में इस ब्रेक से मैं कॉपीराइट क्यों खाऊं? मैं पानी की बोतल लाई, पता नहीं कहाँ रख देती है रे मैं। सबसे ज्यादा मेरी पानी की बोतल गुम हो जाती है। यार मेरे को इतनी प्यास लगती है, काय को? गाइस बातचीत तो करो, मैं भी बातचीत करना चाहती हूँ तुम लोगों से। यार तुम लोग बातचीत ही नहीं कर रहे। सुबह से 5 बोतल पानी पी गई, छठी बोतल है। कभी कभी तो ऐसा लगता है मैं जिराफ है रे। जिराफ नहीं, केमल केमल। अब अच्छा लग रहा है। मन कर रहा है एक दो गेम खेलो। What is this? फोन। वाह मैजिशियन।
뛰어가요. 고나 너가 오른쪽 집 떼줘.
था क्या ये, था क्या? स्टार्टिंग से देखेंगे।
Correct prediction will grant you an additional 6. You'll get another chance to pick the guide you. 40. Invite your friends to.
छोड़ो यार।
나오는 거 봐. 나이스. 나이스.
나이스 나이스.
자, CR10.
나이스.
루시오네, 페이지.
루시온나 루시온나.
얍.
루시오 퀴즈.
나이스.
나이스. नाइस। अच्छा इनका बता रहे POV।
دور ثاني حجي، دور ثاني.
بس خلنا ناخذ السلاح.
دور ثاني.
ايزي.
يلا يا ايوه نكمل.
ये तो बेस्ट था।
자 다시 기절. 아싸 하나. 천천히 해봐. 피.
뾰뾰뾰뾰뾰.
라스 하나. 어딨어? 야 이거 좀 오른쪽 무리야. 오른쪽 단차. 좀 무리다 이거.
이놈이야. 나오는 사람?
살릴게. 살리면서 하자.
왼쪽만 잘 봐줘야 돼.
왼쪽 뛰어오는
इनके रिएक्शंस दिखा रहे हैं, सॉरी।
얘들아 이거 잡으러 갈 때 양쪽으로 앵글 걸리면서 가자.
아 뛸게. 공방한다. 맞춰. 잡아봐. 나이스 좋았다. 그래요.
It is crazy to see what one of the best teams of PMWC can achieve when they actually end up playing as a team, Max, man. I mean, APG finally getting their first win.
This is their best game of the tournament so far, and as you said, they're playing as a team. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's unexpected because Doc is on a team, but actually we're sticking together, so I'm very, very excited. And definitely a well-needed chicken dinner because they were in the middle of the rankings, right? They weren't quite in top 8. I think this game might have been doing just enough for them to actually put them in top 8, but can they remain there until the end of the day?
I think with this performance, it's definitely going to up the pressure to some of the other teams because remember, we're done with Erangel, Neptura. We're going to be going into Miramar, usually Alpha 7, one of those teams that ends up saying, you know what, we end up performing a little bit better there when we go to Miramar. And
Miramar
needs to perform.
It is a team that needs to perform. I think we're going to see as well a lot of teams that are very good. Oh, hang on, we got an end game, Max.
This is actually going to be the time they leave farm, and Alpha Gaming have an amazing game plan to just overwhelm all of Thundertalk because their players knocked, they're wounded, they're not ready for a crash. And actually Alpha Gaming just don't go for the normal play that a lot of people would go for, which is crashing the rocks. No, they take this massive spread over to the east, not only controlling low ground, but also taking the high ground angle away from AJ, forcing him to kind of play more passive so he can't get shots on the player low ground. And then, as you can see, 1, 2 players low ground eliminated. Only AJ remained. He was also extremely low in terms of ammo for his M4, so long range, he couldn't get involved. That is the only way Alpha Gaming win that match, and it was pulled off flawlessly.
And on top of that, Seal just being able to just kind of get that high ground, gave him the big opening. I'm surprised that Thunder Talk even allowed that with this game right now. I mean, Alpha Gaming, 21 points. I can't wait to see what that's going to mean when we go to the overall. But Thunder Talk, I mean, that's another team that's also being able to put some points up there. Neptura, 16 points for this squad.
It's really nice to see them start to perform as well, and what I really love is how they were able to capture that high ground towards the mid phase of the game, right? I think that rather than what a lot of teams would do is just go for all those fights again and again and again and get that CQC, I think Thunder Talk really just held back and was like, we're going to wait for all these other teams to start fighting, and then once they're done, we'll pick off the stragglers and then move into that space like we claimed it for real.
I love how the final spot of Thunder Talk, it was initially Al-Hajj had it 5 minutes before that fight happened, then it was taken away by Damar from R8, then it was Ida that took it, and then it was Thunder Talk. Like, Al-Hajj had the good idea, unfortunately as a solo, he couldn't quite defend it. Why?
That's an interesting tactic right there for Launch and Red Forces saying, all right, we got 2 wins! Can we actually keep it going? Wake myself up. Just I'm like, I can't do it. If not, then I'll end up just hitting myself with the microphone. But I want to deep dive a little bit more into some of these games. Intense game. That was another team that we expected a lot more out of. It hasn't been that way for a very long time, at least for the past 2 days. But it's good to see them finally being able to step it up here on the final day for group stages.
Yeah, especially I love the way that they played a very difficult zone, right? That zone was not easy for any of these teams, but I love how they actually were able to stick together and then move, but still be mobile at the same time. So you did have those players that were going up off to the north and then back down, but they just, by keeping mobile and stop and preventing any stagnation happening, they were actually able to end up being one of the last ones in the zone because they weren't in one place at the time.
That's right. I mean, we were talking about this 2 teams earlier. I want to take a look at a bit of a SMB head-to-head between Alpha 7 and APG, because now APG is in the hunt, and this is going to be the stats for today. See who is currently outperforming who, as we'll get. I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to see them there in a bit. But for Alpha 7, this has to be a massive, massive wake-up call, Max. This is the time for them to actually start reacting, and it has to happen in Miramar. Now, this could be the defending champions going to survival stage.
I mean, it's scary because Alpha Gaming getting a win there. Don't forget, they were just below them. They're going to look to overtake. And actually, one team we didn't talk about too much, Ida. They've been silent, but they've been climbing the ranks slowly. They've been approaching the top 8. I think they've even got...
यार अपनी टीम इंडिया को ना अच्छा खेलना चाहिए अब ना उनको थोड़ा अपना डर निकाल के खेलना चाहिए डर रख के साइड पे कोई फेंक दो अपना डर टीम इंडिया इस बार सबकी ऐसी तैसी करके आओ Hi Excel God, welcome to the stream. क्यों हंसी आ रही है भाई? कोई जोक नहीं मारा मैंने.
Final stage. Let's take it over with the first Miramar out of 2 with Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. Can't wait for this one. The kick-off. Alpha Gaming, fresh off the back of an absolute banquet of a chicken dinner, Black.
It was an APG win, which is always good to see. I think for the desk, they're highlighting that, yeah, this is the first time they're really
Training कर रहे guys, training.
as a team
तुम लोग भी किया करो.
and I would say allow Top to do his job. A lot of times they get away with themselves, but we're heading away over to the desert here on Miramar for our final 2 matches of the group stage.
यार सच्ची में इस मैच में ना 20 points लेने चाहिए. 20 points इसमें, 20 points next में.
Seen some great showings from a good few collectives of our squads today, but things will change now in the last 2 games.
All the players here, we saw some of them hyping themselves up. You know, everyone wasn't actually sat down with Ida for a second. I was worried where he'd gone. You know, he just took a quick lap around the arena,
trying to keep himself in it.
Yeah, because they're doing well. 6th place right now. They would need few teams to jump ahead of them. Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7, Nongshim Red Force, Weibo. For Horror, I think that 51 points are a little far out at this point in time. If we're Ida's having the same kind of performance each time, then again, you know, a 20-point game would shoot them up the rankings. But with the way Horror's performance has been today, it's not been a horror to watch, but it's not been great either.
No, it feels like there was signs of them being able to really blossom. Some of the plays we've seen from the compound crashes, the way they've been playing with the tempo, it's been nice to see. I think you're right. I'm a little bit worried. Don't know if they have that same level of caliber, of course. You never count them out though, Blank. It feels like that team can just turn it on sometimes. So you'd love to see it, especially here, right?
Last 2 games make it happen.
Nice.
With a western shift on the circle over towards Team Falcons, who I think right now 2 matches to go, they're not making. Especially going down so early versus Alpha Gaming just on that crash. They look pretty weak at the moment. Weakened. No, it's a lackluster performance from the Falcons. Not really got off the ground just yet.
No.
Red Force looking Benny early here. Engagement versus R8, and I think he is alone.
Finish भी कर दिया.
No real room for anyone to assist on that one with the split, so R8 able to easily grab onto it.
19 पे चली गई guys.
Another knockback over into Kino Trope as well that was finished off there.
#9 पे गई थी ना ये point नहीं मिला
close to one another. They took a clean elimination off the back of that. So already a couple of scraps breaking out. Zizzy tucked in, belly down on the ground, listening for the footsteps at least.
I think your issue is the Nongshim Red Force losing a player early into Miramar, where it's a map that massively favors 4-man teams towards that end game. You're struggling now. You're 11th place. Those good games from earlier in the day, you'd set yourselves up nicely to get in towards that top 8, get that free ride through to the final, stamp your ticket, but it's all gone a little bit wrong. There's that replay, Al Haji.
Oh, nice!
Damn, he nearly did it.
God,
he was quick with it. Smooth moves on the blade. The Wicked Skengman was here, but Al Haji deals with it. Not a fan, not a fan.
So I'm backing up though, he's terrified.
Yeah, I mean you would be.
Yeah.
He was quick, he was chicaning with the blade.
So that's going to go on for a while though. The big difference maker right now is that R8's working with 4 players, 4 angles, compared to the 3 coming through from Nongshim Red Force. And I'd like to see them make it out of alive, but it will be a tough task. R8 trying to get further up the rankings here and a little bit more money perhaps.
Ooh.
Good.
Through the window, they take the peek out. Good timing on the fight. You're able to reset as well. Med pack, so it's not going to be too bad for you. Complete health back in. Dives away as well, so he's quick on the reposition. So the Mark can't get the shot back over to capitalise off of it. Still got the nade in the back pocket. Looks like he's going to set himself up for that on the response. Cast it out with a little bounce. That's kind of cheeky.
Nice,
Jumping out,
but
but this is a big play from Doxy. Let's see if it actually works out though. He's getting peppered. Somehow makes it back into the building. It wasn't for long though. That was a bold maneuver, a brave play.
That is a good
Gotta
clear.
give him props for the way he approached it, but unfortunately in the melee it's not going too great. Response back from Zizzy with the big boy, letting the bullets rain through. And R8 trying to compose themselves off the back of this. Now the angle from the stairwell is going to be problematic, trying to focus up on it. Good straight back over. And Tizzy can't get the clutch. They limb in to keep them in it. So Red Force go down.
That's a big blow to Nongshim Red Force. Only one more game. Capitalize on those points now onto our final Miramar. Not looking good for them. And again, I have to stress, it was a great start from Nongshim Red Force earlier in the day. Korea, that was a fantastic opportunity for them, but not meant to be. Alpha Gaming with the 9th place now after that last match. A real big improvement. Boys from Power hunting down Kinotrope. Another one bites the dust there.
Even Weebu as well, finding an opportunity to take some fights over. Doesn't really go the way they were hoping it would though. Sakinatrope, as much as it has been a rough affair of being thrown into fight after fight that's uncomfortable for them, they can at least reset from that. So it isn't the full wipe that could have been. Quickly grabbed the vehicle as well for the impromptu cover. At least had some supplies to top themselves back up.
एक बारी मैप ओपन करो भाई.
That they are. But I don't think they're going to be in the finals, unfortunately. Alpha 7 on your screens. 10th place at the moment, 70 points. It's roughly around this barrier as well. It's real tight. It's real close at the moment. You know, 70 points up to 76. Very interchangeable right now between these 4 teams. Thundertalks overtake Ida. The chicken dinner advantage as well. They will go up 1 placement despite drawing, tying on that scoreline. Horror spots the rotate coming through from Alpha 7. This is dead center, right? They're trying to get up towards some high ground to work with. Horror currently has a big old split across Crater Fields and the ridgeline that sits over in that position. Those mountains are very, very nice to work with.
And this is the fight that has not given up. Power have just been consistently stalking Kinotrope for so long at this point, chasing them from compound to compound. Looks like AX take a knock as well with intense game, being able to isolate them once again. It's been uncomfortable in the previous 2 matchups.
Gamax taking on Falcons and losing Koa again. It's these slow decisions, slow rollouts from Falcons, allowing teams to backfill them time and time again. They got to figure something out. Add some security cameras to the back of the kit, essentially.
2v4 है.
They did lose 1 player over from the side of Alter Ego as well, from a very quick bout between them and Thunder Talks. Both teams then repositioned and called it quits on it. Seems like this might finally be the moment to strike. They make them around the corner. It's a good crossfire, able to hold on the doorway. Panic stations now to reset from this. The last man unable to pop it off. There's a solo Yola. Al-Haji will handle it, and they finally close it down.
Attempts to.
ऊपर से एक प्लेयर डाउन हो गया दोबारा. दोनों फाल्कन और गामा एक्स की फाइट.
Well, Power consistently put a performance there. Looks a lot better today. We haven't had that champion moment for them just yet. Towering above everyone else so far, but it's a nice game from here, honestly. Chrono will finish off Koa. Again, I think losing Koa is a big deal for the Falcons. I think he has been the one stepping up time and time again for the team.
शुगर है दिखाया. टीम आर्यन के पास कोई नहीं, पर जोन से बाहर हो चुकी है. जोन में आना है. तिगाड़ो वाली साइड से आ सकते हैं.
Circle centers up though over towards Ida, which is very good for them.
खाली है वो जगह. घूम के अगर आए तो
scoring, staying within that top
easily entry ले सकते
currently
हैं.
playing over towards some high ground too on the roadside, so plenty of vision around them to work with.
सीधी सीधी नहीं जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो फाइट हो जाएगी इनकी.
This was Thunder Talks, of course, that backed off after their slight scrape they ran into with Alter Ego. Worked out far better for them. Been able to take extra time to loot it, wrap around the periphery of the zone and start to make a move for the late rotation down.
There's a good chance for Bundog as well. If they want to wrap down towards Graveyard, then just scale up the bridge that sits over towards the eastern side of San Martin. You know, you do break up a lot of LOS in that position. You know, it's not much line of sight available to you there. The issue is getting across that plateau. That is towards power grid. Very, very open. So I'm curious to see how Bundog play this one out. Looks like they're heading out into the blue here.
AX as well.
Henry ne.
It's back-to-back games where it's been very uncomfortable for them in terms of the isolated fights they've had to work.
But the pass में उसको कौन spot करेगा?
For now, at least. It's Henry up on the hill, firing off a few warning shots at least. Meanwhile, down in the gulch, you've got Alpha 7 Esports.
बाप रे, फिर A7 के साथ लड़ने लगते हैं.
Yeah, Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot, honestly. In these concretes, works well for him. They are surrounded by a lot of height, though. It's pretty terrifying looking up towards, but you know, keep him safe for a fair long time. And the vision is not terrible from this spot either. You can see as Mafioso's looking around, likely he'll spot anyone trying to move up towards them too early. Ida on the other hand, playing his high ground, going to play pretty smart and slow with it. Creo wandering around the edge here, and Darkin just continues to just siphon off that info from the team that he knows is undoubtedly underneath him. He wasn't on island though, Jackie. That's the only thing. If he goes down, it will be hard to get the res off towards him. So he needs to be very careful. Pretty much just have his ears open and listen in.
Yeah, it's that risk versus reward. Obviously, he's able to play it, and this is why. Bullets come across. Similar kind of story as well. He's so far out, so Revo's just going to get the full magazine dumped into it. Dispatched already, so he's hard gone. 3 players remain for Alpha 7. Of course, Darkin's position's compromised, but he can bail out now. You're more panicked about it.
And if anyone wants to take the buggies up there, like it's going to take a while, and it'll be pretty obvious when they're coming. Frida, it certainly is Vamos here. Over towards that top side of the Thunder Talks, they move in from that eastern side. They take a player from R8 as well in the process. So cut back in over towards San Martin.
IG versus AX
there. Frida, great pickup over towards Alpha 7, directly pushing one of their competition further down on that leaderboard.
Ida could squeeze so much out of this, man. It's really good heads-up play of how they're having the course of the day. Great gun skill on display. Heads-up calls as well. Obviously for Darkin, like you said, the amount of time, you've got clear vision for it, so he can reposition. Spots over in the distance, the 3 players from AX that are looking for a quick getaway. The distance unloads. Let's try and get a few shots on target here.
Slightly dangerous play from Darkin, I think, holding this angle for that long, especially using up all these bullets as well. Somewhat unnecessary, I'd say. You know, he's down to 60 in the chamber.
I think you're right with that. That's the bigger issue, right? So isolated angle, we could at least guard from Alpha 7 on the move up, but you're starting to run low on the resources.
Solarigo. One player down.
Easy.
Playing around the warehouses on that eastern side. Not bad area to play around with either. AX just moved over towards them. You saw just then either taking shots. Again, pretty long range. Very unlikely they hit those shots anyway. Nice little bounce on the stairs though. Trying to rebound that one.
Nice.
Instant Molotov. I'll take those.
It seemed like he was hoping to try and force them just into the vision of the nade from King as well that was setting up to support, but luckily enough, not close enough towards the stairwell. They're able to tuck in, keep themselves safe. Goes in to clear out the building now, sees the feet. Ooh, rebound off the wall.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh, the timing on it as well. As he pushes up, it's the reposition. Samar just not ready for the instant dive in. Able to get it. That's the last of R8. Obviously, this was a rotate back out for Thunder Talk, specifically to hunt them down as well, so they get what they want.
Can't tell if, you know, he'd left that nade and that Molotov on the stairs like a bait. I try to get your boy to walk down the stairs and pick him up and then take the shots. I don't know how many players at this level are going to fall for that, but I don't know. Try to lay out some candy.
Okay.
It's a fair theory. Alpha Gaming there. Shot in the back line from Gamax.
Yeah, Gamax is kind of causing problems on this western side, but again, that's sort of a dock issue. Honestly, if we look where he goes down, like all the way on that western side, he's split off from his team. Can't deny the amount of eliminations he's been able to get for Alpha Gaming, but still sometimes a little bit overzealous. Babysitter in top might have to pull back on those raids quite quick enough.
I couldn't get a grasp on it.
Too fast.
It was a lot of strength, a lot of strength. He loves it.
You know what? I think it's absolutely justified the sighting goes down there for Thunder Talks. I don't know why he was on that split all the way down towards that south side, especially when you know players are going to be wanting to rotate him through Picardo, through Power Grid. Sure, he provides information back, but probably could have just garnered that later whilst moving through those rocky outcrops on the eastern side.
It was interesting as well for Thunder Talks. It almost felt like King was trying to get them to go back over to take the fight versus intense game, but then again, like you say, it just resulted in them being fragmented. It doesn't really work out the way they were hoping for. Down to the trio to reposition in, and it's close grouping ahead of them. You got a bit of a scout out from Pedrino, who's going to get the info over towards that side. Rest of the squad holds further back, of course. AX and Alter Ego all quite close together. This was Horror that were taking shots down from the top of the mountain range, so Alter Ego, rather Alpha 7, have just been taking so much damage from up on high consistently. Get the knockback over onto Squash as well. Compound's got to tuck in and find some cover.
Yeah, it's been really hard for Squash to move across the clear now, so it's pretty much dead meat.
There really isn't much you can do on that one. It's unfortunate for him. Okay, so Thunder Talks have committed for the push back up. Obviously, you already had the compound set up for Alter Ego, so they handle that one with ease, it seems.
Nice. A7 bahar.
That's a
explosive arrow. No way. Oh, launch from that one.
Oh, we've heard legend of it.
We have,
but now we see it. It took me. My brain was like the shot.
Where was this shot from? That's across the bloody road.
That's insanity.
Through a tiny gap. Is that Legolas?
Oh my God, the archer.
Okay. Tengu's in the building. Good to see. Don't give me a replay of this. I don't want to see this.
Let me see that explosive bow. Wow. Man, you felt that one in your chest.
I was like, that's not a nade. I didn't see anyone near it. Oh, the pull and release. Woof.
He's good with the drawstring.
Yeah.
Lines it up and knocks him down.
And no relief.
No.
The boys in Alpha 7. That's a rough way to go as well. You've been humbled.
You'd be fuming.
Finally.
Damn. Okay. Pinpoint precision. The boys on Weibo bring a new meta to the game. I don't know if it's meta yet. It might be a little bit off meta, but I'm always down for people doing a little bit things funky.
He's an innovator.
Yeah.
Can't doubt that.
Straight inventor. Already on 3. To be honest with you, all things considered, I like that Alfredo has slowed down their pace in this game. They know they go down to 3 early. They get 3 elims, which is still pretty good, to be honest, over towards Thunder Talks. As they rotate in, we did see that replay. Thank you, production. We do appreciate you. And it was good. It was good. Being able to hold that is nice. And that kind of comes off the back of Thunder Talks losing sighting as well. You know, if they had 4, that might have been a very different story. If you got a 3v3 there for Alter Ego, they can handle themselves on that. You got E-Arena down towards the south side, looking to push slowly but surely up over towards Alter Ego.
Yeah, I think that one was almost paralysis by analysis for Thunder Talks with how the decisions were made. So came back to haunt them. Sleepy still up top. Such distance to play with. A little bit of ammo left in the pocket as well.
रोजमेरी को देखो गाइस कैसे जा रहा है.
Darkin
पकड़ा जाएगा रोजमेरी के जरिए. पर उसके टीममेट्स एक दूसरे को भूल देंगे.
The team trust each other so much. speaking to Rosemary, you can see they all just play for one outcome. They're just looking for that win. They're not bothered about who's playing well. He said it himself.
Falcon versus
It's like, look, it doesn't matter if I'm playing well. I know my whole team can.
Oh, WBG ने third party कर दिया. Nice. Order ने April को knock finish दे दिया. Nice.
Falcons just drop like a bag of rocks.
सही बात है यार, ऐसे गिर रहे हैं जैसे पेड़ से सेब.
I don't know if it's pressure. I don't know what's happened because technically they're not always the most entertaining team to watch that way, but they are consistent. Consistency is good. When they pop off, it's just very, very cool. But most of the time, it's just slow but steady. Right, they're the turtle to Origo's rabbit right now, but the rabbit is very firmly winning this race.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Turtle's got lost.
Guys, finger crossed करो. ये वाला मैच चिकन आना चाहिए.
Grand carrot at the end of the race here.
Yeah, you definitely want to nibble down on that one, so you won't be stopping. Especially with how good they've done today. How amazing they looked yesterday as well. Great results for them. And I think that's like you say, man, just being able to play with that pace, knowing when to dial it down, even when they lose a player or two players early, it just doesn't really affect them mentally the way you see it.
Nade, sorry, perfect nade.
Gamax have been the problem maker of multiple times on these backdoors. Obviously looking for revenge for Doc here when he was taken down by them. Exchanging nades from either side, casting them over the top, just trying to keep them pinned. Bullets from the side.
Power वहाँ से दे दिया है. अरे nice.
From the top side.
Power ring.
The rest of the power squad.
Yeah, Ragnar's getting involved now too. Let's find APK. Some good nades from APG, by the way, there. Gets them down to around about 20%. So kind of unfortunate they're not able to land them as well as they'd like. And there's another that just lets the first aid kit go through. So they're just off target. Now they're hearing these shots coming through from the side of Power and even Weibo now sending down slightly. Got Order. Legendary player from the PEL region looking to push over towards that south side.
Oh, mate. So
nice.
So many sideline angles for Power, and in front of you it's Top and Zol that are able to just keep you pinned in position. Quick shot back up. Zol loves those fast engagements where he'll burst you down.
Movement faster.
Easy over the top again though, trying to keep it uncomfortable for them to actually close the gap and play off one another. It's isolated 1v1s.
He's always been nasty with these nades. He's just laying them on top, and Zol knows to back it up.
Oh, mate.
Can't quite see him.
The choreography of PUBG Mobile you need on this one has got to be pinpoint. He's trying to bait him in with the quick shots towards Ragnar up on high so he can switch to the DVS for the close quarters engagement. Off the nade, it seemed like Easy wanted to completely commit to it. They're actually doing a good job of handling themselves.
He invests the first aid kit there instead of the bandage. Plenty from the back.
Oh, nice! एक और knock किया है Devotee ने.
That low.
अपने team के.
Lose a lot of HP from that. Top.
Finish भी दे दिया.
Shots there and Order finally.
IG, अरे IG से बदला लिया जा रहा है भाई. पिछले मैच IG ने मारा था ना.
Calm guy, his Order.
Just क्या बचा है रे?
Real stern look upon his face as well. Will lay down the carnage. Zol's going to try and go for something a bit cheeky, bandaging in the vehicle as he goes.
Gets himself at least into some safety for now. High ground round the ridges of the rock face.
I guess that's why you don't want to use the bandages, so you can use them in the vehicle. That would make sense to me.
It's a fair point.
Aryan.
Saves his life.
हो रही अरे यार ये हो रहा आ गई.
Multitasking.
Unfortunately for him, I mean the rest of
the दिक्कत दे सकती है.
Kill चोरी कर लेगी हो रहा. Carrier towards the end of today, that's not going to be there. We haven't seen Alter Ego for a little bit, but when they show up in style. Goodbye, Ida. That's how they go down. They've been able to play a relatively passive game on this one. I mean, only 2 elims as well, so Rosemary snatching that away pretty good. And you look at the difference there. 5 elims alone on him, 6 for the team overall. It's compounding, Blank.
I mean, Alva sets him up on the tee, and like Happy Gilmore, it's Rosemary to take the shot. For Alter Ego, they've done enough to 107 points. They are really got far off that first place spot in this game now. They just need to go a little bit further. They've just got themselves into placement point range.
Team
It is
Aryan,
just two
what are
players
you doing?
out on this north side versus a full four-man squad of Horror.
Nice.
Rosemary will step out, gets slapped back by the
यार हो जाएगा
M249,
क्या?
and
अरे दिखाओ ना यार, हमारी फाइट क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे हैं यार ये लोग?
that will be Alter Ego going out. It's a short run to
हो गया
go
revive,
for
हो गया,
Alter
हो गया,
Ego,
हो
but
गया.
there is that chance of the last match. They don't make it, Jackie, and they won't pick up that 80 grand.
That'd be gut-wrenching as well.
Oh, devotee फिर
close,
knock
so
with the
far.
need by team.
You don't want to leave that fate up to another team.
अरे
Destiny
nice
into their own
need.
hands right now, though. The
Hey,
dive
good
in,
shot.
AX up close to the DBS, showing us they can wield
अरे ये क्या हो गया है 1v3?
But unfortunately for them, it's E Arena that step foot and like gladiators walk out with their heads held
Nice
high.
smoke.
Backline from Easy.
Forward.
Sees the target and seizes the opportunity.
For a little bit more there, I mean,
उठा लिया.
Aryan was able to get a nasty double nade over the top there in the midst of that fight, which took down the backline coming through from E-Arena. That's why Tiny K actually had to move towards the front there. Tiny K, the budget Tony K from...
नहीं
Strong
यार.
branding. It's strong branding.
really
You know, play to your strengths.
कोई बात नहीं, the boys and
Tell you
TNT.
what though, man.
I can't make fun of it. I feel bad about that. Tiny K.
You issuing the apology on that one.
Oh God, sorry.
Fair enough, fair enough. We'll let you off. You get one. You get one.
I can't say it.
Compose yourself, Black.
नहीं यार, नहीं.
Back in
नहीं
the
होना
room.
चाहिए था ये.
But for Sleepy, I don't know if he will be for too long, realistically. I mean, he was trying to go for the heads-up play in, causing a bit of chaos for the rest of the team from the side. It's not worked out as well as he would have wanted. The rest of the squad have to bail on it as well. They're pinned in between E-Arena to now make their move down with intense game setting up inside of the zone.
Intense game, yeah. Actually, not a bad position, but just not a lot of players to work with. Just the two here, and it's a lot of angles, you know, be going off. I'd love to see a Weibo win after that lovely shot, bullseye from Sook. Yeah.
I loved it, mate. It was impressive. And what a day it would be for them as well if they can keep that momentum going. Sook shows up. Cinematics on it if he gets another one. At the minute though, intense game like you said, so fragmented in the manpower advantage, can't play off one another, so it's just isolated fights. It's easy as you shut one down. Weibo actually are in a pretty good spot, especially with Order playing the way he is right now.
Yeah.
It feels like he's just controlling his squad. Such great effect.
It's a good high ground that they're playing off the back of, and it's a very interesting arena that we're finishing things off on here, where it's very open, but it's mostly just these rolling hills that are keeping these teams in check. And you can have a fair few teams here, because even on these slopes that move round on the circle, you still got cover there. Horror, with 3 players, looking to take down the intense game, but they waited a while to move in towards this circle now, Jackie. They need to sweep through to Tony K.
Turn the tempo on. Do the Horror Classic where you expect them to play slow. They suddenly hit you with the fast right hook and you're just not ready for it. The dive in the vehicles now, go for the aggression up towards Weibo. See if they can dive on. It's Order that would be the first fight. Instant flames. Throw the SMG. How is he on the hills? He's still alive. Finds that one to knock back over with support in the rear, but the DBS replies. 1-for-1 trades on the fight.
Meantime, Rapper tries to get involved from the backline. Sky immediately ducks back with the M249. Just a stun grenade in hand, just back and forth. That nade looks good, got a little bit too far, and he just has to step out.
बिना डरे गया मुझे और मार दिया
I was expecting a little bit of a slower push, but it feeds back into what you were talking about, Jackie, is that Horror shows them something a little bit different, something they weren't expecting. That initial knock changed everything over towards Suk as well. E-Arena, Power, Big Al Haji and Fahidan looking to make this work.
Slower pace rolling over the battlefield now. That is until Power Gaming start to bring it back into their camp. Peek up from Easy. He's had some good shots. The damage distribution between all 4 players has been on point for the team. And they go for the opportunity to push up now, knowing they're fragmented. Close the gap. Easy with the scout protection in the back. See Arena losing out on so much here. Just trapped in with Mormon. No fear on the side.
Our esports 77-point game on the hands here.
1v4
well, not just from this one match, but getting the 22 points.
1v2 with 4. Sorry.
In fact, it'd be a 23 if they were to clear everyone out, which would be a massive result from them.
Oh,
big time on
क्या surprise दिया भाई. अरे oh my god, किसी ने उधर पे भी 1v3 किया ना.
Hey, but just like that.
Nice nade by Hora. Nice.
How have they given that one away? On a platter.
2v2
The push up into the 1v2. Looking to play off one another, just couldn't commit to it. They go down, now left in a position where that big advantage you had, like you say, to clean house, make out like bandits, it gets harder now. And Hora thrive in these kind of positions as well. Sky and No Fear, they've had some great heads up.
Last circle. Right now, I'd say Power has more control over the circle. We'll see if they can get this done. A win is going to be enormous for them in terms of their point scoring, right? They go down here. Last game becomes hard. Right now, starts things out nicely. Over towards Sky. A Grocer in the hand and No Fear. Another Molotov towards the backside. He's burning out. And it will be done. And Power, despite a little bit of a shakiness towards the end, are able to clean
There might have been no fear from their opponents, but Power certainly lived up to their name. Kept it clean at the end, and that's what you'll remember. Walking away with a chicken dinner on that one.
Absolute massive amount of points there. We'll see how far that does send them up the rankings. But Easy calming the team down.
You love to see this. Some teams, like we said before, especially now with one last game to go, building up that anticipation, the fact that if you let all of your energy and adrenaline spike too early, it could throw you off. Intense conversation between them, trying to break down what went wrong and reset it, sometimes just unpacking the bag and then going in fresh again.
Little wink at the camera as well, you love to see it. Easy has always been a pretty good member of the team, honestly. When I'll have...
हाँ, छोड़ो यार इनका. फोन चार्ज रख रही हूँ मैं थोड़ी देर. एक मिनट दो गाइस, मैं यहाँ चैट पढ़ती हूँ तुम लोगों की। चैट कर लो थोड़ा, मैं इधर काम कर रही हूँ, थोड़ा 1 मिनट रुकना, सॉरी। बड़ी मुश्किल है ये मेरा दिल है, टर्निप को हटाओ। गेम खेलते हैं गाइस। गेम क्या खेलूं, बैटरी ही नहीं है। तुम चैन हो, करार हो, मेरा इश्क हो, मेरा प्यार हो। तुमने किया, हमने किया, जिसका तुम वही इंतजार हो। तुम चैन हो, करार हो। बड़ी मुश्किल है ये मेरा दिल है। के फिर हंसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो। जागले से हमको मिली है आज ये घड़ियां नसीब से, जी भर के हमको देखिए आके करीब से, फिर आपके नसीब में ये रात हो न हो। लग जागने भाई बंदे का नेट है क्या है? How it is possible रे? जी हो गया इंडिया का। हाँ तभी तो मैंने हटा ही दिया। भाई क्या मार रहे हैं ये? इनकी बैस की टैट। अबे बैठी क्यों नहीं? दिया एक को। दिया रे दिया, दिया रे दिया। कैसे बच गया रे तू? चल रे। मैं क्यों आ जाती हूँ फ्री फायर में? वो बाची में क्यों नहीं जाना? मुझे जाना ही नहीं है। मुझे मेरे घर जाना है। क्या हो गया हमको? गेम नहीं खेलना होता आजकल। मरना हो गया। Nice. हेडफोन नहीं लगाने का नतीजा। सब याद आ गए मुझे गेम में टकरा यार गिव मी 1 मिनट 1 मिनट दो मुझे 1 मिनट ओनली 1 मिनट में इसका अच्छा हो जाएगा सब
Simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
I made the top 3 just now.
दो नंबर बिग फैन भाई बिग फैन 2 नंबर ब्रो 2 नंबर भाई बिग फैन भाई कपड़ा दो कपड़ा भाई
Not
भाई कपड़ा
Let's fight together.
Play in moderation.
है जिसको है
आगे बंदे हैं Bring up voice chat. Okay. Get in the car. Fall back to safe zone. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. I'm out. Need ammo. I need attachments. I'm out. Need ammo. I need attachments. I'm out. Need ammo. I'm out. Need ammo.
चपाने अंदर रहो
Help! Watch out! Help! Help!
हाँ दोनों लैग कर दे यही कूदे
Fall back to safe zone. Bring up voice chat. Don't give up. Please recall me. Got it. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Hey garam ba पढ़नी कर ले ते रुका रहे कोनो मार लैग करता है
I need a weapon.
पिंग है हमारा कितना हाइट है आगे बनता है रुक के जाए ते कहां है रे
got supplies.
तीन नंबर फिर हक गए तीन नंबर हक जेते मत जीवा कहां गए उड़े राज हमारा कर दिया था पर धम चल गया
Please recall me. Got it.
It can still recall you.
लूंगी कॉल कर दी पता ना कहां जा रहे हम मार दे
I'm recalling a teammate.
ए ही खुदे बेचारा हां ही डर हां
Thanks. Okay. Watch out. Watch out.
अब ही पत्थर हो गए आओ चलिए नेट है नेट चलो तरीक खड़ा हो अबे तरीक खड़ा हो हाँ खड़ा रहे भाई
Marked a location.
तो कम आ रही थे हाँ चलिए उधर है कहाँ गए बे
Watch out.
सारे आओ फटाक से मारो निटना चलता तोर भी आई
अरे लैग कर सुनो अबे बात 40 पैसा लेकिन फोनवा लैग कर
चलो
Awesome.
चलो
कहाँ
Awesome. Thanks.
भाई हम लोग यूट्यूबर हम लोग ऐसे एक मिनट हो रहा है
हो गया थोड़ा टाइम दे हो गया बस 100 MB का हो गया बस थोड़ा सा रह गया 50 MB का चलो कर दो स्टार्ट कर दो स्टार्ट हो गया चलो चलो माइक से रिपीट हो रही है वॉइस
Marked a location.
Poorer. Alpha Gaming just looking to put more points up on the board. It's been a big run for them today. A lot of expectations on this team. Quite literally a mythical roster, this one. I think many fans would have been sad to see Alpha Gaming not make it in towards the finals itself, and right now they claim 5th place on the leaderboard. Judo goes down, they continue to rack up those points.
To break off from one another once again. Moana and Alva that remain.
I think in the midst of all this, Jackie, you do have Regnum Kaya sitting here. Believe they were towards 6th place now, potentially 7th place. That's where we're seeing Regnum Kaya lie. There's a potential for Ida and Weibo to move in. It's Regnum Kaya to get cut out from the top 8.
For Gamax, of course, hunkered down for so long, no real room to move. It's the split from AX that would find them on the push-up. Everyone taking their time, knowing the points are pivotal.
It's 2 points for Ida. That's all they need. They need 2 more points here. Eren standing up versus Alter Ego, has the nade in hand. They can just get over Regnum Kaya. It would secure them in their position. Moana goes down. Rita will find him. They're up to 3 now. They just want to hit that 7th place. And then even if Weibo does get this massive game, Ida is still in. An up-and-coming Turkish team taking out one of the Turkish Titans will be a storyline and a half.
They're looking good for it right now. Smart plays, but look at this. The dive in, intense game. Looking to turn up the heat, but the response back is critically clean. Instantly engages with the shotgun from the side, down 2. You got the nades running in from the top. 1. He just needs to get it on target, and that's enough.
That should push them over into 7th. There it is. Anita just about make it. They hung on over towards the concrete and the girders. And they were solid as steel in that position for such a long time as just a 2. Doc steps out a little bit too far, and Order will lay down the gavel.
This is his courtroom. And he is claiming respect again and again with the stabs in the back. He has been so smooth. The aim on point, the gun skill being shown. Quick setup off the info from his team as well. They get the read back over. It's the late push up from the solo from Gamax, trapped in position. Nades from either side.
Just a couple more points here for them. 33Z will find Arthur, dropping up to 5 elims. I think they've made it on placement points alone. I think that is Regnum Kaya now out. 9th place. Weibo making it in off the back of this. A real fortification in both mind and spirit to get through. Join Thunder Talks in that finals. What a result for PEL.
An intense game. They thought they were going to crash in, rip away the dreams from Ida. It did not go that way. They were the Sandman on that one, and you're put to sleep from the sidelines of AX. Living on borrowed time in this one, but from the setup and consistency we have seen, it's Weibo that are looking to close it. Order has been popping off. Last 2 squads remain, 3 on either side.
I mean, Weibo will get a good chunk of change off the back of this one as well. If they can finish this out, it will be a nice result for the special invite and AX as well if they're able to finish off with a chicken dinner. And again, we talked about this team starting slow on day 1, coming into day 3 and feeling a little bit sluggish as well. Finishing off on a chicken dinner will reignite that team. Give them the motivation, that little bit of inspiration to play on in that survivals. Find success.
You got to take it into your own hands now, though. Show us what you're made of. Ooh! Nitro down into the back line. The blow on order hits heavy. Ordnance in front of him as well as he's trying to reposition on the knock. You're able to peek in from the side, convert onto that one fully. So the pressure starting to build now for Weibo. AX in a good spot on the push-up.
33Z. E up to the plate. Devo T on this sideline. This off angle has been absolutely sublime. Running out of bullets. The resources running low. S12K in the hands, just spraying it at range and makes it happen. The shells hit eventually, but he is down. And somebody's got to stand up.
Got the wrap in from the side as well. 33Z, last man in a position to try and snatch this away and take it home for Weibo off the back of what's been a big game from them, but it's a 1v2. Would need to be a clutch. No opportunity to play off He's out of position, tuck in behind the car, bullets around the corner. He gets one. The DBS rattles off on the edge. He's trying to straight into this as well. The drop down below the car. He's ready for it on the peak, and it's enough to steal it.
Arian able to get that game going from the end, and AX will finish it off with a chicken dinner. Going into survival stage, feeling strong, but Weibo don't care at all. A wondrous result. Get themselves into the top 8, they're happy. AX is happy. Ida striking off the Turkish Titans in Regnum Kaya and bringing them down to the survival stage. It's Alpha 7. Not able to go through, but more importantly, it is Alter Ego.
A ridiculous fair. You're going into that one thinking the difference of a few eliminations, 80 grand on the line for it. They make it work. Not a false start. A great set of games every time we saw them on the stage, and the lobby standings just continued to shift throughout the entire flow of that one. So close in the groupings going into it. But as the dust settles, we know how things are looking. The squad's going to survival, and the teams that get a watch on, waiting, knowing they've achieved victory for themselves. Join us for the breakdown after this.
As Blank and Jackie were saying, Alpha 7's not going to be making it straight to Grand Finals. They're going to be going to survival stage. Alter Ego, Neptura. What a performance by this team. Not the exact same of what we saw out of their day one, but doing just enough to make sure they were able to get and jump up to that first place.
I mean, I think we all wanted to see them double the points, get 160 and do all that, but they didn't need to. They had that first day. Now they were able to just keep it consistent, keep it quieter, but keep that consistency going, get enough points on the board, and they still top the leaderboard. Maybe, probably, right? So it looks like they've done very well for themselves. They're going straight to finals. I think this has probably been the biggest performance from any of the teams we've had today.
आगे खतरा है।
Watch out!
हाँ, मैं तब से बोले जा रही हूँ। ये मेरी गोली क्यों नहीं चिपक रही है उसको? चल बढ़िया बढ़िया काम किया बे। किधर है ये बंदा मेरा? ऊपर क्या कर रहा है तू भाई? दोनों गए क्या? पता है लास्ट में जैसे रश कर खेला वैसा खेलने ना, अब तो आराम से ग्रैंड फाइनल पहुंच जाएंगे। हाँ यार आ जाएंगे यार। हाय रुथलेस मैच मैडम जी की हाल, मैडम के बुरे हाल। पीछे से कैसे? कल से? ओके कल से। काहे? अच्छा काहे, मैं सोचा कल से क्या बोलो, कल से नहीं है। विक्ट्री फिर भी अपनी है गाइस, अपनी है विक्ट्री। नहीं खेलना और, जा रही हूँ मैं, थक गई। खेलना है खेलना है क्या क्या बोल रहे थे ये अगर ये खेलना है तो आ जाओ फिर अल्टीमेट रॉयल। इफ यू वांना प्ले विद मी। तुम्हारा नाम क्या है इसमें, इन गेम नेम क्या है? रुथलेस दीपक, दीपक अच्छा ये तो लड़की है, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, कुछ नहीं कुछ नहीं। फिर नहीं आएगी रे, मैं जा रही है, एक खेल लेती हूँ मैं अकेले, रैंडम्स तो आ ही जाएंगे। रूथलेस खेल रही है, खेल रहा है मतलब, सॉरी खेल रही है बोल रही हूँ। ही है, अच्छा रूथलेस ही है, ठीक है, नहीं करना मुझे डाउनलोड। एक खेलेगी मैं ऑटोमेटिक ऑन करके, स्टार्ट। एक मैच खेल के फिर अपन सोने जा रहे लाए, अपन को आ रही है नींद। छोड़ो यार नहीं खेल रही, जा रही हूँ मैं, ऑफ जा रही हूँ, आ जाऊंगी ऑफलाइन खेल लूंगी, ठीक है ना। रिक्वेस्ट भेज दी हूँ मैं को रूथलेस, जा रही हूँ मैं गाइस अब ऑफ, बहुत टाइम हो गया, 4-5 घंटों से कर रही हूँ मैं स्ट्रीम, इसलिए अब अपन जा रेला है। अपन तुम लोगों से मिलेगा कल वाली स्ट्रीम पे, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, टाटा, टेक केयर। चैट किधर गई भाई? 53, 23, 52, 54, 95 ये क्या है? काहे? अरे 4 घंटे हो गए मेरे को लाइव स्ट्रीम करते हुए, अब मेरी गर्दन गई, गर्दन टूट रही है रे। काहे काहे बे काहे? तुम चैन हो, करार हो, मेरा इश्क हो। आईडी इधर आ जाएगी। नाइट बोट आईडी दे। बरसों किया जिसका मैंने, तुम वही इंतजार हो। लेटे लेटे हमारा गेम देखो। जीने के लिए सोचा ही नहीं, दर्द संभालने होंगे। अच्छा लेकिन तुम मेरी आईडी पे रिक्वेस्ट भेजो, मैं बाहर आ चुकी है। मुस्कुराऊं तो मुस्कुराने के कर्ज उतारने होंगे। मुस्कुराऊं कभी तो लगता है होठों पे जैसे कर्ज रखा है। तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी, हैरान हूँ मैं, हो परेशान हूँ मैं, तेरे मासूम सवालों से परेशान हूँ। तुम्हारे दुश्मन तुम्हारी दूसरी आईडी पर रिक्वेस्ट चला गया तो चला जाने दो, कोई नहीं। उसी में होगी मेरी वो वाली आईडी भी, टॉप पर हूं मैं उस पे, पॉपुलैरिटी में देखो। नाराज होगे तो खाना नहीं मिलेगा, ठीक है ना? रुको रिक्वेस्ट दिया। ओके रुथलेस। रुथलेस मेरे को एक चीज बताओ, अभी एक मैच और है ना? Artifacts, thank you so much for 20 rupees super chat. Thanks a lot. Thank you Artifacts. काहे? किस खुशी में? किस खुशी में? इंडिया जीत गई इसलिए, मतलब 1 मैच चिकन निकाला उसने इसलिए। थैंक यू गाइस, ओपी कर दो चैट में सबके सब जो भी देख रहे हो, प्लीज ओपी फॉर आर्टिफैक्ट्स। थोड़ी ज्यादा भेजते फिर, इतनी सी खुशी हुई। रुको रुको, किया सेंड देखो, देख रही है रे। तेरे मासूम सवालों से ना वो जीत गई तब करूंगा, अच्छा जीतेगी तब करोगे। आज भी अभी तो जीत जाएगी वो। अब फॉर्म में आ गए लड़के, लड़के लोग आ गए फॉर्म में। जीत तो अपनी है, ट्रॉफी अपनी है गाइस, डोंट वरी, बी पॉजिटिव। काहे, क्या काहे, काहे सीख लिया बस, काहे काहे बोलते रहोगे अब। काहे, काहे, क्या करना था। हाँ तुम्हारी रिक्वेस्ट लेनी थी। डन 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 डन। हम्म
楽しい旅にレッツゴーよ
तुम हो कमीने, ये ऐसा बोल रही है। रूथलेस इज कमीनी।
काहे बोलेगा, काहे
काहे, काहे क्या काहे, काहे भाई, काहे
काहे
काहे सीख लिया भाई हमसे।
काहे
अब वही 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 बोले जा रहे हैं।
काहे
काहे काहे। अरे आर्टिफैक्ट्स एक गेम खेलते आ जाओ, फिर
काहे
अपन सोने जाएगा।
काहे गेम खेले, काहे
काहे की हमका गेम खेल, पता नहीं। हमको
काहे
गेम खेलना है इसलिए।
काहे काहे
तुम है खेलोगी गेम अभी। हाँ आओ ना आर्टिफैक्ट्स। चाइनीज दे रहे हो क्या कोई।
काहे काहे
काहे काहे काहे काहे काहे काहे काहे काहे कौवा है गाइस ये, रूथलेस नहीं है
काहे
इसका
नहीं
नाम।
है, काय काय नहीं है, काय तो बंगाली वर्ड में। काई मतलब जिसके पास कुछ नहीं होता, वो गीत गाता रहता है, काई बोलते हैं हम लोग उसको बंगाली।
अच्छा
उसके पास पैसे का काई रहता है, मतलब पैसे
हेलो,
के
हाँ
रखते
समझ
रोते
गई
रहते हैं,
समझ गई, गरीब,
रोते
गरीब
गली
इंसान।
दिखाते रहे, काई काई
हाँ
पैसे
काई,
का काई।
तुम हो क्या काई।
नहीं भाई, मैं तो अल्ट्रा प्रो मैक्स गरीब हूँ।
फिर मैं क्या
काई से भी
हुई,
ज्यादा वो है।
फिर मैं क्या हुई, अल्ट्रा अल्ट्रा प्रो 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 मैक्स गरीब।
तुम तो और भी हो, छोड़ो।
गाइस आज हम जा रहे
तुम
हैं
बोल रहे हो ना
अल्टीमेट
ऊपर,
अरीना, अल्टीमेट क्या है, अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेलने। अपनी पेटी बनवा के आते हैं, यहाँ पे भी बेइज्जती करवाते हैं थोड़ी सी।
माइनस मत लगाओ मेरा, चल रहा है रैंकिंग, देख रहे हो क्या कर लिया
खेल
मैंने।
ठीक है, मत खेलो फिर, मत खेलो मेरे साथ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
गरीब गरीब प्लेयर हूँ मैं, इतना खेलना नहीं आता है तुम्हारे जैसा प्रो।
ओह
तो
माय
सीख रहा हूँ
गॉड,
थोड़ा थोड़ा,
ओह मैं इतनी
बस
प्रो
थोड़ा थोड़ा सीख
गाइस,
रहा हूँ,
सब जल रहे हैं मेरे से।
सब थोड़ा थोड़ा सीख रहा हूँ,
सब जलते हैं
बस
गाइस
थोड़ा
मेरे
थोड़ा सीख
साथ, मेरे से सब जलते हैं गाइस।
हाँ, फायर
कोई और आ रहा
फायर
है,
लगा के रखे हो,
आर्टिफैक्ट्स आ रहे
मोमबत्तियों
हो
में
कि नहीं।
जलते रहते हैं।
हाँ मोमबत्ती की साइड पे रखी है और जलते रहते हैं भाई, ये मेरी प्रोनेस से। ये देखो एक और, एक और, एक और जलने आ गया मेरे प्रोनेस से, गन गॉड। ये भी जलते हैं मेरे प्रोनेस से।
तुम, वो तो अलग बात है, तुम्हारे पास तो और भी प्रोनेस है ना, आप लोग जलते रहते हैं।
हाँ सब जलते हैं भाई।
क्या बोलूं, गरीब प्लेयर है ना हम लोग
गुण
कैसे
होना भी,
जीतेंगे।
गुण होना भी गुनाह हो गया गाइस, जलन हो जाती है लोगों को।
ऐसा क्या,
ऐसा ऐसा।
ऐसा
आर्टिफिक्स नहीं आ
ऐसा
रहा है क्या,
क्या,
नहीं आ रहा है तो फिर आप आ जाओ डिफॉल्टर, आ चुके हैं आर्टिफिक्स। वेट करो थोड़ा डिफॉल्टर।
रूम लगा दो ना, सब आ जाएंगे रूम पे।
नहीं नहीं रूम नहीं लगाना, रॉयल ये लगाना है। हेलो।
अल्टीमेट ही लगाना है,
नहीं अरे वो लगाओ ना नॉर्मल
नॉर्मल
तिरंगा।
मैच लगाऊंगा। अच्छा
फिर इसमें माइनस करवा दूंगी, फिर बोलोगे माइनस हो गया।
तो तुम तो कर रहे हो ना रैंक पुश, तो कल से चालू करोगे तुम।
वो कल से करूंगी, आज से नहीं।
अल्टीमेट रॉयल
हाँ आ गया।
लगा लो, वही खेलते हैं।
ये खेल पाएंगे
यही
गन
खेल
गॉड।
लेंगे।
गन गॉड खेलोगे,
मैं
ओके कर दो।
रेडी मार दूं।
अरे नहीं उनको बोलो गन गॉड, कुछ तो बोलो।
रेडी तो है।
अबे यार
उसका
गन
गन
गॉड
गॉड हो गया
लगा दो
चलो।
लगा दो लगा दो लगा दो इनकी।
Start the match.
उसका गन गॉड हो गया, चलो रेडी करते हैं।
ये मौन व्रत में है आज गन गॉड।
किसके लिए?
पता नहीं, होंगे किसी के लिए।
हमारे लिए भी कोई रख दे।
नहीं, तुम रखो किसी के लिए।
नहीं भाई, मेरे को खाना पसंद है।
मौन व्रत में खाने का क्या? मौन व्रत मतलब चुप शांति, बोलना ही नहीं है एक दिन पूरा।
दोनों ही है ना, तो मुंह बंद रखेगा मतलब खाना भी नहीं जाएगा पेट में।
कैसे लॉजिक है यार, बोलना नहीं है, बाकी खा पी सकते हो।
बोलना नहीं है मतलब खाना भी तो नहीं मिलेगा ना।
हाँ मिलेगा
बोलोगे
ना।
तो ना खाने देगा घर वाले, घर वाले खाने में नहीं देगा।
हाँ ये भी है, ये भी है।
घर वाले को कैसे पता चलेगा कि मुझे भूख लगा? मैं बोलूंगा अब
तो
इशारे
खुद
से
बना के
दिखाऊंगा
खा
तो
लेना।
बोलेगा ले पैसा ले ले।
गाइस जो भी ज्वाइन हो रहे हो प्लीज मेक श्योर सब लाइक कर दे। इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल। और अभी एक मैच और है या फिर खत्म हो गए मैचेस? मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक मैच और है। एंड हो गया? बताओ, लास्ट मैच चिकन लिया उन्होंने, पहले ले लेते थोड़े पॉइंट्स भी मिल जाते।
पिछली बारी तो लास्ट गेम में चिकन निकाला तुमने।
हाँ हाँ।
पता है मैं ये वाला इवेंट खेला भी नहीं हूँ अच्छे से।
अब नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए हो गए ना वो क्वालिफाई?
अभी नहीं हुए।
अभी सर्वाइवल में, अच्छा कल भी है अभी।
अब फिर से होगा मैच।
कब?
पड़ोसी तो हो गए।
यार एक मैच है मुझे लग रहा है, 6 होते हैं ना?
नहीं,
2 2 4 एक
फिर से
5।
मैचेस होंगे स्टार्टिंग से मैचेस होंगे फिर से।
क्यों?
4 मैच होते हैं, 6 होते हैं।
क्यों?
स्टार्टिंग से फिर से मैच होंगे, 12 मैच होंगे, 12 मैच होंगे फिर से।
क्यों क्यों लेकिन क्यों?
2 दिन और।
वही सर्वाइवल वो।
16 टीम जो बची हैं, अब टॉप 8 तो निकल गई।
हाँ वही सर्वाइवल में चले गए ना ये लोग।
जो टॉप 8 क्वालिफाई हुई हैं, अब जो
हाँ
लास्ट की जो 16 बची है ना, वो 16 में से जो टॉप 8 आएगा दोबारा से, वो फिर
हाँ
जो टॉप 16 जो हो जाएंगी,
हाँ।
सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल जाए।
ओह अच्छा है, ऐसा है क्या?
62 बंदा है रिप्लेइंग।
नैना अमीर, नैना अमीर, हाँ
बाहर हो जाए।
बहुत अमीर है नैना।
थोड़ा पैसे
इतनी
हमारे
अमीर है
ऊपर भी फेंक
कि
के मारो।
अंबानी मेरे से पैसे लेते हैं। सॉरी यार अंबानी जी, मैं मजाक कर रही हूँ।
थोड़ा पैसा हमारे ऊपर भी फेंक के मारो नाना जी।
अंबानी जी आपसे कुछ बोल रहे हैं ये
ऐसे ऐसे
रूथलेस।
फेंको, ऐसे फेंको कि 10-15 लाख एकदम मुंह पे आ जाए।
ठीक है 10-15 लाख, बस 10-15 लाख अंबानी जी के लिए क्या है यार ये 10-15 लाख?
नहीं नहीं 10-15 में खुश हूँ मैं। इतना
हाँ वही बोल रही
दूंगा
हूँ,
तो
वही
भाई
मांगा तो
बहुत
इतना ही
बहुत
मांगा,
संभाल
थोड़ी
नहीं
ज्यादा
पाऊंगा।
मांग लेते, मिलियन बिलियन ट्रिलियन बोल देते।
नहीं वो बोझ संभाल नहीं पाऊंगा ना। फिर मेरा किडनैप हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा।
वो तो मैं ही करूंगी ना फिर, किडनैपर नैना।
मेरे को
भाई मैं किधर घुसी हूँ पता है?
चक्कर में चले जाओ।
मैं अंदर घुस गई हूँ। गन ही नहीं है तो। अरे रूथलेस, ऐसे खेलोगे पबजी?
चारों तरफ बंदा है मेरे साइड में, इस साइड में, उस साइड में।
मैं अभी बाहर नहीं आऊंगी, मेरे पास गन नहीं है क्योंकि मेरे बाहर भी बंदे हैं।
मेरे पास भी नहीं था, स्नाइपर गन से मारा मैंने। होगा
इधर मारोगे इसको? 13 सेकेंड है, 12 सेकेंड, 11 सेकेंड हो जाएगा।
चाइना में भाई तुम आए क्यों नहीं इवेंट पे? इधर नहीं आना चाहते?
इवेंट पे ही तो है।
नहीं नहीं दूसरा वाला इवेंट पे बोल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा
ना पानी पे
सब मर गए क्या? गनगोड़ थोड़ा रुकना, हम आ रहे हैं। अरे यही बोले हम।
हो रहा है भाई, बंद करो।
मेरा नहीं है गनगोड़।
अरे भाई भाई, अरे भाई क्या बोलो इधर बहुत बंदे साला मेरे ऊपर दूर से फायर दे रहा है, एक सामने से दे रहा है।
दर्जा उठाऊं क्या?
इधर बंदे हैं।
अरे गर्जा कहाँ गई? अरे मैं अंधी हो गई हूँ क्या? गर्जा नहीं दिख रही मुझे।
रुको देखने दो।
और ये क्या सीन? अच्छा खत्म हो गया क्या? ऐसा भी होता है क्या ये?
तो जाओ दिखा।
छी भाई छी। इधर उतरूंगी मैं।
इधर फिर से इवेंट पे आ गया क्या? ये क्या हुआ? ये क्या सीन है?
भाई ये क्या सीन है मेरे साथ होता?
क्या ग्लिच है?
पता नहीं क्या ही ग्लिच है ये। फार्म पे जा रही हूँ रिवाइव कॉल करना है।
मंदा होगा उधर।
कोई नहीं मार देंगे। पता नहीं क्या हो गया यार एकदम से।
ये मैप मेरे को समझने में 10 दिन लगेगा।
तब तो नया मैप आ जाएगा।
सीरियसली हाँ यार नहीं समझ में आ रहा है पूरा, बहुत दिक्कत है।
आर्टिफिक्स फिर तुमने पार्टी करी जीतने पे?
और सबसे
अरे मैं देखा ही नहीं।
अच्छा पार्टी करनी थी ना यार। गन गॉड ने तो पार्टी करी है पता है, लाखों रुपए की पार्टी करी है।
मेरे को लगा साला कहीं मैं पनौती तो नहीं, उसलिए मैं देखना बंद कर। जब जीतेंगे तब देखेंगे।
बंदे हैं
नीचे ही है।
ऊपर है नीचे नहीं है।
मुझे बाहर से सुन
यार मेरे पे कोई स्केट बोर्ड भी नहीं मिला है, कुछ भी नहीं है।
आराम से
बंदे हैं क्या 3 नंबर? किसके माइक से सो रहा है? वहाँ बंदे हो तो बताओ, मैं यहाँ से कॉल करूँ?
हाँ है।
सुस्मिता
ठीक है तुम फाइट लो, हम कर देंगे यहाँ कॉल, हमारे क्लोज में कॉल टावर है।
बंदा है एक और मेरे पे।
एक लड़की को फेल दिया।
पता नहीं क्या बोल रहा है और पे।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
कुछ तो बोल रहा है और पे।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
अरे यार
साउंड नहीं मिला।
टाइम पर मारा साले ने।
आ रहे हो ना तुम लोग?
नहीं
एक ही बंदा है।
गिव अप कर दो अगर पंचेस मार रहा हो।
2-3 हुआ यार।
ठीक है चलो छोड़ो गिव अप कर दिया मैंने।
बंदे आ रहे हैं।
भाई कैंपिंग करते हैं ना बहुत गुस्सा आती है मुझे। बढ़िया
क्या कैंपिंग? जहाँ पे जा रहे हैं बंदा
मार देंगे।
पीछे बंदे आए हैं।
उधर देख
4 नंबर के पास मैं कूदा। मेरे घर के नीचे ही है, नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर में।
किधर हो तुम? अरे मैं तो इधर आ गई।
मेरे पास इधर आओ। 4 नंबर आओ ना, 4 नंबर आओ ना।
नाइस मेरा वाईफाई।
This ends now, Megatron.
तुम लोगों के पास बंदा है क्या? बताओ।
बंदे हैं सामने मेरे पास। मेरे को ले चलो।
चलो
लेके चलते ना। वो नहीं है स्केटबोर्ड गाड़ी, कुछ नहीं है। मार दिया। कर दो इनको, रिकॉल कर दो।
तुम शेफ रहना ठीक है, हम कॉल करके आ रहे हैं।
हाँ ठीक है आप रिकॉल करो। मेरा नेट नहीं चल रहा, आगे पीछे हो रहा है।
स्पॉट है, बंदा लग रहा है।
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
कर लिया।
I'm recalling a teammate.
एचपी देखो एक नंबर की।
एचपी देखो, मैं कूद गया बंदा।
वाह,
मारने के लिए?
तो नहीं, बंदा आ रहा है नीचे से, मैं रिकॉल करने के। मैं सोचा गाड़ी रोकेगा, रोका नहीं है, कूद गया।
अरे एक नोक दिया मैंने।
अरे नहीं,
कवर में हूँ। अरे कैसे
चलो
कैसे रीच का कवर नहीं आया मेरे को। एक नोक है उनका।
चलो
बैठा तो ले जाओ भाई मुझे।
चलो फाइट ले लेते हैं, मर जाएंगे तो मर
अरे भाई एक और गाड़ी है,
अरे
लगा तुम लूट हो गए।
कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाग रहा डाक से लेके।
नहीं, एक और गाड़ी आई। गलत।
अरे क्या अटक गया मैं, देखा क्या सीन है, पूरा अटक गया उधर से।
What is this behavior?
क्या गेम चल रहा है और लेके मत जाओ मुझे।
रिकॉल कर दो इसको, आर्टिफैक्ट्स को।
रिकॉल नहीं होगा, उसका है इन लोगों का नहीं।
मेरा
आर्टिफैक्ट्स का ही बोल रहा हूँ।
गप हो गया।
देखा मैंने।
क्या गेम
I'm recalling a teammate.
दिक्कत दे रहा है।
Thanks.
क्या सेंसी पर तो ठीक ही है।
मेरे को बोल रहे हैं। हाँ,
इसको दिक्कत हो रही है।
किधर खोए हो तुम?
अरे छोड़ो यार, दूसरा लगाते हैं, खत्म करो।
अरे नहीं जाओ ना, फाइट हो ना उनसे, बदला लो हमारा। अपना भी, दोनों के दोनों।
यार होते ना तो मैं मार देता। कोई आया क्या?
बंदा है क्या?
क्या लग तो रहा है, फायर आ रहा है। बंदे भी आएंगे, मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ जरूर आएंगे वो गाड़ी लेके। हाँ आ रहे हैं वो भी।
इनको ले चलो ना। अच्छा तुम पैदल हो क्या?
हाँ ये तो ये आ गया क्लोज में।
तो किधर आया?
मार्क करो ना। अरे मार्क।
अबे एक दूर से मारा उधर से। दो गए हैं, दो थे साले।
वो रहा अपन में।
दो हैं, दो देखते थे। इसको तो नॉक डालने वाला तो दूसरे ने मार दिया मुझे, गाड़ी वाले।
डैमेज गाड़ी आई। क्या मारे हैं भैया, क्या मारे हैं?
ये चल रही गाड़ी है।
आवाज आ रहा है।
किधर से आ रहा है? ऑफलाइन ही हो गए, छोड़ो। जा रही हूँ मैं तो इनको किक करो। एक मैच खेलूंगी, एक लिविक लगाना। वो नहीं आएंगे। हाँ, अरे एक लिविक लगाओ ना।
तुम खेलो रहना जी, ये अल्टीमेट खेलने आया है मेरा दोस्त, ये तो आ गया। ले लूं
ठीक है,
उसको? अल्टीमेट खेलोगे?
चलो लगाओ, एक अल्टीमेट खेल लेते। मेरे पास बैटरी 22 है।
ठीक है, एक ही हो जाएगा, मैं इसको लेता हूँ। अल्टीमेट
का भी अलग।
हाँ अल्टीमेट
ये एंगल ही लगाऊंगी मैं।
हाँ वो ये सेट होता है ऑटोमेटिकली।
ठीक है।
बेटो माइक खोल ले, क्या कर रहा है? माइक बंद करके खेलेगा क्या?
मेरा पिंग ही नहीं आ रहा, पता है।
मेरा तो मेरा माइक खोल रहा है, क्या करेगा?
ये कितना टाइम लेता है स्टार्ट होने में?
आपने रिचार्ज कराया कितना एमबीपीएस का कराया?
मैंने इस बार वही 100 Mbps।
100 का?
हाँ।
फिर भी दिक्कत है तो जियो वाले का सर फाड़ दो। हमारी जिससे करो इतना पैसा कमाते हो कहाँ ले जाओगे? नेट तो सही करो।
जैसे खिलता गुलाब जैसे।
20% हो गई रे। फोन अरे क्रैश हो जाएगा गेम मेरा। भाई जो भी ज्वाइन हो रहे हो प्लीज मेक श्योर सब लाइक कर दे। इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल। 9 लाइक्स मोर फॉर 50 लाइक्स गाइस। जिसने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक कर दो। मेरे को पता था गेम क्रैश होने वाला है। हाँ एंटर करा दिया। बच्चू गयो।
ओके
हम लोग हैं भाई इधर।
भाई मैं तो ये सोचता हूँ हम लोग इतना ऊट-पटांग खेलते हैं इसमें और ये कौन से खेलने में
पहली बार मैं अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेलने जा रही हूँ गाइस।
कितने मिनट खेल रहे हैं लोग?
थोड़ा फोन भी चार्ज नहीं है। हाँ ऊपर से
थोड़े थोड़े से उसमें वो होते हैं ना खिड़कियाँ उसका मार देते हमारे शॉर्ट गन कनेक्ट। हम तो फिर उनके आगे मूव है। क्या मारा ना यार?
बड़ी मुश्किल है ये मेरा दिल है।
मैं पार्ट लूटता हूँ यार तो खाली है। ये जरूर याद ना पार्ट हो गया।
मेरा आ रहा है क्या बस?
पता नहीं सबके पास ही था ऐसे।
ठीक है ना मेरा पैन चला रहा हो सकता मेरा आ रहा हो।
वो भी सही है।
अरे ये ग्लिच है बहुत गंदा ग्लिच है।
लूटो
यार ना इवन हाथ में क्या हो गया? ये कौन मारा?
मेरे पास सरप्राइज है।
इससे ही मारा पता है उसने किसने मारा? इसी से कौन देखना भाई शहद वाला बंदा मार दिया नाम याद नहीं और गंदा मारा थी टूर्नामेंट में।
मेरे पास सरप्राइज है।
इन्फो
तो नहीं चलाने के लिए हम बॉप बॉप हो गई।
क्या महिला का
मेरे पास सरप्राइज है।
इशू दे रहा है यार वाईफाई रिस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा।
सबका ही हो रहा है 52 ms आ रहा है मेरा भी। पता
नहीं भाई मेरा 20 आ रहा है।
मेरा 100 रखा है ना।
एयरटेल का अच्छा है जियो का नेट अच्छा नहीं। एयरटेल का वाईफाई मैं तो शुरू से पहले मेरा उसका ही था जियो फाइबर था फिर बना था।
इसका भी फाइबर ही है। कौन सा फाइबर है पता नहीं।
एयर फाइबर है एयरटेल एयर फाइबर।
एयर वाला है आपका वायर वाला लगता है। एयर वाला स्लो होता
है ही नहीं ना।
अच्छा है नहीं आपके एरिया में ये बात। ये भी प्रॉब्लम है यार बहुत बड़ा। पर नेट जो आता है ना वो वायर वाले के साथ
हाँ वो पता है, वो स्टेप बताता है।
हेलो मोहितो, वेलकम टू द
उसी
स्ट्रीम
को
मोहितो।
कहते हैं।
कैसे ब कैसन ब कैसन ब।
90 में लगाया था सबसे ऊपर वाले छत पर, फिर नेट में चलता है तो वो ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं था।
मैंने कहा
मैं तो
माइक
6 फीट को फोन की जियो 5G को एक ही समझो।
माइक ग्लिच हो गया क्या?
ये आवाज तो नहीं आ रही माइक से मेरे?
नहीं
ये
आ
किसी
रहा
और
है
से आ रही है हल्की है।
किसी चीज का।
ये थोड़ा बहुत मेरे से नहीं आ रहा। मैंने मैडम मेरे से पूछा
बड़ी जल्दी लॉबी खत्म हो गई।
मेरा साउंड नहीं आना, पता नहीं ग्लिच हो गया होगा। और डिस्टर्ब करने गया ना तब माइक ग्लिच हो गया।
यार ये पता नहीं कब से होंगे ग्लिच वगैरह।
पिंग नहीं आ रहा मेरा, बारिश हो रही है दैट्स व्हाई। अब मुझे समझ आया पिंग क्यों नहीं आ रहा है, क्योंकि बारिश हो रही है गाइस।
मिला कोई
आवाज आई मेरे को बारिश की।
रुक देखता हूँ।
बारिश आई छम छम छम।
ये क्या मैं चाहिए?
कौन सी वाली ये नई वाली? ये
सप्लाई
चाहिए क्या? पटर चलती है।
अरे ना यहाँ पे बंदे बहुत आते थे यहाँ पर। ये पहले वाला गेम ना भाई नहीं। अच्छा हूँ गुड। आगे घर या फिर अभी भी वहीं हो?
तो ये 100 मीटर चला गया है तो
मेरी किट्टी।
बीबीएस चलाएंगे।
जिस गन के साथ तुम अच्छे हो उसी वो यूज करनी चाहिए।
चलो ठीक है।
आगे खतरा है बोल रहे थे, कहाँ पे खतरा है? 200 मीटर दूर
उनको बोलो ना लेट्स गो।
कहाँ पे खतरा है देख। वार्म अप इसे स्ट्रीम रुक देखना पड़ेगा स्ट्रीम के साथ।
बैठ जा।
मेरी वेस्ट नहीं मिला, लेवल 1 है मेरे पे।
तो करने मिला क्या उनको देने मिला ना कारल मिला।
पहले तो रेंडर करता है तो पता रहता है कि बंदे हैं, तो रेंडर भी नहीं करता।
बंदा है उधर साइड में।
जब लोड वालों के लिए तो एफपीएस भी बढ़ गया ना
भाई ये हमको छोड़ के चले गए। गद्दार हैं ये लोग, गद्दार।
ग्राफिक्स को अल्ट्रा एचडीआर कर दूंगा मैं अब।
Get in the car.
बिना साउंड नहीं खेल सकती मैं, हटाना पड़ेगा।
इसको क्या हो गया? कहाँ?
अरे पीछे पीछे गाड़ी थी ना, ले लेते ना आर्टिफैक्ट्स।
लेता हूँ
मेरे को उतार दिया जाएगा रे। थोड़ा ना शॉप पे लेके नहीं यार, मेरे पास वही नहीं है। इसमें कॉइन्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं होता? वही बोल रही हूँ, इसमें कॉइन्स वगैरह नहीं होते क्या?
नहीं पूरा कस्टम
ओके
पूरा जैसे कस्टम चलते हो ना
वैसा ही है ये तो। कस्टमर शॉप्स होती हैं आई थिंक।
नहीं
पता नहीं होती है। ठीक है, मैंने काफी टाइम से नहीं कस्टम देखा है यार, क्या बोल रहे हो।
शॉप वगैरह कुछ नहीं होता।
अच्छा लेवल 2 वेस्ट चाहिए लेकिन मेरे को
प्रॉपर कस्टम की तरह है। इसमें न्यू जोन मेटा भी है।
हाँ क्या? वाह ठीक है चलो, मैं कस्टम तो नहीं खेल पा रही, ये खेल लेती हूँ। हाय मयूर गेमिंग, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कौन?
अच्छा
ये विनो भी स्ट्रीम करता है।
हाँ क्या?
तो सब्सक्राइबर है नहीं।
अरे तो क्या हो गया? बंदे 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 इन पे चल आर्टिफैक्ट्स।
आ रही है माइक से आवाज आ रही है मुझे।
रिकॉल वाले पे
नहीं
आ
नहीं
जाओ।
नहीं, यो दीदू यो 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 मयूर भाई, कैसन बा मयूर भाई?
निकलेगा इधर।
हाँ यार वाईफाई ना एक
तीन
बार
बंदे मार
रिस्टार्ट
कर देना
करना
भाई।
पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं खेल नहीं
मार्क
पाएंगे।
देना
उधर
मार्क।
भी बंदा है, रोजो के उधर उधर भी बंदा है, ठीक है। ये
हम
इस
तो उधर
घर
से ही
में
आए हैं भाई।
संभल के जा रहा
इधर
यहाँ पर
इधर का ही
आता हूँ मैं फिर से रिस्टार्ट कर।
नहीं
उतार देगा।
भाई मैं बिना फाइट के मर गई भाई, रोना आ रहा है मेरे को।
ना भाई
अच्छा ही मरा, पता नहीं उस नहीं पार्ट से पड़ी है, पार्ट से।
बहुत आवाज आ रहा है रूटर तेरे माइक से। स्कोप नहीं मिला है एक तो।
मेरे पास था 6x।
मेरे पास भी स्कोप नहीं है।
मर गया मैं।
सॉरी भाई लोग।
मम्मी कोई मुझे
लकी बैड लग
बैड लकी है।
ये स्कोप
कवर
भी नहीं है।
कवर टू कवर खेलना पड़ता है। रोटेशन
अरे वो
अच्छी है और
चलती गाड़ी से
बिल्कुल
उतार
साथ
दिया
में।
उसने।
यही होता है ना।
अरे ये मतलब कस्टम जैसा ही है, कस्टम में भी तो चलती गाड़ी से उतार देते हैं सारे।
सही है।
लोग इसमें प्रॉपर खेलते हैं ना यार। मेरा ना दरअसल पिंग हाई है बहुत ज्यादा, मैं खेल नहीं पा
ठीक है,
रहा
तो एक काम कर, जोन में
कैसे
ठीक है, ये
हो?
लोग बंदा बैंक
बहुत
करके यहाँ
दिनों
पर
बाद
बैठे
देखा
रहते
मैं
हैं।
आपको। अरे थैंक यू मयूर भाई, मुझे याद किया आपने, इतना ही बहुत है। मैं एकदम बढ़िया हूँ, मैं भी एकदम बढ़िया हूँ।
ये देख देख बिना मतलब में ठुक रही है गाड़ी।
बंदा निकल रहा है, ठीक है, इधर से।
आगे विषय है, संभल के जा रहा
ठीक है मतलब अभी तो ऐसा है कि मैं एक गोली मारूंगा तो वो 2 घंटे बाद रजिस्टर करेगा।
पूरा कस्टम जैसा ही है। रैंक पुश कर रहे हो तो मतलब तुमको ध्यान से खेलना।
ओके
सामने बंदा जा रहा है, बग्गी
भाई मुझे
बग्गी दो।
पता है पर मैंने बहुत टाइम पहले लेजेंड लगाया, शुरुआत में लगाया था।
नहीं, ये मेरे को समझा रहे हैं।
नहीं बोलो ना।
आ रहा है ना इधर।
देख मैं अटक रहा हूँ पूरा।
नहीं पुश हो गया। अरे काहे नाइस फ्लैश लास्ट है।
बहुत मार रहा है, हील कर रहा है वो।
अरे बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
बहुत बढ़िया।
ये मोली किसने किया? एक बंदा और है।
दुनिया भर का मारा मैंने।
नेड़ा नेड़ा क्या रे?
पीछे से उसको पड़ी है।
इधर ये हाँ इसमें आ गया।
अरे
नहीं रे,
क्या मौली
टीपी ले रहा था।
मेरा मोबाइल चोरी हो गया। कैसे? किसने किया चोरी? क्या हुआ? न्यू मोबाइल लिया है तभी आया हूँ मैं। ओ गुड जॉब। पर चोरी कैसे हो गया? कहाँ भाई, तुम कहाँ? मोहित भाई लाइक नहीं किए हो, लाइक करो मोहित भाई। चलो चलो, रेडी रेडी रेडी।
नेट का सीन चल रहा है। एक मिनट, इसका
किसका?
नेट चल नहीं रहा शायद, बेनो का रजिस्टर करके मारा था।
ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन जा रहे हैं।
मेरा भी नहीं चल रहा है, मेरा भी दिक्कत है ये।
ओके ओके, लेके आओ पानी की बोतल।
हो गया पूरा एकदम। गाड़ी पे चिपक रहा हूँ पूरा एकदम, तो कवर में
वाह
चिपक रहा हूँ मैं।
वाह वाह वाह,
क्या सुना?
देख रही हूँ मैं।
क्या
तुम्हारी थोड़ी 30 सेकंड डिले है मेरी स्ट्रीम, वही अभी तुम्हारा भी वो आ रहा है। कैसे मरे हो?
क्या रहा?
हाँ?
क्या रहा?
कि तुम कैसे मरे हो?
कर दो stop।
प्लेस हाँ कर दूं? ओके।
मैं मर ही जाता हूँ।
अभी स्मॉल डेटा से हो ना, वाईफाई रिस्टार्ट होकर टाइम लगेगा।
अच्छा
अरे
ओके।
नहीं रे, और गम गेम चिपक ही रहा था पूरा, मेरा भी चिपक रहा था। मैं गाड़ी से कूदा, तेरे को कवर देना तो देख रहा हूँ गाड़ी पे ही अटका हुआ हूँ।
शायद मैं बीच गेम में ऑफलाइन जा सकती हूँ क्योंकि मेरा फोन हो जाएगा बंद।
बंद चार्ज में लगा दो।
क्या लगा दूं?
चार्ज में।
चार्जिंग लगाऊंगी तो फिर आवाज नहीं आएगी तुम लोगों को मेरी।
क्यों?
जब तक हाँ स्टार्ट होता है तब तक लगा देती हूँ, थोड़ा चार्ज तो होएगा।
अरे एक मैंने सुना एक न्यूज़ के एडवर्ड्स आते हैं जिनमें
आईफोन है, चार्ज लगाएगी तो 10 मिनट में 10% 15% तो हो ही जाएगा। 20 वाट का चार्जर होगा तो।
अभी नहीं आए, जब से गिर गया, गाड़ी चला रहा था, जब से चला गया वो मोबाइल। अरे यार एक मिनट रुको, मैं आ रही हूँ।
अरे
आइस पैक लेके आ रही हूँ, आइस पैक।
उनका ना
फिर जल्दी जल्दी होता है चार्ज।
जो मैंने देखा
कार्टून कार्टून भोजन हुआ नहीं? अभी नहीं हुआ, जाके करूंगी। 9:30 हो गए। लास्ट गेम गाइस। आप लाइव स्ट्रीम कब आ रहे? कब आती हूँ? अभी तो अभी जब से मैचेस है ना, अभी मैचेस चल रहे हैं ना, अपने इंडिया गई है बाहर खेलने के लिए, तब से तो मैं 4 बजे आ रही हूँ। अभी कल भी 4 बजे ही आऊंगी।
अब सही चलता है मेरा,
चल रहा।
मेरा आईपैड यहीं पे जिसमें चैट पढ़ रही हूँ मैं, थोड़ा टूटी हो गया उसमें। क्या है रे? एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या रे? मेरा दिल तेरे पे फिदा रे।
बंदा तो नहीं आ रहा है। फिर नीचे स्कोप है, ले लो।
हाँ उठा लो, चलते रहो, उठाते उठाते चलते रहो, जैसे जैसे दिख रहा है ना वैसे उठाते उठाते चलो।
मैंने तो कहाँ चली गई है?
आगे विषय संभल के जाए।
मैं लूट रहा
अरे
हूँ।
कोई नहीं ले रहा क्या स्कोप को? अरे भाई
कौन सा?
मेरा भी बेटा कहाँ लूटने गया? कहाँ लूटने गई?
बाद में फिर दिक्कत होती है अलग अलग गाड़ी ढूंढने में।
ले
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं।
अरे टेलीपोर्ट हो रहा हूँ अपने।
वही दिक्कत है भाई, तेरा इशू नहीं है, गेम का इशू है। मैं भी हो रहा हूँ भाई, गेम चिपक रहा है, दरवाजा खोल रहा हूँ तो चिपक रहा हूँ। माइक ऑन कर ले, चिपक रहा हूँ।
किसी और का है पता नहीं, है सड़सड़ की आवाज।
2 नंबर का होगा। साइकिल लेके कौन निकल रहा है?
फटाक से लूटो फिर निकलते हैं यहाँ से।
हो गया मेरा में। साइकिल लेके निकला है क्या?
हाँ मेरे पास साइकिल है।
तुम साइकिल लेके जाओ, चलो मैं बग्गी लेके निकलता हूँ।
देख कुछ ज़्यादा इसमें लॉजिक लगाने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती। स्टार्टिंग में अच्छी लूट करो, बाद में लास्ट में अच्छा जोन पकड़ो और फाइट निकालो और चिकन निकलो। सिंपल सी चीज़ें होती हैं।
आओ तुम दोनों कहाँ रह गए? आओ।
आ रहे हैं।
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं।
अब तो फ्रेम भी आ गया ना अल्टीमेट का।
बाद में फेस रिवील होने वाला
सब
क्या
कुछ है
वो
भाई
नहीं
इसमें।
होगा अभी।
साला हमने जब किया
अभी
हमको नहीं
वो
मिला,
होगा 1
जब
मिलियन पे।
फ्रेम नहीं था, जब आया था ना शुरू में तभी किया था हमने।
अच्छा
जब साला टाइटल और एंट्री बार
मेरे
ये
पास
तो
सप्लाईज हैं, मेरे पास सप्लाईज
क्या
हैं।
चलो सीजन लगाते हैं फिर
नहीं अभी नहीं होगा एक्चुअली 1 मिलियन भी नहीं है।
टाइम भी तो नहीं मिलता
मैं
तो
तब
साला
करूंगी जब मेरे पास वो होगा।
नहीं, हम लोग भी आज संडे इसलिए खेल रहे थे, वरना तो शाम को ही खेलते हैं।
सब कुछ होगा सेटअप।
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं,
मैं पिछले सीजन में नहीं खेला था
मेरे पास
इसको,
सप्लाईज
कहाँ पे
हैं।
मर गया। अच्छा मेरे पास, अरे इसका साउंड क्यों नहीं आ रहा है माइक से? अरे चुप करके
मेरे को नहीं आ रहा,
ग्लिच है ना, तो ये मार कर रहे कुछ नहीं आ रहा।
ये मार्क कर देना मेरे पास।
मैं 3 साल तक वेट किया था। अरे नहीं करूंगी अभी सेटअप नहीं है ना मेरे पे,
नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को।
दैट्स व्हाई।
अरे दूर है ना भाई अपना टीम में, तो कहाँ से आएगा?
अरे वो आता है ना मार्क का।
चले
अरे नहीं आएगा, दूर है ना टीममेट, नजदीक जा फिर आ जाएगा।
अलग अलग गाड़ी से चल रहे हैं भाई, लास्ट जोन में अलग अलग गाड़ियां लेने की। बैठो अभी तो बैठो, लास्ट जोन में।
अरे बस लूट
पैसे मैं दूं? अरे नहीं मयूर भाई नहीं।
देख लीजिए बात।
जब हमने किया था ना तो
जब हो जाएंगे तब मैं कर लूंगी फेस कैम, टेंशन नहीं।
और अलग अलग लोकेशन मार मार के
मैं
चार लोगों ने
यही सब करते हैं, यही सब भी होता है इसमें।
5 का एमो लेगा
नहीं है
और केडी पता है, सिर्फ 2 की केडी, 1.5 की केडी।
एक स्क्वाड हो ना
मेरे को
प्रॉपर।
किसी की साउंड नहीं आ रही, तकरीबन हो गया।
विचार खेलना ही है अलग अलग के साथ।
तुम लोग ज्यादा मार नहीं
कौन जाएगा?
बड़ी जगह पर है।
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं, सप्लाईज हैं। सब देख, गाड़ी है।
मैं सब जगह पे मार्क लगा रही हूँ बस। हाँ मेरा यही है।
मारना तो माइक नहीं हो गया।
तो किस पर आ रहा है? तेरे पास गाड़ी
ये लो 1 रुपया आपके अकाउंट में प्राप्त हो गया। सही है।
ठीक है फिर आज मैं निकल रहा हूँ।
फिर 5 हो गए। चार्ज करने थे
बोला ना चार्ज में लगाने से साउंड नहीं आता।
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं, सप्लाईज हैं।
सप्लाई दे देता है ये बोल रहा था मैं।
बहुत काटना है तो
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं।
ये आवाज नहीं आ रहा था तो।
मैं आपका हेटर भाई हूँ तो कोई नहीं, हेटर भाई से भी हमें प्यार है।
इतना फोन नहीं है तुम्हारी गाड़ी में।
दिल का रिश्ता फोन ठंडा होने का नाम नहीं ले रहा भाई। किधर गया मेरा हेडफोन? 32 इज इनफ। ओए हेलो हेलो, आ गई हूँ मैं। ड्रिंक्स वगैरह है? दोनों थोड़ी सी
डाल दिया डिब्बी में, डालो।
थैंक यू।
स्क्वाडो से कर, स्क्वाडो से
तो रुकेगा कि निकलेगा?
स्क्वाडो से देखते हैं ना। अरे
यहाँ रोको ना।
हेलमेट देख रहा था।
बंदा है वो तो।
नहीं मैंने बोला इधर रोकने बोल रहे हो। यहाँ से लेते हैं ना एक
इसका जोन काटता बहुत है, जोन से पहले अपना
ये उठा लो।
जाके बैठ।
चलते
से
चलते हैं।
देख रहा हूँ मैं बंदे, ठीक है।
देख ले।
चलो चलो
स्काउट
चलो।
करके निकलते हैं।
इसमें क्या M4 नहीं मिलता क्या?
मैंने वहां मार्क तो की थी।
उधर पहले में मार्क तो किया था।
बस यही करो तुम, फिर हमारा कसूर है उसमें। हाय सचिन जी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। ये कौन सा मोबाइल है? ये आईफोन 11। नहीं नैना जी, हाय नैना जी, हाउ आर यू? आई एम गुड, व्हाट अबाउट यू गाइस? जो भी ज्वाइन होते जा रहे हो प्लीज लाइक कर देना। इफ यू आर न्यू हियर प्लीज सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल। चले।
अब मेरा स्क्रीन चिपक गया।
क्या चिपक गया?
ए भट्टिकल लेगा विनू? भट्टिकल लेगा?
नहीं है।
हाँ उठाऊंगा।
दीदू कम बैक करना है। करना तो है।
कोई है नहीं इधर।
देखो यार 32 से 2 मिनट नहीं लगे इसको 25 होने में।
ये आपका भी साथ होता है कि स्क्रीन चिपकना?
हाँ ये मेरे साथ भी हो रहा है, मेरे साथ भी हो रहा है।
अभी हुआ है मेरे साथ।
नहीं मेरे साथ तो कितने दिनों से हो रहा है, जब से अपडेट आया तब से ही हो रहा है।
चिपक जाता है मेरा।
वाह दीदू पैसे बहुत है आपके पास, मैं आईफोन 11 में खेल रही। पैसा तो बहुत है। बहुत है।
बंदा आएगा फायर हो रहा।
नहीं
ऐसे किया मैंने। कोई तो आए। पिछले मैच में मेरे को ऐसे ही मारा था। इन घरों में रुकते हैं ना? हाँ एच पे ही रुकते हैं।
आओ इधर आओ। इतना बाहर कर
इतना यहाँ ऊपर तो मत कूदा करो। मैं फ्यूल कैन देख के लाता हूँ, फ्यूल नहीं गाड़ी में।
एचेस पर
भाई 20% हो गए बैटरी। फिर
रुक जाते।
फोन चार्ज कर लो। अरे चार्ज पे ही था अभी तक। 32 करके आई थी मैं। 20 हो गया।
हो जाएगा ना आईफोन का चार्ज 20 वाट का 20 हो जाएगा। इसका एक अच्छा है।
बैंडेज बहुत कैरी करते थे हम, 20 से 25 करीब बैंडेज।
हाँ रैंक पुश की टाइम
जब जोन के एज पर होते हैं तब जरूरत पड़ती है इतनी।
हाँ बहुत जरूरत पड़ती है भाई।
घोस्ट।
चलो लेवल 2 वेस्ट नहीं मिल रहा यार मेरे को। पिछले मैच में भी लेवल 2 नहीं मिला, अभी भी नहीं मिला।
मिल जाएगा
लेवल 2 ये पड़ा है हेलमेट लेवल 2 और दूसरी पड़ी है बैंडेज पड़े हैं।
वेस्ट
हेलमेट पड़ा है क्या तुम्हारे पास?
चार्ज नहीं। चेंज अच्छा चेंज करो।
हेलमेट है क्या?
हाँ है ना।
लेवल 2 हेलमेट है।
मार्क
मेरे पास सप्लाईज हैं।
कितना कम फ्यूल होता है एक कैन में? कम से कम तुमको करना चाहिए इसको।
किसमें? युद्धू में आपकी फोटो देखा है। अरे सही है ना मयूर भाई।
आ जाओ एक जगह से जाते हैं।
मैं फ्यूल खत्म है।
चलो
मेरे मार्क पर
होल्ड करते हैं कोई।
हाँ तो बैठ तो फ्यूल खत्म है तो बैठ तो।
मैं अभी जस्ट देख रहा हूँ।
हाँ किसे चेंज करूँ? फोन चेंज कर दूँ? ठीक है भाई।
आईपैड पे शिफ्ट हो जाओ फिर से।
लेवल 2 डीबीएस पड़ी है। मिला लेवल 2 मिला फाइनली।
मार्क पे चलो
चलो भाई चलो।
मार्क पे आ जाओ सेंटर।
अरे आई एम नॉट ड्राइविंग। हेलो ड्राइवर यू ड्राइव।
ओके
यू गो आई
अरे
गो।
मेरे को लगा कि मैं ड्राइव वाला ही पकड़ा हूं। देखा तो मैं उसको
याद है विनो वो वाला मैम
कहाँ आना है?
सामने आने पे ऊपर चल तू बंदा।
हाँ वो तो होंगे ही ना।
हाँ बंदा है। पूरी 50 की 50 गोली ठोक दी भाई। रुक जाओ यहाँ पे रुक जाओ। अरे क्या चला रहे हो?
बड़ा ध्यान से चला है, बार कर जाते ना आपका दिमाग खराब हो जाता।
इस घर का छत पे बंदा
मार किए।
हाँ देखा वो मैंने देखा। मैंने उसको करा फायर। नाइस चलो पुश करते हैं चलो।
छत से रुक जाओ और एक रुक
मैं कवर देता हूं
भाई 4 हुए ना तो उतार देंगे गाड़ी से।
मैं कवर देता हूं ना।
तो ऐसे ही होते हैं भाई, बंदे नहीं है बहुत से तो फुट ही नहीं देते,
बहुत
आराम
दिन
से
बाद
कोने बैठ
स्नाइप कर रहा हूँ रे विनू,
जाएंगे। एक
लगा भी
नॉक
दिया
होगा ना
हेड,
फिर
टकला उड़ा
निकलेंगे।
दिया। बहुत दिन बाद
बढ़िया।
स्नाइपिंग कर रहा हूँ
पीछे से बग्गी।
पीछे से घर में
अंदर
इधर
आगे विषय है, संभल के जा।
गाड़ी सेव कर, गाड़ी फोड़ रहा
मेरा तो सेफ है भाई पूरा गाड़ी।
है इसको फेंक कुछ।
हेड दिया सामने वाले को।
मेरे को एंगल
बहुत
नहीं बन
बढ़िया।
रहा।
ये गन का हेड बहुत लगता है।
ऐसा है ना सर।
ये किधर से रहा है?
ये गैस कैन उठा लो, गैस कैन उठा लो, फट जाएगा ये।
अरे पिकअप कर लो ना, गाड़ी में डाल देते बाद में, फिर ऐसे भी कमी है सबकी गाड़ियों में।
मैं तो भाई तुरंत डालता हूँ, मुझे सोने तो बहुत जरूरत है इसकी।
अभी भी छत पे ही है क्या? उधर पे फाइट हो गई, उधर पे फाइट हो रही है।
फाइट कर रहा हूँ शॉटगन लेके।
अरे हमारे तरफ नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग, फाइट ये तो छपा है उसमें।
इस साइड भी है।
ऊपर बंदा है।
गाड़ी आ रही है भाई, 2 गाड़ी आ रही है। आर्टिफिक्स अंदर आ जाओ। हेड पड़ा उसको, बॉडी भी पड़ा है। बग्गी वाला डैमेज है, काफी लो है।
देख के
सैंडविच
छत पे है। इसका माइक
भाई मेरा
मुझे फिर कौन दिया? रिवाइव दो।
चलो तू कहाँ पे मर गया? उधर ही बंदा है रे।
आगे खतरा है।
पुश आ रहा है
सीधा
बहुत ज्यादा पुश कर रहा है।
बाहर मत रहो, चारों तरफ बंदा।
बाहर नहीं है, अंदर ही है।
तुम लोग सेफ हो ना?
हाँ
गाड़ी फोड़ रहा। मार कहाँ से?
जोन हम पे आ जाना, मजा ही है उसे।
अबे भाई कहाँ से मार रहा है? इसको मारो तो।
कौन गया ये?
रुक पीछे आने को। उधर चल मार रहा है पीछे। अब इसको लेता हूँ।
दिखा मुझे, पुश हो गया है।
इसको देता हूँ। उसमें तुम्हारे पास बग्गी आया है, देख लो। फिर जा उठा के। हम पे पोज हुआ। निकल जाएगा।
गिरा दिया उसको, उसने मैंने हेड मार दिया था उसको।
चले क्या आगे थोड़ा सा।
हाउस की छत पे चढ़ा हुआ है एक बंदा।
नीड है मेरे पे। गाड़ी आई। स्प्रे दूं क्या इसमें?
घर पर ही आ जाओ, वापस घर पर ही आ जाओ। ओपन सही नहीं है इतना।
हमारी गाड़ी का टायर फाड़ दिया आराम करो ना भाई।
मेरा वाला बग्गी किधर है? बिनु कहाँ गया भाई? मिडिल में फंस गया क्या?
यहाँ आगे बंदे आओ ना।
अच्छा तुम इधर चले गए हो? इधर आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, उधर चारों तरफ बंदा है।
मारेंगे ना।
ये कहाँ पे बंदा दिख रहा है? उधर से पढ़ने वाला था चारों
सुपर स्टिकर 1000 रुपीज तक है ना दीदू, मैं लूंगा एक दिन। 1000 रुपीज का नहीं है, कम ही है। तो ये आईफोन मुझे दे दो दीदू, ले जाओ यार, ले जाओ, वैसे पक गई हूँ मैं। साइड वाले ने दिया है।
उधर की तरफ मैंने 2 नॉक करे हैं, रूथलेस देख उधर।
देख मैं नहीं गया हूँ, मैं तेरे पीछे बिठा ले मेरे को।
सारे टायर फोड़ दिए।
टायर फोड़ा हुआ है, हमारा बग्गी का टायर भी फूटा हुआ है।
मैंने कोई किल नहीं किया ना, जीरो किल है मेरा।
उधर की तरफ मैंने 2 नॉक करे और दोनों रिवाइव हो गए।
वो देखो ना, स्मोक में कोई फायर दो ना, स्मोक में। ये जो तुम्हारे सामने है आर्टिफैक्ट्स, तुम्हारे को ही बोल रही हूँ। हाँ यहीं पे, यहीं पे तो स्मोक है।
सर वहाँ गाड़ी थी, वहाँ मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा ना, वहाँ गाड़ी थी।
बोलो बंदा, नाइस।
देखा मुझे बंदा, रेड दिया उसको।
भाई क्या गंदा स्प्रे है भाई सामने वालों का। हाँ डिलीवर कर दो, कर रही हूँ बस अभी डिलीवरी कर रही हूँ।
पेड़ के पीछे देखो, पेड़ के पीछे
भाई आगे चला रहा हूँ, पीछे जा रही है।
नाइस रिफ्रेश, नॉक किए जा रहे हो।
एक ही बचा था वो बस।
एक अभी इसने भी किया ना, आर्टिफैक्ट्स ने भी तो किया भाई एक नॉक वहाँ। देखो थोड़ा ऊपर कर लो ना। एड्रेस भेज दो, मैं डिलीवर कर देती हूँ।
बग्गी हो तो तुम्हें किल मिल गया भाई?
वो आएगा ही नहीं, बचाएगा कैसे? तो वही सीन है ना, बचाएगा कैसे?
3 बंदे हैं बस। 3v4 है, 3v3 है, सॉरी 3v4 है। हाँ
लेके आओ कौन तो।
नाइस आर्टिफैक्ट्स, बहुत प्यारा।
पेड़ पे बैठा है क्या? अच्छा इधर बैठा है भाई, देख
लोकेशन मार्क की है ब्रो।
ये देख एग्जैक्टली इधर है, देख दिख रहा है तेरे को?
नहीं दिख नहीं रहा ना, वो डिप पर है।
उधर ही है, उधर ही थोड़ा सा दिखा है।
पिछले वाले बंदे आएंगे अब अपने पर ना,
मतलब इधर एक उन्होंने 2 वेद किए,
3v3 मर गया वो भी।
बग्गी वाले का नॉक किया था, ये देख मर गया।
घर पर 2 बंदे हैं, एक बंदा वो डिप पर है।
उनके पास जोन है क्या?
हम लोगों पे जोन तो है।
नहीं उनको जोन नहीं है, उनको जोन नहीं है।
तो कौन है? तो
भाई किधर से मार रहा है? तो
कहाँ से मार रहा है भाई? ये तो दिख नहीं रहेगा ना।
अरे छुपके मार रहे हैं।
ये पेड़ के पीछे, ये पेड़ के पीछे जितना हो मतलब थोड़ा सा मेरे को
आया लेट आया उधर वेब देने।
आगे वाली बुश पे चले जाओ ना, सामने वाली
जोन के बाहर है।
नहीं इनको बोल रहे हो, आर्टिफैक्ट्स को।
वो मेरे ऊपर ये लेके बैठा है, मैं अगर वो मारेगा मेरे को लेट के देना।
नहीं कुछ मत करो ना, निकलने दो ना, जोन पे हो तो निकलने दो उनको, कुछ मत करो, होल्ड करो उनका। गलती होना चाहिए।
मैं देख के बताती हूँ कौन से पेड़ पे है।
वही तो स्यापा है, दिख नहीं रहे ना पिछले वाले जो 2 बंदे थे।
इसमें है या फिर इसमें?
लोकेशन मार्क की है ब्रो।
दोनों में से
मेरे दोस्त को जलाऊंगा, ठीक है? एड्रेस भेज देना मेरे को।
अरे भाई दिख नहीं रहा हूँ, कहाँ से लोग डाल रहे हैं, ये नहीं मालूम।
तेरे पे तो मैं भी
हाँ वो दिखा, वो वहीं पे खड्डे में।
आओगे आ सकता हूँ।
हाँ बच जाऊंगा,
दिखा
गाड़ी से आना,
मीनू,
पैदल
कवर देगा
बढ़ाऊंगा।
मीनू? गाड़ी होगा तब ना हो।
फिर तो तुम इधर से होके आना। खतरा है,
मेरे को दिखेगा तो मैं मार
बच
दूंगा।
जाऊंगा आराम से, मेरे पीछे से देना बैठ, ठीक है, मेरे पीछे से।
ठीक है ठीक है, तुम इधर आओ ना।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई नहीं।
वो देखो क्लोजिंग कर रहा है मीनू, ये
आगे
देख
विषय
गाड़ी पे है,
संभल के जा।
इधर गाड़ी पे है।
गलत ही मार रहा है भाई तो।
दिखा मेरे को, ये नॉक दे। हाँ डैमेज का है, खाया खा।
एक तो मेरे पास एमो नहीं बचा।
सामने ओपन में।
वेस्ट मत कर, मैं देखता हूँ सामने स्मोक हो रहा
अरे बढ़िया।
बहुत बढ़िया, यही था।
एमो
और
लेकर
एक है।
आना।
रुक, जाने में तो डर लग रहा है रे, थोड़ा कैंसल ना
ओ हो वीनू।
डैमेज क्या है।
एमो लेकर आना।
आगे खतरा है।
और
10
एमो
बंदे
लेके क्या
इधर।
करेगा, चल
उधर वाले
बेस्ट ही
हैं,
है।
इधर वाले
पीछे
क्लियर
की
हुए
ओर,
ना।
पीछे वाले, हाँ उधर वाले क्लियर है, अब यहाँ है
एक ही तो
झटका
है।
में। नाइट बोर्ड हाय, लाइक कर दो जी।
मेरे को कहाँ से मारा है लास्ट वाला को, नॉक दिया कहाँ पे?
देखो इधर तो नहीं है, कोई इधर। चलो इधर
ये स्मोक कौन कर रहा है, स्मोक कौन कर रहा है?
कोई किया
तो मैंने
था
किया
वरना।
था।
अरे जाओ ना, सोलो बंदा है यार।
अरे
हाँ
स्मोक
तो
किया कोई।
पोजीशन
नाइस नाइस नाइस।
इतना डिले
कहाँ
करते
पे?
हो,
जीजी
बहुत
गाइस,
ज्यादा डिले
जीजी।
करते हो तुम
देख
लोग।
गाड़ी तो सही है ना।
We're the best.
अरे फटाक से करा करो।
आगे पीछे नहीं, वो अभी नहीं संभाल पा रहा है, अभी मैं कर रही हूँ उसको ठीक।
पहले मैंने
अब मैं ऑफ जा रही हूँ ना।
नॉक कर रहे थे।
We are number
हाय
one.
जॉर्ड, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। मैं भी खेलूंगा, मैं अब ऑफ जा रही है, ऑफ जा रही हूँ रूथलेस, बाद में खेलूंगी मैं। 10 प्लस हुआ मेरा, 10 बस। चलो बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय एवरीवन, मिलते हैं कल एक न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम पे। या तो पता नहीं ये होता है बड़े बड़े लोगों के चोचले।
इसका टाइम लिमिट आ गया बिनू का।
ठीक है चलो जा रहे हैं हम, बाय।
यही खेलते
हाँ
हैं हम लोग, हम दोनों ही खेलते हैं एक साथ।
हाँ हाँ, आप लोग
ठीक है,
खेलो,
जाने
आप
होगा।
दोनों खेलो, हाँ आर्टिफैक्ट्स के साथ खेलो। कब आओगी? कल कल
नहीं नहीं,
कल
मैं
4
नहीं जा रहा
बजे।
हूँ, खाना खाऊंगा।
अच्छा ठीक है, ओके ओके, बाय
चलो
बाय बाय एवरीवन, बाय बाय एवरीवन, मिलते हैं कल शाम 4 बजे। तब तक के लिए गुड नाइट, स्वीट ड्रीम्स एंड sayonara, sayonara गाइस। 5 घंटे से कर रही हूँ सैम लाइव स्ट्रीम, देख लो। तभी बोल रही हूँ मैं जा रही हूँ, मुझे जाने दो, जाने दो मुझे जाना है। चलो गाइस, बाय बाय, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट, स्वीट ड्रीम्स एवरीवन।